Okay. We locked in. My guy's locked in. What are you saying to me, bro? You can hear me, yeah?
Hey,
Yo.
what's poppin'?
What's good, GG? How you feeling?
Yeah, I'm live, bro.
Oh, I hear that.
Live
I
and
hear that. I
live
hear
and
that.
kicking, fam. What are
Live
you
and
telling me?
kicking. Oh, bro. Yeah, I'm tired of shit. But it don't matter, man.
Yeah,
It don't even matter, dog. You know what I mean? Because this is episode 65 of the OnlyMans podcast. And we're going to get into this shit. Yeah, fam. Yeah.
trust me.
All of that.
Let's
All of
go.
that. How you feeling, man? How
Let's
the weather been
go.
treating you? It's been sunny as fuck,
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
the weather's been nice, fam. Ah, fam, I've been feeling great ever since I came back from the court, fam. Meanwhile, you belled me and I was shooting before you. So
Right.
immediately after I put the phone down here, this kid, like he always be there when I'm shooting and shit. I guess the day he felt like, I'll challenge man to see what he's really about.
Okay.
Ah, fam. A long day for man, fam. A
For him.
long day for man, fam. Yeah.
Oh shit, he didn't know that you was about it like that.
Nah, because then I started talking to man and because he started trying to distract man, asking me like, oh, so who's your favorite player? And he tried to like do like shoot or like try like skirt past him. So I was like,
Right.
I bet I know how to fuck you up, fam. There's certain spots, yeah, where it's just like, if I'm there, yeah, in that area, that's automatic, fam. So I'll be
Right.
like, I'll point it over like to the left and be like, see that little spot there, just above the key there, yeah, that's my house, fam. If I go there, we go into the bank, fam. And then I'll cross over to the left, I'll step back, and sure enough, fam, it's in the bank, fam. And
And
he'll be
show
like,
man what
oh,
it is.
damn. Yeah, so what's fucked up is now he trying to do the same shit, and he trying to be like, oh yeah, nah, you know what I'm saying? I don't really do this, but like when I'm here though, I'm everywhere, you know what I'm saying? I say, oh, I swear down. I bet. The last point was out, like the last point was a 3 pointer, fam. Because I was
Mm.
tired, do you know what I mean? If he'd have just stuck to like driving it to the layups at that point, he'd have beat me, fam. But he tried to do the my thing, fam. And I was
Right,
like, nah,
right,
let me
right.
show you, fam. Yeah, he tried to shoot from the check and like from outside
Okay.
the thing. And I was like, nah, that's not it, fam. Hold on, come here, let me take you to the bank real quick, fam. Ah, fam. Man was like, oh, good game, bro, good game. You coming tomorrow, yeah? I said, yeah, I'll probably be here tomorrow, fam.
See, you know what the beautiful
Yeah, I'll
metaphor
probably
about
be here
all of that,
tomorrow,
yeah?
fam.
You see the beautiful metaphor about that whole
Yeah,
story. The story was like, yo, just play your game and you're winning it.
and
Just play your game and you'll win, fam.
fam, yeah, because he trying to talk to man and trying to like shoot from far and that. Do you know what I mean? Like, nah, fam. You see
And
me,
you were
fam.
just like,
Yeah, I've been long range shooting since you got here, fam. And you've been watching me drop them, fam. Come
oh,
on,
you
bro. Don't
you
try and
Steph
be
in the
like
paint,
me,
yeah?
fam. Yeah, fam. It's improving, bro. It's getting much better, fam.
Man said it's improving,
It's improving, bro. It's improving. Do you know what I mean? Ask Jamie, fam, next time when you see him, fam.
Okay, do you give him the work as well?
Oh yeah, nah. He didn't want to let it go though, fam. He
I'll
introduced
swear
a new
that.
game. I was like, I bet.
See, what would be
But yeah,
sick
nah.
something like that, yeah. What would be sick of something
Mm,
like that, like, in this sort of summery weather and shit. All the man
mm.
them get together, whether we go up that side or you might come down this side or whatever. And we just
And
bet on the games, bro. You know what I mean? Like,
hey,
it'd have to be a
fam,
lot. It could be like fucking 50p or a pound or
but
something, you know what I mean?
yeah, nah.
And
Somebody walking away with at least dinner, fam.
yes, everybody got to put up, fam. You got to put something up to
You
play
know
in
what I
it. And
mean?
whoever wins the pot, you know what I mean? Like,
That one, fam. Like 1v1s. Yeah, see,
it
one
could
v
be,
ones first to three is perfect for that shit, fam.
yeah,
Because
yeah,
then
yeah, yeah,
everybody
yeah.
can like play each other twice. Whoever loses the most out of them two drop out, and then like a tournament in
Yeah.
it, like tournament style,
Champions
fam.
League rules in it, like group
That way,
stage and
fam.
then knockouts,
Yeah,
bro. You know what I mean?
yeah. Do you know what I mean? If you all got like a little 2 quid on there, fam. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's tiny, bro. We should
Mm.
pattern something like that, fam. That would be
Yeah,
sick. That would
fam.
be sick as well.
Yeah,
Oh man.
if we got like, yeah, fam, if we can get like all these, man, there'll be like easily like 8 or 9 of us, fam, 10 of us, fam. So
Yeah,
that's like over
like what
20
it?
quid, you know what I mean? Just for being man, fam. Yeah, at
Jeez.
the basketball court, pause. No,
Pause.
what happened to my pause button? Thank you. Sorry. Forgot where it was. Forgot where it was. That was crazy.
So right, you've been you know what I mean. You've only recently put the studio in properly. You know what I mean. So you know what I mean. You might not be
Yeah.
able to find all the buttons and that.
Nah. It's not that. It's just I ain't been using the buttons for long enough.
Mm,
Because obviously
mm,
doing the up and down, like I used them at the beginning and to do the intro, the outro, but obviously gotta like keep circulating around the house
nah,
for
lich.
air purposes.
That's it for air purposes, you know. Nah, I hear that. I hear that. Oh shit, man. I mean,
Mm.
has anything exciting happened this week? Anything you've noticed? Anything you want to talk on? You know what I mean?
Uh, well, I mean, Boris, I guess, left,
Oh shit,
obviously.
yeah.
So, yeah, that's that. Do you know what I mean? I got a whole theory on that, fam.
Mm.
These men are playing Boris like a fucking fiddle, fam. That
Alright,
man
so
just
before
said,
you go,
that's
for the sake of the
he
listeners and that, just
mm.
explain what you're talking about in it, like, and then go right
Oh,
ahead. From
uh, Boris Johnson is a banjo in a hillbilly's hand right now, fam. Reason why I say that, yeah, is because, all right, think about it like this. Just before all this year, how many people fell out of that position, fam? Because they knew what was coming. David was like, you know, I've had a bit of a scandal, but I can see there's something in the horizon there. I'm out of here. I don't even want to deal with all this. It's a distraction for the other thing, and I don't want no parts, fam. Teresa came, she was like, oh, I'll do it. But then she didn't really have the stomach for it after she was like, oh, you know, I don't think I could take all the madness that will come with all that shit. Do you know what I mean? So
mm.
they find Boris. There he is, just bumbling around like Boris. And they're like, yo, Boris, do you want to be the prime minister? And he's like, oh, hell yeah. Yeah, shit. Get to live
Yeah,
in 10
run it,
Downing
bro.
Street and shit. Do parties there? And run it, bro. So he get there and he like, all right, Boris, we're going to need you to tell them people, yeah, that, yeah, there's a deadly pandemic that we think is a deadly pandemic. And all should like run outside and start hugging each other so it spread. And then, you know, whoever dies like it's a movie. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
He's like, oh, I'm not so sure about that. And he's like, oh, you agreed. You said you wanted to be the prime minister and shit.
You've
I
already
bet.
signed, bro. We already sent the payment, fam.
In
We
it,
already sent the check,
in it.
fam. What are you talking
It's
about?
already done, fam. So he come out and told the people, you know, you have to, all that shit. And then fucking, obviously we like, oh, this guy's a dickhead, fam. This guy's a fucking idiot, fam. He go back and he's like, oh, these people are like looking at me like an idiot, fam. And they say, nah, this is exactly what we need right now. Do you know what I mean? To tone down the seriousness of the shit. Do you know what I mean? Keep the people safe and shit. You know what I'm saying? Keep them all calm, and that's better if you just keep coming out and just being a bumbling idiot. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. Everybody, all that shit, all the shit that they've done now reversed, yeah, all that shit. And then they're like,
Mm.
oh, the people are getting a bit close. Do you know what I mean? We're going, we've already spoken to Matt. He's going to do his part. Do you know what I mean? He's going to like take one for the team, as it were, and like bang one of the secretaries in the hallways at work. So like that's set. Do you know what I mean? That's cool. But we need you, Boris, yeah, to fucking get all your peoples in them, yeah. In fact, some of you, man, in the back there, you cabinet, you guys, jump in there as well. You, Secretary of Defense, the one that's later gonna be like, oh, that was absolutely disgraceful. That you, yeah, all you, man, yeah, just jump in there, have a gin party at 10 Downing Street like every like 3 days, yeah, during the
What's
pandemic.
a
Just fucking
gym
live it
party?
up, bro.
What's a
Yeah,
gym?
fam, just live it up, bro. Yeah. So they do their thing, thinking like everything's Gucci and shit. They're getting pictures taken of them again, so that it can be like, oh, scandal, and shit. But yeah, man, shit, yeah. So like they're doing their thing and shit, and then it's like, oh, they had a party. This is disgraceful. Do you know what I mean? Even some people that were at the parties are like, oh, I can't believe it. It's disgraceful behavior from the Prime Minister. But it's like, my G, why you not there drinking with him and busy taking some substances with him? Come on, bro. Don't do him like that. And then what's even sicker, yeah, is that there was like, oh, so basically, we're gonna need you to fire Michael Gove. Do you know what I mean? Seeing as he's telling you to resign and that, and you're like, oh yeah, nah, he's a dickhead anyways. You go tell him, oh Michael, you fired. Get out of here. Right? Boom, he gone. And then the next day, you come into work and they fucking taking his pictures down. They packing his things and that in down in, and they're like, oh nah, do you know, all that time we just needed somebody to fucking make all these people do what we were telling them, and then they'll listen to you because you know what I mean. You're harmless. You're not a threat. You're a fucking idiot. So they'll just be like, "Oh well, I mean, the idiot says do that, so we must like do that." He doesn't seem like he's trying to hurt us or nothing. He's just an idiot.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But imagine if it was somebody that was like just
Like it was Big Vlad.
um, yeah, like a big Vlad type of guy. From nah,
It was just
motherfuckers wouldn't go for that
serious,
shit,
like,
dog.
yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, man. Motherfuckers wouldn't be like, oh yeah, he an idiot. They'll
Nah,
be like,
definitely.
yo, I thought you was a serious player, fam. What's going? We need answers, fam.
Yeah,
We
legit.
demand answers. But because Boris is an idiot, they're just like, oh, it's Boris being an idiot again. Do you know what I mean? Oh, and it's like, you motherfuckers, I see what you're trying to do to that motherfucker, fam. I see.
Bro,
I
I
see.
tell you, yeah. I think I said this on one of the previous episodes before, innit? But I was listening to this other podcast. Shout out to the Filthy
Mm,
Fellas. I think it was the Half Cast podcast, I think they're called. But anyway, there
yeah,
was a guy on there, like they're UK based thing in it, so they're in London and shit.
yeah,
And he was saying like his mums, and these are like man from like road and shit or like whatever. But
yeah,
he was basically saying his mums either worked in the Houses of Parliament or something like she was a cleaner or something like
oh
that in
yeah,
it. But he's
mm,
basically said like his mum's she's cleaning. Yeah, I think she was a cleaner. That's what it was because she's
yeah,
cleaning the bathroom one time, and Boris comes in it, and he's got like a press conference he's about to do. And
mm,
what he said is like his mum's was like he went into the bathroom and fucked his hair up. Like his hair was normal and straight and cool,
yeah.
and he went into the bathroom and just fucked his hair up in the mirror. And then went into the press conference. You know, all these times we like see man doing these things, and we're like, look at this nigga
Yeah,
hair,
all
fam.
that shit, fam. In it.
Bro,
That's
it's to
what I
what you're
mean,
saying in
fam.
it.
There
It's
was,
just like, yo, just
mm-hmm.
someone said to him, go in the bathroom and fuck up your hair, bro, because we need him to think that you're a bumbling idiot, fam. Like, we need
That
him to think
part,
that you're a
fam.
jackass, bro. You know what I
That
mean?
part, fam.
And go out there and
And
mumble and stumble and
in it. And mm,
you don't have to say
when you
words, bro.
resign,
You know what I
you
mean?
will give you a big ass check, and then we'll invite you to little speaking engagements where you show up and say hello to a room of like 200 people and get a quarter of a mil,
Yeah, bro.
and you
Just
can
do what we
just
tell
go
you to
about your
do and you
business.
get your bread at the end of it.
Mm, that.
Nah, it's wild, fam. It's wild, fam.
Nah. I couldn't see it at first, you know what I mean? But then they started talking about oh, you gotta resign, and I was like, ah, there you go. I see it. He the face of it, you know what I mean? The shit got
Yeah.
advertised, everything does, you know what I mean? Like fucking, the whole like war on drugs thing is like that's Nixon. He the face of that shit, you know what I mean? The whole like war on whatever terror or whatever, that's like Bush and them, you know what I mean? Got a
Which
face.
are all bullshit, by the way. Like saying a
That's
war
what I
on
mean,
drugs
fam.
or saying a war on terror is like
No,
saying a war on
how the
obesity.
fuck,
It's like you're going to
man?
war with a concept that don't even make
Yeah, how
sense.
you
Like
in it?
what that just basically means, we just gonna do some shit in the name of this, and it like we just gonna do some shit
It's
because
like
terror. You know what I mean? Like
niggas be like, oh, y'all niggas are scared, right? Hold on, we gonna kick Fear's ass. Y'all coming?
yeah, we scared, so we're gonna go bomb Fear's whole country, bro. We're gonna bomb Fear till there's no fear left. These men are crazy, brother. Listen, in fact, let me play this voice note first. Hold on. Oh, shout out Natrell. Oh, shout out. We see you.
Oh
Big up
shit!
Atamar.
How you doing? How you doing? Oh, we see
Alright,
you. We see
let's see
you.
what that girl's saying.
Both doing. Oh man, you lot already giving me jokes. Yeah. All I'm gonna say about that house that's empty or about to be vacated, whether by force or
Yeah.
voluntarily, is that I beg they don't put a Khan or a Patel up in there. Yeah, call me a bigot, call me racist. I don't care. Sometimes it's better the devil you know. Um, but yeah, I got a problem with Khans and Patels. I'll just leave that there.
Yeah. You
I
know
tell
what the
you
best
one thing, yeah.
solution for that
Oh,
is?
God.
You know
Oh.
what the best solution is? Kemi Badenoch for Prime Minister, fam. Two birds, one stone. It's all, oh, nah, but we've already had a woman president. That's been already a thing for time, fam. All right, she'll be the first black one. Okay. And then just, you know what I'm saying? Then we can keep up with the Americans. Do you know what I mean? They've had one now. It's our turn. Come on.
Yeah,
Come on.
but they nigga
Come on,
was
fam.
Barack Obama, bro. This nigga was like
Yeah, I know,
Christ-like,
fam.
fam. You get what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, look at the people that we got over here. You know what I mean? Like, the way that these, bro. Do you remember when Barack was running, like, back in the '08 times, fam? You remember that whole period
Yeah.
where they're like, they treated him like the second coming, bro. Do you get what I mean? Like, this guy, Barack, oh my God. Like, you know what I mean? I remember seeing all the
Yeah,
Illuminati
but
YouTube videos saying how he was the Antichrist. And if you look at his
oh
hand,
my
then, you know,
Lord. Oh my goodness me, fam. Nah, allow it, fam.
and now he's just
Nah,
somewhere chilling,
Kemi
blood.
for Prime Minister, fam. I don't even know about her policies on that like that, but you know what I mean? Once we get
Who's
like
that?
who is it? Who is it that was saying that? Uh I think it might have been Dave Chappelle when they were talking
Right.
about voting for Obama the first time, and he was like, "Yeah, nah, I didn't really care about his policies or nothing like that. I just thought, just get the first one, and then we worried about what their policies are and what do you know what I mean,
Yeah,
like
legit.
afterwards. But as long as that first one get in, then I we lit him. Hope they don't
You
do
see,
nothing fucked up. You know what
I
I'm
don't
saying?
I don't
But
mind like bigotry and all them sort of things. I don't mind that as long as
mm,
you're just honest in it. As long as you're like, yeah, I'm just voting for this nigga car. He black in it, like
mm.
what the fuck else? Like, I'm cool with that. Do you get what I
Come on,
mean?
man.
Because I'll tell you the truth, I don't trust any of them. To be fair, like
I
anybody who wants to be the prime minister is not somebody to be trusted. Do you get what I mean? Like, you can't
I
covet
told
a
you, man.
position like that and be a good person. Now, I know that's an extreme statement, but
That's a bit extreme.
you know what I mean?
That.
You know what I mean? Like, you know what? Yeah, all I
Nah.
ask you to do instead is just show me the one that was good, bro. Just go back and look at them and be like, nah, that one was good, fam. And I'll say, all right. But to me,
Ah,
where I'm
fam,
from and
it's
that,
peak, fam.
like,
I feel
yeah,
like
we.
Teresa gave her a good go. Do you know what I mean? She just like got dropped in shit, and then she was just like paddling in shit the whole time. And then when
Nah, I
she was
feel
like,
like
"Oh, I can't do it," they were like, "Ah, you see, she never could do it in the first place." Like, oh,
I feel
nah,
like
that's
Theresa
fucking
was a
mad, fam.
similar thing to what you were saying about Boris, where they were like,
Mm,
"We're gonna put you here because nobody respects you, like no, and we're gonna make sure that nobody respects you in it." Because a lot of
uh,
that Theresa May hate, a lot of it was media. If you ask most people without like news
yeah,
coverage, without things they heard, if you ask them their
they
opinion
didn't have
about
no
Theresa
reason.
May, most people wouldn't probably know that much because obviously the
Mm.
news and that were just basically saying, "Yeah, this bitch stupid," fam. Like everyone just ran with
Basically,
that. Do you get what I mean? It's like, but that's what they do, though, bro. Like, we don't
mm.
know anything about these people, really. Like, we don't. Apart from the people are usually like heavily invested and do the
Mm.
due diligence and all that. Just the general public don't know
But even
anything about
still,
the
that's
people.
front facing, fam. You don't know what they do behind closed doors, fam. What kind of deals that man are making with
That
each other and shit, bro.
exactly,
Are they
bro.
talking
That
at the
goes back
golf
to my
course?
point, fam. And that goes back to my point. I
Mm.
don't trust any of them niggas, bro. I don't trust any of them. Black, white, green, purple, polka dot.
Mm.
I don't trust none of them. Fam. They all crooks and criminals, bro. You know what I mean?
Nah, they
But
just actors, fam. They all
sorry,
just
actors are
actors,
crooks
fam.
too. You know what I mean?
Huh?
I said actors are
Yeah,
crooks too, bro. You know what I mean? But like,
that's what I mean.
nah, trust me. But they, like you said, they just playing their role in it. They don't actually
Mm.
do anything. Like I've always had this thought. This is a kid, like just like rah.
Mm.
Let's take voting for the prime minister. In it, there's all these
Yeah.
people in this country. How many million of people? Whatever. Cool. You're telling me out of all of these people, It's just like these 5 niggas that are the only people that can be prime minister because y'all said so. Like, what if there's a smarter motherfucker that lives in like Scotland somewhere who's just
Yeah.
smarter than all you, man? Like, you're like, these are the choices that I have, and I can only choose out of these. It's like school meals, innit? It's like if they try to promote school meals and that, but then you go in and they're like, you can either have the cold chicken sandwich, you can have like some white people dumpling, or like fucking pasta and tomato sauce. Now, if you don't want
Oh.
any of those things, you just stuffed in it. Like, you gotta try and go shops or something. Do you
Yeah,
get what
nah,
I
it
mean?
is what it is,
Like,
fam.
and that's what I'm on in terms of all the political thing. It's like, y'all can choose these school meals. I'm gonna go to the shop and find something that I actually want in it. Cause I don't like none of that shit, bro. I don't like none of it.
Man,
Although
I
school
told
dinners
you.
were lit back in our day, but that's neither here nor there.
Nah, Jamie Oliver, yeah. Fam, I'm still mad at you, bro. Still,
Number one
fam,
up,
to
you
this
know, fam.
day, fam. I'm
Anywhere,
still,
listen. The only
Turkey
Jamie we
Twizzlers were the
respect,
shit, fam.
the only Jamie we respect is the one that comes and sees you every so often. We only respect the
You know
alias
what I
Jamie. You
mean?
get me? Jamie
Get me?
Oliver.
No,
Anywhere I
Jamie
see
Oliver,
homeboy,
fam.
it's on for you know. Anywhere to this day, bro. To this day, anywhere I see
You
Jamie
be like,
and his list myself, bro, man. Listen, my mum used to like watch because like she would put the shit on sometimes in it, and you see this
yeah.
man like cooking and shit, and he just lisping all in the food, bloody speech impediment, spit all in the food, fam. Man just lisping all over, and you're like, this is the nigga that ended school meals, fam. Him, this guy, bro, with a lisp. Allow it, bro. Anywhere man see Jamie, it's on for him, bro. Anywhere we see
Fam, the kids of today will never know, fam. Remember
bro.
them little dinosaur things, them little potato dinosaur things as well, fam.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
Hey,
yeah, yeah, yeah.
blood, fam, why they do that, fam? They also used to have the turkey dinosaurs, fam. Nah,
Bro,
that
you
shit.
know,
Yeah.
like one thing that we had is like high school because like Jamie Oliver came and did his whole thing when I was like partway
Mm.
through high school, so I was maybe like year 9, year 10. So
Yeah,
I
somewhere
saw
there.
we saw the change. You get me? Like we actually
Yeah.
saw when it changed, bro. I remember, yeah, they used to do this. I don't know if you've heard of Pasta King,
Yeah.
but like they used to do
Oh,
this like
they brought
Pasta
the
King
Pastor
thing.
King thing into school, innit?
Yeah, 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 yeah.
Yeah,
I
nah,
will
yeah, I
say
remember that.
Pasta King was lit, fam. I will say that. But what man used to do, and I know this is mad unhealthy, so I'm not saying kids should do this, but I remember before Jamie Oliver, bro, you could get to school,
Yeah.
you have to get to like registration, maybe like what, 8:30 or something like that. You could
Yeah.
get to school like going up to 8 o'clock, go to the
Mm.
canteen, and there's cookies there, flapjack, fucking big chocolate this, all sorts
All
of shit,
sorts,
bro,
fam.
and you can get a mad sugar rush, fam. You could just have a whole bag of shit, fam,
Start the
right
day
before your
tweaking,
first
fam.
registration. You get me? And Jamie Oliver when they're coming out, the sugar's unhealthy for the kids. Yeah, it is, but
Nah,
so what,
fam.
bro? So what, fam? The
The,
air's unhealthy
the
too, nigga. Like
cigarettes they smoking,
lowers,
the
bro.
cigarettes
You know
they
what I mean?
smoking in the back of the playground is bad for their health too, dog.
You
We
know what I
gonna get
mean?
rid of
Like,
cigarettes now?
oh, fucking Jamie Oliver, man. But nah, I
But
remember the
nah,
school
it's a good
dinners.
thing though. Do you know what I mean? It's a good thing. Shout out to him for like helping people like
It's a
make
good
healthier
idea.
food
It's a
choices
good
and that. Do you know what I
idea.
mean?
I think some of the shit that they brought in to replace like the live shit was just super cat though. Like they replaced
Nah,
like I'm talking like I said the cookies and the flapjacks in the morning
mm,
and shit. They replaced that with like salad bowls and that. And it's like, brother,
get it,
like, do you think I'm buying a salad
fam,
bowl from you? Like, do you all think I'm buying cut up lettuce and plum tomatoes from
fam.
you all, fam? You're having a bubble, brother. Like,
Nah,
you're
in
having
our high school,
absolute.
they used to before that whole thing. There was like you could go there and get like blood like every like anything, fam. You want sausage and chips, sausage and mash? Yeah, you can have that. You want fucking pie? What kind of pie do you want? Cheese one?
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
Uh,
yeah, yeah.
a steak and onion one, or what? Like a chicken one? What you want, dog? A chicken and ham? What you need, dog? Oh, you want a burger? Oh yeah, chicken or beef or what you want? The cheese? What? Come on, anything, fam. Pizza? Pizza. We got that. It's in the back cooking right now, fam. Pasta. There's a big ass dish. How much you want, dog? That's how it used to be, fam. You'd get down to the
Yeah.
end of the line, and by the time you get to the end of the line, you're looking at all the cookies and shit, and you're like, oh man, I only got like 60p. I can get like one or a drink.
And
I'll
you
get
gotta
a
make
drink
big
instead. I'll
decisions,
be
fam.
high. Innit? But
Oh,
no, they cancelled that. Then it was just like sandwiches,
you know what?
sandwiches.
Yeah, yeah,
For
fam. And dead sandwiches as well.
for
Not even like no live or shit. Do you know what I mean?
nah, fam.
Dead being sat on the fucking side for 2 days.
And
Sandwiches. You know what I mean? Like, come on, you lot, man. Come on, y'all, man. You know what I mean?
just looking, even the packaging looks soggy, fam. Like, yeah,
Bro,
nah,
everything
don't
about it
do
just looked
that, fam.
grey in it. The whole thing just looked grey in it, blood. Like the sandwich, the filling, the package, everything
Yeah,
just grey. You know what I mean?
at that time, I started dipping by Sainsbury's before I go to school, yeah. And then I'll just get bread and I'll get them
Mm.
sandwich fillers in it. And I was like, if they go sell me sandwiches, fam, I might as well have lots of them, fam. Take some home and have some later when I get home as well, fam, as a snack, bro. Yeah, fam. Niggas like talking about Jamie Oliver sandwiches and shit. Nah, dog.
J-
Yeah,
yeah,
be
nah, it's
alright.
cool, bro. We'll be alright, fam. Don't
Oh,
worry,
and
fam.
Sainsbury's still had the hot counter as well, so I could get a better tea. It was, yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah,
hop over
yeah.
the bridge to the Sainsbury's quickly, fam.
See, I was, yeah, like, because I think it was only like the sixth formers that would let, like, leave the school premises, like,
Mm.
on lunch and shit like that. So, like, when we were
Oh,
still in
this would be before in
school,
high school. Yeah, nah, this is
yeah,
before,
when we
fam.
were still in high school and that, like, fucking, there was, like, a back fence that you'd have to hop over in it. And it's like bare trees and shit. But if you keep walking and then you
Mm.
turn right down at the bottom, you come out by the shops. Do you get me? It's just one of those sort of weird things. So we had to
Yeah.
fucking like, brother, you know what? You know, as we're having this conversation, it's making me think about high school. Fam. You know what high school is, bud? Like in a
Mm.
watered down version. But high school is like jail, but with girls.
You
And what I
reckon?
mean
It's
is,
like a jail.
what I mean is this, yeah, in terms of how people relate to each other and just like shit that people do and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
There's a prison element to it in it. But the thing
There
that
is a
stops it from
bit, to
going
be fair.
crazy is like the girls and
There's
shit.
girls
That's why
there.
like them all boys school, you hear they be on madness, do you know what I mean? Because it's
Ah,
just a
but it's
bunch of
not though. It's not that bad though at old boys school. I went to old boys school too, fam.
I swear.
It's not as mad as you think, fam. It's a bit more like broish, fam.
Because my guy
It's
went
like,
to
yeah.
one of my old guys, he went to an all boys school in it. And
Mm,
he didn't say it was mad like niggas was beefing every day, shit like that. He just said that
mm.
they were just on some next stuff. Like, so
Oh
that
nah,
bro thing, yeah.
there was like
But they were just
rankings
on
and
some like,
hierarchies and shit. Do you know what I mean? But like, yeah, it's just one of them. Like, nah, it's all character building. Do you know what I mean?
yeah, 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 yeah.
Yeah,
But the
yeah,
reason I
yeah.
say that though, yeah, the reason I even said that, yeah, is because I was just thinking like the lunchtime, what we would, the same
Mm,
pasta king, yeah, because they
mm.
only used to do it like one day out of the week, and like they wouldn't tell us when it was going to be done. They would just kind
So
of
it
do it
was
because
just
obviously,
random.
yeah, because like they knew the pasta king used to go off like people, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So what we used, bro, we used to treat like this. So these times here, I'm like in year 10, maybe
Mm,
year 10, something like that. We used to
yeah.
treat the year sevens like runners, bro. Like we would get some of them like, yo, go stand in the queue in it because there's bare people queuing. And what they used to do, they'll
And
let the year sevens go first because they're year sevens. You get me? So we would tell them, man,
ah.
yo, you go queue up, go get the food for man, and then you can go back and get your food. Do you get me? Like you can get your food after, bro. And if you don't, it could be an issue for you. Do you get what I mean? But like, but like,
That's sick.
but we was like brethrens with them in it. It was like bully
Yeah,
brethrens, if that makes sense.
yeah.
It was like, nah, you man can play ball with us and shit, and you man can this, but yo, like, alright, go
But you
stand in the
still
queue up.
got, yeah, it's rites of passage. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, fam. We used to
The
make them
big
like
dog
fight and
always
shit, fam.
flex a
Like
bit like that, fam.
proper like fight
Ah,
club shit,
preach.
bro. We used to make them like fight and shit, bro. Not to the point of
Nah,
like
you lot.
killing each other, but just like, nah, you two might have to scrap in it, and we'd all stand in a circle around them. It's like, nah, you man can't, like, you man have to scrap right now, bro. Do you get what I mean? And then we'll break it up. Do you get me? But if you man scrap, you can fuck with us, fam. You know what I mean? And because they
So
year
like some
sevens and
gang
shit,
shit.
they down. Do you get what I mean? That, bro, it's literally like some gang shit. And because they year sevens, it like to them being cool with the year 11s in year
Yeah,
seven.
being cool
That
with the year 11s is a mad thing, fam.
bro,
Yeah, that was me
listen,
too, fam. I
that was
remember,
bro. That's what I'm
yeah,
saying, fam. When man was in year seven, bro, like thankfully that I knew a couple of the people like outside of school who were
yeah,
in the school in it, and a couple of them were like, I guess as the mob would say, made men. Do you get me? So like my school bus, because we used to have like a school bus
ones with
system, like
older
even all
brothers
of
and
that,
that.
the fucking government got rid of and shit, like all the play schemes. But anyway, like
Old,
my high school had a school bus because obviously kids lived in like different areas and shit. So literally,
yeah,
it'd be like a double decker bus, and it's only for the kids, and it will take like you to the school depending on whatever.
yeah. Just
And
straight to
even
the
that,
school.
bro, huh?
Just straight to the school, innit?
Yeah, yeah. So it would stop at a bunch of stops, and obviously people would know where stops are and shit. But then it would just
Yeah,
take the kids to the school. You get me? So like
yeah,
other like adults and shit couldn't get on the bus. You know what I mean? But
yeah.
fucking even that, bro, was a hierarchy thing, fam. 'Cause you see, to like sit at the back of the bus, that mean that you were
Oh,
made
nah,
man, bro.
yeah,
You were
nah,
made
you
man,
made,
bro.
fam.
You know what I mean? And when you were year seven, bro, and you can walk to the back of that blood clot, fam, like when you want to talk about clout, these young
Man,
niggas
you
don't know
walking
about
past
clout,
them
bro.
girls and shit. Aye, fam, and
Fam,
you walking past these man, and they're like, "Oh, how come you get go sit with them, man? Oh,
and when the year
ah,
11s like hood you
popping
and
your
shit, like
collar,
yo,
shit like, in
obviously they wouldn't say
it."
Drizz in it, but they'd be like, yo, Drizz, come fam, I come back here, yo, come chill, man.
In
What you saying? All of that,
It's
fam, and
like
you
a
walking
moment in a
past,
movie in your head, innit? It all going in
brother.
slow motion and shit. You looking all cool and shit.
These
You
niggas
got
now
the
don't know
walk
what clout
down and
is, bro.
shit.
That was the purest form of clout you could get, fam.
Oh
Immediately
my
clouted,
days,
bro.
fam.
Cause see, when you go back to your year seven class, bro,
Immediate, fam.
every gal into that blood clot, fam, got something
Yeah.
to say to you now,
Like,
fam.
oh, you know those guys. Oh, yeah, those guys are so
And
cool.
then you
Like,
being fake
oh,
humble and shit. It's like, oh nah, it's just like my
like,
guys in it. You
yeah,
know what I mean?
nah, do you know what I mean? You know what I mean? Yeah, nah, yeah.
Fucking, and don't get it twisted.
Nah,
Like,
I was just straight up with man's fam. I was just like, yeah, nah. I know their little brother in it. Their little brother's obviously like one of my guys and shit.
yeah, yeah,
And then
yeah,
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 like
yeah,
we
yeah.
just do you know what I mean? They're just looking out for man and that, and they did as well, fam. They did the
Nah,
best
yeah,
to look
yeah,
out
yeah.
for man, fam.
That's the good
I
thing
remember
about
this,
that time, like, because the
and
year like when we was year sevens, they would fuck with us and shit, but like nobody else could ramp with us. Like, say again, times
yeah,
when other schools would try to do shit. Like the year 11s were like, nah,
nah, nah, nah,
you can't fuck with our year sevens, bro. We've done this whole thing,
yeah,
but like,
nah, nah, yeah, nah. I remember this one time, like this fucking guy, fam. He's just chasing me around. I can't remember what the argument was about. Most likely
was it the
football, fam.
football done?
Them days, fam. And more likely, fam. I think it was him actually. It was him actually because he is prone to just overreacting a lot in it. So
Nah, you
yeah,
was
I'm
bullying
pulling
homeboy,
away.
fam. Let's tell the truth, bro. You used to
Nah, nah,
target him
deep it.
and said,
Nah,
"I'm
check it
gonna
out though,
fuck
fam.
with you, bro.
Nah,
I'm gonna make you look
it's
like
cause
an idiot, fam. I'm gonna."
it's
You were
cause
playing
he
like
would
left
always
wing,
be
yeah,
rough,
and
fam.
he was playing a whole different position, and you would run across the pitch
Nah,
just do him up in it.
he the one that always started the shit, fam. He come and find me and try to take me out, fam. Do you know what I mean? But we on gravel, fam. Don't take me out on gravel, bro. Come on, fam.
Because then
All
I'm
right,
gonna have to
then.
make
That's
you
what
look
you
extra
wanna do,
stupid.
yeah.
Will, don't
Yeah,
put the
that's what you
sauce on
wanna
it,
do,
bro.
yeah. All right, fine, fam. Fine, fam. I hear this
And I can
particular
imagine
day
Will
he
doing
chased
some bullshit skills to man as well. You know, like the bullshit ones where like man
little
pretend to pick
rainbow
up the
flick and
ball,
shit, fam.
like rainbow flicks, put it over his head, and then back over his head again. Like, you know what I mean? Just dumb stuff in it, like
Nah,
fake man out, make him fall,
nah,
like
nothing
drop
mad like
shoulders
that,
on
fam.
man. Man do
Just a
Ronaldinho
little
flicks
drop
on this
shoulder
nigga and shit.
change direction. Do you know what I mean? Just a little drop shoulder change direction around the outside, fam. Nah, fucked him up though. Anyways, like he chasing me around the playground and shit. I'm laughing because I'm like, us jokes in it. Ha, ha, come on, bro, chill out. Ha ha ha, chill out, chill out. Like, but he chasing me, fam. He really trying to like get man, fam. So I ran past like the little bit where like all the year 11s will stand to smoke in it because it's like, oh, if I get away here, I can run onto the field and make a bigger distance. And then they're
Right.
like, bro, why you being like that? And then come back around, fam. Because
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
not,
yeah, yeah, yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
fresh uniform. Do you know what I mean? Mums was like, oh, if you, do you know what I mean? Get the uniforms there, you get
Mums
some
is
money
not trying
there.
to hear none of that shit. Yeah, yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, yeah.
fam. So I'm like, yo, fam, you gotta chill out, fam. Something like, cause man, my shit's fresh right now, fam. Yeah, but anyways, man, like, yeah, I went past the little shelter thing, and then I just heard, I turned
Oh
back
shit.
around. They grabbed man, fam. But like, they grabbed man by the shoulders of his jumper, fam.
Oh
Like,
god.
pulled him back, and
Oh
then they
god.
boom stood him like there in it, and they're like, yo, what's happening? Why are you chasing man down for, fam? And oh yeah, oh football, yeah. And I was like, yeah, innit, fam. There's not even a reason, bro. Why you chasing, man, fam? It's all right, fam. You'll do better next time. Do you know what I mean? Keep them legs closed. You know what I'm saying? It won't hurt so much, fam.
But see, what you're not realizing, yeah, is that you said that to this man like 79 days in a row, fam. Because every day I know you was going there and embarrassing this youth, fam.
No,
Which is
but I
why he made a
wasn't though.
personal vendetta to get you, fam. Because
Nah,
I know, bro. Especially young Will, fam. No, bro. I know Will was doing some
nah,
bullshit to
fam.
this kid, fam. Just fucking with this kid on the football pitch for no reason, fam. And then smiling and being like, oh, good game, bro. Yeah, now you
Nah,
played really well, knowing full well he
I
didn't
was,
play well, fam. And you being fake nice to this. I know you, bro. Tell the whole story, fam.
nah. Do you know what it is? Yeah, I was nice, fam. But it's like, oh, if you're gonna try and hurt me, fam, do you know what I mean? There are certain people that would like, yeah, like, fam, like you hate me, but you're a class defender, so I can't really like, do you know what I mean? But then there's that respect of like, you might just still get me, do you know what I mean? So I won't
Yeah.
hurt him too
There's
much,
like
fam.
certain man who like
A
their
pride thing,
aim
innit?
wasn't to hurt you. Their aim was to do the thing.
Yeah,
But if
they're
they
just
hurt
trying
you
to do
doing
the
that,
thing,
then whatever in it.
innit?
But the aim wasn't
Whatever,
just to
fam.
hurt you. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Whereas this
But if
guy,
you running from
he wasn't
way
even trying to
there,
play
fam,
football with you, fam. Like this guy was just
nah,
trying to
you
break
running
your
from
leg,
way
bro.
across there, trying to dive in 2 feet like you diving into the swimming pool on some fucking Red Bull Extreme Sports shit, fam. Like, nah, fam,
Man tried to
nah,
2 foot you on gravel, bro.
bro, nah. This was another time. That day when he then punched me in the back of the head, fam. I did some FIFA Street show, man, fam. He came in with his
I
little two
know,
foot tackle.
bro.
I
Listen, do
ran,
you not
I
hear me call it
stopped, I
before?
picked it up with both feet and jumped over, man, yeah. And he was
See,
just
nah, see,
sliding, fam. And then I
nah,
stopped
you're
for a
nah,
second, I gave it a pass, and I was like, I didn't even address it, fam. I just went back to my position, fam.
nah,
Because,
nah. You
yeah,
doing capoeira on man, bro. You doing Eddie Gordo Tekken moves on man. Nah,
nah,
nah, nah.
that
That's
was my
different,
young
fam.
self, fam. Yeah, my reflexes were
Man said
quick,
I picked the
fam,
ball
them
up with
days
my
as well,
feet and
fam.
flicked it over his head,
With the
bro.
both
You
of
know,
them.
even in FIFA
Nah,
Street, fam,
I
you have to
jumped
do like a
over, man,
special
fam.
button combo to even do that, bro. Like that trick, you can't even
Yeah,
just do it,
nah,
fam. You have to know the combo to do the trick. And you're doing this to man in real life, bro. You
yeah,
turn him into,
nah.
bro.
He
You're
deserved
sick,
it,
fam.
fam. He deserved it, fam. How you gonna try to break my legs at lunchtime, fam? Or like in PE when lunchtime is just about to be up, fam? I'm hungry, bro. And you gonna try to shove me to the hospital, fam? Nah, 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 nah,
Bro.
nah. I actually did my geography homework this week, fam. I'm not missing it. They're gonna be like, oh yeah, it's just because he want to get away with the homework.
That was
Nah.
one thing in it. When you actually did the homework, bro, you're like, I'm the first in that your blood clot cast, bro. I'm the first in here, bro. Fuck that. I miss. You gotta check the homework, miss. Like,
You're sitting down, arranging your pens and your rulers and shit. Like,
listen,
yeah. Get the book out all smug and that, wiping it like it's special, fam.
bro.
Open
But
it.
now I was even
Yeah.
more bait with it, fam. I'd walk in the class of people coming in the class, yeah. And again, because I would just be cool with not cool with the teachers like that, but I would just like chat to them in it, like whatever.
Hey.
Yeah, but, and I'll come in. I'll be like, oh, yo, miss, I did that homework, you know. Yeah. And just go to me, like, just, she didn't even ask me nothing. Do you know what I mean? She didn't even say nothing to me. Do you know what I mean? She didn't even say, hi, Drizz. She just, like, yo, miss, I
Oh,
did that homework, you know. And man would be looking at me like,
nah.
nigga, why you reminded about the homework, fam? Like,
That
and I'm
one
like, oh,
time
you
when
man.
you did it, yeah. That one time,
But
fam.
I was such a hypocrite, bro. On the other way around, yeah, if I didn't do the homework and someone mentioned that, fam, it's like, bro, the
Yeah,
fuck,
no.
fam? Like,
What you
what's
doing,
wrong
bro?
with these
Why?
snitch, man, bro? These man are
What's
snitches,
this
fam.
guy? Slow teacher's pet, fam. Slow fucking, slow nerd, fam. Slow teacher's pet, fam. Talking about homework for, fam. Uh, it's
Now,
funny that,
schools,
innit?
high school is funny, man. High school is funny. Like, we used to have this thing, yeah, where, like, so obviously, again, we're like, say, year 11s, whatever, cool. And
Mm.
the kind of main playground that the school had, it was basically like, you know, when they put tennis courts on concrete,
Yeah,
like they sort of draw the
yeah,
lines
like
out and
that.
shit. It
Yeah,
was like that, but obviously there were no nets and nothing like that, and it was just kind of like
nah.
3 tennis courts
Yeah, we
side to
had that.
side.
Yeah,
So it was like what we
we
would
had that.
kind of do is like we would take up 2 of the things and play like a big match. Do you get what I mean? And
Yeah,
obviously, like a lot of other people, you just kind of have to deal with it. Unfortunately,
it's the
you can
nines,
play
the
as if
tens,
we're in
and
the mood.
11s, fam.
Yeah, the year 10s, we'd like play the year 10s because like they was smoky as well. To be fair, so we respected them. But
Yeah,
like anyway, yeah, what we would do because
but
obviously all I guess the quote unquote cool niggas would like play ball and shit in it. So all the galley them, like all the girls, they would watching it
no, they'll come
and they
and
would
watch
sort of
by the side.
yeah, they would like sit on the side. You know how it goes, innit? And what
Yeah, I
man used
know,
to
fam.
do would be like fucking obviously it it's so weird to explain, but it was almost like a thing where you would go up to a certain girl and you'd get her to like hold your shit while you're playing ball in it. And it's
Ah,
like
chosen, chosen.
so and if she's like, yeah, I'll hold your shit, it's like, alright, fam, you might have a bit of motion, you know what I mean? Like you might have a bit of motion.
And
I remember this one, bro. This one girl who like everybody was on it, and like she was there, and like couple man were like, yo, hold my shit. It's like, oh, I'm not gonna hold anybody's stuff, Man went up in it, and I was like, yo, I know you say not holding anybody's stuff in it, but like, yo, would you mind? Because like, obviously, I don't want to put it on the side because you know, like, man, I try to like rob your phone and shit.
no.
And she's like, yeah, right, like I'll hold you, my nigga. When I tell you, I gave you a Ronaldinho performance that day, fam, bro. It was
I
different,
bet,
fam.
fam.
It was
I know,
different,
fam.
fam.
I bet, fam. Because you
Fam,
got
when I
energy
tell
now,
you,
and there's a
fam,
boost there, fam.
blood, I'm scoring headers, I'm scoring free kicks, I'm scoring volleys, I'm running bro. I was going crazy, fam. I was going insane, fam. You would think the scouts were there at the school watching, man, but I was going mad. You know what I mean? Like I was going absolutely crazy,
Trust me, fam.
but like a full battery in my back, fam. You know what I mean?
Oh my lord. That reminds me of a time when we beat this like the different school
Right.
and like all their girls were watching this shit, fam. We watched them, fam. It was so peak, fam. They
Oh,
started
that
leaving
was
this shit,
always
fam.
great.
Yeah,
Yeah,
nah, they
that was
started
always
leaving
great.
this shit, fam. It's like, no
Nah,
way,
nah.
fam.
Oh,
Wait, you
bro.
should stay for us though. We beat these man, innit?
Yeah. Because what we like, I don't know if your thing was the
But it's
same,
politics though,
but
innit? You can't just be mixing with no other schools, man. And that what
now you know what it
traitor, fam.
was like.
Traitor, fam.
Our year 11 school compared to like the local schools around us would play. Like
Uh,
we
uh,
were kind of the smokiest school in it. Like there were a couple man who
uh,
were like on things that were in the football team. Do you get what I mean? So
do you
like
reckon they just like scouted you, man, from like primary school and was like, yeah, nah, these lot can play ball. They got like all right grades. Yeah, bring these, man.
now you know what it is, because again, like I'm saying, bro, it's like prison rules, fam. Like there were certain
Uh,
schools where I went to school, like that were kind of local to it. So there was one that was like 5 minutes down the road, and there's another one that's like
yeah,
15 minutes away, another one that's like 20 minutes away.
mm,
So like the schools would just have beef. Do you get me? Because a lot of time people walk
yeah.
home in certain directions, you cross paths and shit. And
And then
basically, like, I think the year 11s before us put in like mad work. Do you get what I mean? Like they put in mad work. So
they
like
gave you
we
man
didn't
a
even have to
reputation,
do
yeah.
that much because like when they would hear, oh, we're playing Abbey Grange, it's like, oh shit, Abbey Grange. Nah. Do you get what I mean? Because the year 11s before us, they put in mad work, bro. Do you know
Yeah,
what I
because the
mean?
OGs were going crazy, fam.
We're going insane, fam. Going mad, bro. And again, like that's what I'm saying. When you were year 7 and you hearing some of the stories these man are telling, fam, how one man knocked out one of the teachers in the other, so like, bro, work putting in work, fam. You know what I mean? And so like when we go to some
That
of these
must be
away
so
games,
mad for that teacher, fam. So you can't
brother,
like hit him back or fight him back. That's mad, fam.
brother. I remember like one of the stories they were telling was basically like the teacher, he was their coach, but he was also
Mm.
like the referee because there was no ref available or something. And apparently he was just making mad calls. And like one of the youths, I won't even say your name, but shout out to him, fam. But the whole thing was basically how they explained the story was like
Mm.
he disallowed 2 of man's goals in it.
Ah,
So he
nah.
was on a
Ah, yeah.
thing of,
Yeah.
bro, if you disallow one more goal, I'm going to fucking spark you out,
Yeah,
blood.
it sounded a
Like,
bit personal or kind of
and
sounding
and
something
then
like, fam.
apparently what happened was like he was through on goal or whatever, and he got taken out in
Mm.
the box in it, like just a dirty tackle, like clear penalty shit. And man just didn't call it. He was just like, nah, it's not a pen, because like I think they ended up losing the game. I think it was like 1-0 or 2-1. Like, it was by 1 goal in it.
Ah, painful, fam.
And like they just and bro, apparently fam, man got tackled. And like again, we were at this time we're year 7, so they're just telling the story in
Yeah.
it. They were like, apparently man got up, bro. He didn't say a word to the guy that tackled him, fam. He just slowly jogged over to the ref and just lamped him in his shit, bro. And like I don't
You
know
knocked
how
him
the high
out.
school youths are made now, yeah. But back then,
Oh my
like
lord, fam.
my, my nigga,
Oh yeah, nah, fam.
there was one nigga in my year, bro, who you heard of One Punch Man, innit? When I tell you,
Yeah.
blood, like I saw this dude fight a couple times, and when I tell you, blood, if he licked somebody with that right hand, it was over,
It's done
fam.
as fam.
Like different shit. So anyway, like yeah, my man, like apparently he's like laid out the ref, blood. Like, do you get what I
Damn.
mean? And it's turned into this whole thing. Do you get what I mean? So like, yeah, the year 11s before us, they put in mad work in it. So what would happen is when we would
Fucking
go and
hell.
play schools, they would be like, oh shit, like it's
It's
them
these
man,
men.
like oh, I'd be Grange man in it.
Better
So it's like
better get our ideas together.
they would be extra careful with any of that smoky shit. Because we never
Yeah.
came in on some like, yo, what the fuck will fuck up, and like we never came in on that. But
Mm.
between the guys on our team, like we could, you know what I mean? If we had to handle our thing, we could handle our shit. Do you get what I mean?
Yeah.
And so yeah, you said about like the other schools girls and shit. I remember this one game, bro. We went from we beat them like 5-0, fam. And like I didn't score
Yeah.
any of the goals, bro. Like man did my thing and played, but where we was playing on the side of the pitch, they had some of the day girls there in it. So the whole
Ah.
game, bro, I'm trying to drop game and shit. You know what I mean?
You
Fucking, I ended
macking
up
on
getting,
their girls and shit, fam.
bro. At one point, yeah, I was trying to like, because we were up like 3-0 at this point. At one point, fam,
Uh,
I was trying to do shit where my man would like sub me off in it.
nah,
But he just wouldn't, because I wanted
disrespectful,
to get
fam.
subbed so I could go and like chat to shorten it. But he just wouldn't sub me off, bro.
Disrespectful, fam.
He just wouldn't sub me off, bro. You know what I mean? But like, yeah, fam, we used to do shit like that, bro. Like, yeah, crazy shit, man.
Disrespectful, fam.
Funny, man.
Nah, it's it was a beautiful time in life, fam. Felt like I could
Yeah,
run forever. Felt like, yeah, fam. Do you know, like on FIFA when you got like the mode and like the what's it called, that house rules thing, and you can have
yeah,
like
yeah.
the thing where it sometimes like give you like speed or it sometimes give you like shooting accuracy and that.
Mm.
You know that mode or what's it called?
Yeah.
That one.
I know
See
what you
the
mean.
one that give you all the boosts, yeah.
Right.
That like the purpley one that gives you like all the speed, the shooting, the
All the
skills, the
shit, yeah.
everything. That one, yeah. That's how I felt every single time I touched that ball, fam.
Nah, legit, and you
The
didn't
trick
even really
worked, the trick
appreciate it
didn't
at the
work,
time, innit?
innit?
Yeah, for
Like,
real,
fam,
for real.
nah. So
We
Rainbow
used to have
flicking it
like this.
over, man, fam.
Man said
Getting
he did a
get
FIFA street move on
full
the
on
guy,
body
bro.
checked, fam.
Do you know how
Nah,
like
fam,
physically in shape you have to do to even bust that move, bro? Like, because you're
bruv,
essentially
I
doing like
told
a
you,
fucking cartwheel in the middle of a fucking football game, bro. Do you know what I
bro,
mean? Like,
my shit was on Twitch, bro. My shit was on Twitch, fam.
No academics, fam. Like,
Nah, it used to be so thing like that, yeah. That they just used to be like, oh, because I used to like play on the Ryan side, and they just used to
mm,
be like, oh, if you get it, yeah, and like Will's like near the guy, and they like near the halfway line, yeah, just bang it up the wing, fam. Man will get it. As long
yeah,
as you
yeah,
don't
yeah,
bang
yeah.
it like out of the thingy, yeah, you'll reach that, fam.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Nah, that
Or
was
like
my thing.
if I got the ball, yeah, they wouldn't like come to attack straight away. They'll like first back off to try and see like, oh, what's happening, fam. Because they know, fam, once you come inside and you give me that little foot on this left hand side, I'm out of here, dog. I'm coming right inside, fam.
You
And I'm
see,
gonna do some dumb shit like a no look pass or something, fam. Like, cheeky, fam. Sometimes it don't work, innit? But it's one of
no,
them. You just that's
obviously,
like,
obviously. You see
hey,
the way we used to like ting it though. Like, say, obviously, when we're just like playing in PE or playing like at lunchtime and
yeah,
shit. Like I said to you before, like our sort of year group was split into like two separate sides in it.
mm,
So they basically like we would sort of sort the sides out like that, and like literally on each side they're like two guys that are like the guys of football. So there's
yeah.
like me and this other brother on our side, and there's these two other brothers on their side. Every game, fam, guaranteed, each of us had like 2 3 man marking us per game. To the point where like we used to make jokes about it, innit? Because like, yo, you man have to play ball, you know, fam. Like you can't just mark us, bro. Like you man have to actually
And
kick the ball, you know, fam. Because certain times,
you
like
gotta
man will
kick
try
it
to do
at
a
some point,
pass,
fam.
a man will try to do a pass, and it would just go to nowhere because there's no one open because everyone's marking with it. Like, you know what I mean? Like we used to literally like joke about it and shit. It's like, yo, like it's
Uh,
blood. Yeah, that I was, and it's
but
like you said, fam.
that's the problem, innit?
Yeah,
But yeah,
yeah,
my thing was the lack of discipline. Do you know what I mean? I was a bit of a I wouldn't say I was a jokey guy. Do you know what I mean? But I just never really took it serious because I always just like tried to do outrageous shit. Do you know what I mean? So they never like that.
yeah.
Like the coach of like the first team, he didn't like that. He hated when he had to start me, but he knew him.
He knew what
He
it
liked
was.
to
Yeah,
start.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, he liked to start this other geezer in front of me. But then it's like, nah, but dog, I'm better than him, fam.
You were Balotelli.
And they, yeah,
You
but
were
then they were
better,
like,
but
oh,
you
you a
just
liability, fam. Yeah, you a liability, fam. Because man will be through on goal, yeah. It would be like me one on one with the keeper or something. Instead of doing some like simple shit like, oh, just like boom, shoot. Yeah, I got like skin man in it. I gotta leave, man, fam. I got, you know what I mean?
I would have leave him
Show
in
out,
a
fam.
pile on the
Show
floor
out,
in it.
fam. Yeah, gotta show out, fam. You know what I mean? Sometimes I'll do
Nah.
some dumb shit like, you know, like what's it called? The Rabona. The
Yeah, yeah,
behind
yeah,
the
yeah, yeah,
play,
yeah, yeah.
yeah, that one. Unnecessarily, fam. Just for no reason, fam.
Just
But
because,
that's
just
yeah,
because.
that's how I was, fam. I just like to try and do spectacular shit, fam.
Nah, like I hear that, man. I hear that. Cause like even when I was like again in high school and shit, like I actually got like
Mm,
scouted and that. Do you get what I mean? You know,
mm.
Micah Richards.
Yeah, yeah.
Like he's from the city and he's like I know him. Do you get what I
Oh
mean? Like
yeah,
I know
yeah,
his
yeah.
peoples and that. Do you get what I mean?
Oh
And
what?
his dad was a scout at Man City at the time. Shout out to Lincoln. Yeah, shout out to Lincoln, man. Good dude.
Jeez.
But like obviously I was doing my thing, da. And again, like my
Mm,
mums know his people, da. And
yeah.
I remember he had come to like watch one of the games and shit in it. And he
Mm.
was like, yo, like, what's good, you know, da. And sorry, I'm lying. He wasn't a scout at Man City. That's sorry, the wrong team. He was a scout for Bradford City.
Yeah,
Apologies. I said Man City and that was incorrect. He was a scout for Bradford City in it. But
yeah.
he was like, yeah, man, like come down. And like man went there, you know, I mean man was there for a little bit, but then like eventually didn't make the cut in it. But like,
Mm.
yeah, fam, like man used to really play ball and shit, fam. But I think
Nah.
like I remember when I got dropped from that academy team and like
Mm.
it proper disheartened me. Do you know what I mean? Like
Yeah, you can
it
imagine, fam.
proper
Because it's
like
like,
took the
yeah, if
wind
I
out of
make
my
it,
sails. You know what I mean? Like it
yeah, yeah,
just,
for real, fam.
I was just kind of like, I don't even want to like play football like it proper because again,
Yeah,
before that time, bro, you could not tell me I wasn't going to be a footballer. Like you couldn't tell me
yeah.
no different. It was like, even when mum would get on me about like the schoolwork and shit sometimes, I'm like, well, don't even worry
Yeah.
about that, bro. Like, it don't even matter, fam.
I'm be kicking
I'm
ball
going to
anyways. That's
ball
cool.
because
Innit?
anywhere I've ever played ball up until this point, anywhere I've ever played ball in my life, I'm better than 99% of the people. Like, I'm just
Yeah.
better than man. And even when man are better than me, I usually figure out how to be better than them. Like, do you get what I mean? So I
Yeah.
remember like a proper, and again, you're a kid at this point, innit? So you're a bit more juvenile or a bit more, what's
Yeah.
the word? Naive in a sense. So in my
Yeah.
head, I'm like, all right, cool. This is the first step. I'm gonna go from here and da 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 da. And when they were just like, yeah,
Mm.
nah, like we're not gonna do. I was just like, oh shit, fam. Oh
Damn.
shit. And I remember, because again, obviously, my mum's is like, yo, man, put the laughing emoji first. Yo, someone just put the laughing emoji to my heartbreak story. That's sick. That's sick.
That's cold for me.
That's cold as ice, bro. What the fuck?
Damn,
That's cold.
homie.
Oh shit, that's funny, fam. But nah, like my mum's was a single mum in it, and like her and my dad never really like got on like that. It wasn't no crazy
Mm.
beef. It was just
Yeah.
that in it. But I remember, obviously, when I started, like when the whole academy football shit started coming around, like my dad proper started like coming around. You know what I mean? Proper like, yeah, man, I'm gonna
Yeah.
drive you up there. You know what I mean? All of that. And
Mm.
obviously, me as a kid, bro, I'm just gassed. I'm like, oh shit, like Pops is about like da 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 da
Yeah.
da 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 da. And I remember like when obviously I didn't make like the team and shit, and like Pops's sentiment essentially was kind of like, shit, man. You know what, Dre? You kind of let me down a little bit. Like, I feel like you should have played a
Damn.
bit harder. Do you get what I mean? And I don't
Damn.
think he was trying to be hurtful. I think in his own way. And again, you have to remember, like,
Yeah.
I didn't live with my dad in it. Like, I'd only see him at times. I'd see him. Do you get me? So I
Mm.
think in his own way, he was maybe trying to give constructive criticism. Maybe he was just being fucked up. Like I don't know in it.
Mm.
But I just
Or
remember like
encouragement.
that ride. I
You
remember
know?
that car ride back, bro. Just feeling like the life had been taken out of me, bro. Because I'm like, this guy just told me like I didn't make the team, and my pops, who's hardly
Yeah.
around, is telling me that I let him down, bro. I was just like, I don't even care about football anymore, bro. Like, yeah, I remember that shit was mad, fam.
Mm.
That shit was mad. But
Nah, I
but
had
yeah,
that too. My old man was like, fam, listen. Because exactly the same. Get onto your books, bro. I said, man, that's not even going to matter anyways. The professional football in the Premier League. He said, all right then. How old are you now? That's been like, I don't know, like 12 or something like that. 13,
yeah,
12, 13. It's like, yeah, 12, 13, you know what I mean? Still plenty of time to get scouted and that.
yeah,
And
yeah,
he's
yeah.
like, nah, fam. He's like, nah, fam. The ones that get scouted, yeah, like they've been
It's got like
scouted
4
already,
or
fam.
5 in it. Yeah,
They was like 6 and 7 and 8 from getting
yeah,
scouted and shit from, you know what I'm saying? So, it's looking a bit mad from. It's like, oh yeah, well maybe like, maybe like Champions League or something. I mean, not Champions, Championship or whatever. It's like, man,
yeah.
how
You
many
like
people want
listen.
to
Yeah,
also
I'm
do
still
that,
12,
fam?
13. Like, yeah,
In it,
Jamie
I still
Vardy shit
got
in it. You're
plenty
like, I might
time,
come in
fam.
a bit
In it,
late, and yeah, yeah,
in
yeah,
it.
yeah.
It's like, nah, dog. And yeah, that shit was heartbreaking that day, fam. Because
Yeah, bro. Just
this was like
go.
before music, innit? Yeah, it was like
Yeah, yeah,
like
yeah, yeah,
about a
yeah, yeah,
year
yeah.
or two before music, fam. And I was just like, what's even the point, fam? What
Yeah,
am I gonna
yeah,
do with my life now? Do you know what I mean? I always just was like, yeah, man, football. Do you know what I mean? My thing.
yeah. Nah, that's so mad. That's so mad because I like that shit's almost parallel for me. In fact, before I go, let me play this voice. No, actually, one sec.
Big up yourselves there. No, no disrespect still, man. Wasn't no disrespect intention in it. Just made me laugh when you said 99% better than all of them.
Oh no, big up to you, Mike. Mike, big up to you. Nah, it's not a disrespect. It's just I think the thing's like on a delay or something. So I think sometimes when we talk, they
Yeah,
might hear it a little bit after in it. But it was
I
just
think
like
that's
at
what
the
happened.
point I was talking about like the heartbreak of not making the team, and I just saw the laughing emoji come up, and I was like, nah, that's sicko, fam.
Yeah,
Like
that's
somebody
frozen from
laughing at man's
sicko
heartbreak,
mode,
but
fam.
nah, big up to you,
And
Mike, though, man. Appreciate you tuning in. Ultra Melanin, I seen you in there as well, man. Big up to you
my
as well,
brother,
GG.
what are you
You know
saying,
what it
fam?
is. Yeah, big up, big up, big up. Still. But what was I gonna say though? Fucking yeah, it was like a similar thing for me in the sense of I remember because I always used to like write bars and shit as a kid, but
Yeah.
it was like a side thing. Because again, like you said, like to me, like you couldn't tell me I wasn't gonna be a footballer. Do you get what I mean?
Innit?
Like that's what my mind was set. Do you get what I mean? So like the music thing, I always kind of dabbled with it, but I never really thinged it like that. And again, remember after the football thing was done, and like you said, you kind of have that period, you're just like, well, the fuck do I kind of do now?
What
Like,
now, fam?
do you know what I mean? And I remember, again, like you do sometimes, you would hear like one of them old school grime beats or the grime sets or something, and da 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 da, and then you
Yeah.
write your bars and stuff. And I remember just feeling like, yo, man, like,
Oh,
I'm gonna just like write
this is
bars and shit.
right,
Do
you
you know
know.
what I mean? I'm just gonna write bars and shit. Do you know what I mean? Like, and I
Yeah.
remember again back then, it wasn't even make songs or be an artist or anything. It
Just
was
like write bars, fam.
just bars, bro. No hooks, no
Bars and
bridges.
bars and
Just
bars and
bars and
bars.
bars and bars and bars and
Hundreds of
bars.
bars, fam.
Because
Until
again,
the song ends, fam.
for people who might not know the way that like a lot of UK rap, UK grime, even like I guess grunge sort of stuff used to come in, you would have people play sets, whereas essentially like they would get an instrumental and just put it on a loop, essentially. And the whole point was you've probably heard if you've heard of an artist called Chip from the UK, he's got a slogan that
Yeah.
says "Can't run out of bars," and the whole kind of
Chip
ethos
can't run out
behind
of
that
bars.
is in the pirate radio set days or in like just the grime set days, the whole thing was like a winner stays on kind of mentality where the
Yeah.
beat would just keep playing, and if you want to keep rapping, you just have to keep spitting, and you can't spit the same shit. Like you can have your like things that you spit, but you can't just spit the same thing over and over again. Like you have bars and bars and bars and bars, and then once you can't go anymore, someone else would then jump in, and it's do you get what I mean? So
Yeah.
yeah, I remember like just doing that sort of shit. Fucking oh, bro, there was do you remember Galaxy Radio? I don't know if you would have got that round your side. I don't know if
Galaxy
that was
Radio,
that might have
nah.
been like a Leeds thing. I don't know, but there was like a
Nah,
one radio
cuz.
station. It wasn't pirate or anything. It was like a proper thing. But they were like the one radio station that, in essence, played like black music. So it was still kind of
Yeah.
mainstreamy stuff, but it wasn't like Britney Spears. Do you get what I mean? It was like you get your Craig Davids and the urban, the urban stations in it. And like
Yeah.
I remember there was one where Kano was in studio in it, and this is young Kano. This is like coming up and shit. And I remember there was a
Yeah, like
like a thing.
17 or something.
Yeah, he's young in it, and it was it was Steve Sutherland was the DJ. Steve Sutherland, he's like a black dude, kind of what's his very Trevor Nelson like that kind of a figure, I guess, in UK music. But I remember Kano came in and he did like a freestyle on the radio. So obviously, like he couldn't swear or anything, but
Yeah.
like I just remember listening to that shit. And these times here, my mom, because this was like the first flat that we had lived in, so this was before my mom even got like the yard and shit. But
Yeah.
I remember she had got me like a stereo hi-fi, the stereo shit with the speakers and that, bro. Because she see me like writing raps and stuff in it, and like again these times you don't know about Logic
Oh,
Pro, and
that's
you get what I mean. It's just my mom seeing a kid like music. You like music, stereo for you because you a good you. You know what I mean? And I
yeah.
remember fucking Kano was on the shit, bro. And these are the times, the cassette tapes. I remember I
Yeah,
bought
yeah. We
because I used to
recorded
buy
that.
cassette tapes to record sets off the radio so I could like
Yeah,
listen
yeah,
back to
yeah,
them and
yeah,
shit.
yeah, 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 yeah.
And I remember,
Put them
bro,
in the
man put
Walkman, fam.
I remember I had the fresh ones, and he's like, "Oh shit, Kano's on! Pull them out the rapper, fam. Put them in the stereo. It's recording. And he's just going and going and going. He's rapping, and I'm watching the cassette tape. And, you could see it on the little spinny thing.
Yeah.
I'm like watching it,
You
and it's
can see
going
the little
down and
red dot at
down
the
and
end,
down.
fam.
Yeah, and I'm
Yeah.
like, oh shit, it's running out of tape, bro. But like, I didn't want to stop it because he was still going. Do you get what I mean? I remember there
And
was one point I was like, fuck, I'm gonna have to stop it or it's gonna tear the thing. So I stopped it, and I think he might have spit for another like 8 bars, and then he kind of stopped and took a break for a sec. I
yeah.
remember fucking the speed in which I took that tape out, flipped it, set it back, put it, because it was the double-sided one you could like record on the
Double
double-sided
side the
cassette tape,
thing so
innit?
you flip it and
Bruh,
record over.
flip
Yeah.
that shit over, fam. Listen to that shit back, like. But like these were the things that we had to do back then. Do you know what I mean? There's no iTunes, bro. Like there's
Real
no
fam.
Apple Music. There's none of that kind of shit. And like these man, if you ask somebody who's Kano, a handful of people know who like. There's no UK rap scene from the ends. Like they don't exist. So it's like these little things that we had to do and shit. And I remember I
At
would
that
just
time.
like go on. Sorry, go on. Oh no,
I was
but
saying
like
at that
yeah,
time there
yeah.
wasn't really much you know what I mean? So it filled a gap that wasn't there. You know what
Nah,
I mean?
legit. And it was
Mm.
very, the definition of like underground. Like
Yeah.
it was very that where you kind of had to know somebody who knows, who can like, yeah, they've got the shit in it. Like,
Mm.
do you remember when that instrumental came out, Ghetto Coyote? Do you remember that instrumental?
Ghetto
Do you remember that?
Coyote. Nah.
Hold on. And by the way, I think from my little investigations that I've done, like I've gone on stereo and listened to like some other like shit, and there's people just playing. Oh, big up my guy Ultra. I went on Ultra's page and I saw like one of his things in it, and they're just like running tunes on there and shit. I'm like, oh,
Oh,
okay,
well.
like
Oh, the
yeah,
man
like
ain't get kicked out, fam. Hey, fam, I didn't know you
yeah,
could do
just
that. Hey, fam, we should start doing that, fam.
for real, bro, for real,
Yeah,
fam,
man.
for real, fam. Because I saw them doing that and I was like, oh shit, like this is good, and it just it just ran. It was nice. It was cool.
Yeah, man.
I hope I'm not snitching on my right now. Like, but like
Yeah, and
it
no, the
seemed like
other
it was
geezer,
still going,
that little voice note as well had music in his thing, and I suppose
and it
it's
was fine in it.
right, his voice note in this, do you know what I mean? So,
Again,
uh-huh.
because we artists, we always just extra careful with these kind of things in
And,
it. But if it run, it runs. You get me? But hold on, let me see if I can play this shit. One sec. Can you hear that?
nah. Okay.
You'll recognize it. We're taking it old school, baby.
Yeah. Yeah, baby. Oh, I do recognize it. Okay. All right. Okay.
You remember that shit, right?
Yeah. Yeah. I remembered it. Yeah. There's
Fam,
also been a consensus in the room that it's remembered.
fam.
Those were
I
the
remember when that
heydays.
shit first dropped here. When that shit first dropped, bro. Fam, pages upon pages upon pages, bro. Of just bars, fam. Of just bars on bars
Fam,
on
you
bars
saying
on
that,
bars.
fam? I used to have like a little duffel bag that was full of notepads, fam.
Yeah,
Mad,
yeah,
fam.
yeah, yeah, yeah,
That was
yeah, yeah,
always
yeah.
ready, fam. I said, what bars? Yeah, nah, don't worry about that. Hold on, which kind of ones you need, fam? I got selections, dog.
You know what man would do? Man would
Uh,
like, because obviously like notepads and shit, but not that my
yeah,
mum wouldn't buy me notepads, but I couldn't keep going asking her for notepads. You get me? So what I would
yeah,
do is, in school, like the books that you would write your work in and stuff. I would
yeah.
like get new books off the
In the back,
teachers in it.
innit?
Yeah, yeah,
Oh,
yeah. I would just get new books off them and just write, but I'd have to
that's
like write on the front of the book. I'd write like bars or something, or like "don't take to school" type of shit. You know what I mean? Because like obviously I wouldn't want to fucking take my bar book instead of the workbook. You get me? But like, yeah, bro, just all sorts of shit like that,
this
fam.
used
This
to
was
be like,
before me.
oh, I lost my book, miss. I lost it. And she'll be like,
Yeah,
oh,
yeah,
what? You
yeah,
lost
yeah,
it?
yeah,
You're gonna have to catch up all that work. Yeah, nah, I will, miss. Don't worry, I will.
yeah. Legit.
And then next week, be like, oh, it turns out I found it, miss. It was just under my bed. It's alright.
Yeah,
That was the book.
legit.
I started using it for something else now. Ah.
Them ones there, like all sorts of shit like that, bro. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, man, I had like a because I used to go to this like youth center in it, and there'll be
Okay.
like 10 man in the room, in this tiny ass little room. There's like a little computer, there's like a speaker set. They had like the thing to like do the whole like converting from a desk to computer, but it was like fucking like a unit them days, isn't it? It was like a massive thing, fam.
A whole thing.
So it was like, they got a studio there, fam. They set, fam. So we used to meet there like on a Friday at like 5 or 6 or something like that, and just be in there, fam. Door shut, everyone sweating. That room must have smelled hot, fam. But man, just in there, fam. It's like, once you even seem like you about to let up and start like slowing down on bars, somebody already cut you off and they jumped in, fam. So you have to be sharp. You know what I mean? You can't just show up here and be like, oh, dibby, fam. Like, nah.
You have to be ready to go and go and go in it.
Yeah.
No letting up, fam. Like, no letting up, bro. Because one little slip, a man is like, all right, let me go. You know what I mean? Like,
and you have a man like tapping you on the arm while you spitting, fam, and you looking at him like, fam, let me spit, bro. But you spitting still, fam, like it's all bad.
Yeah, legit. Man, right there on the mic with you in it. There was no 2 meter distance then, fam. Like, man, right there.
Nah, because he's tapping you to jump in, fam. You want to jump in. He just remembered the bar, fam. He's like, yo, fam,
he's tapping you. He's
to
tapping
be like, yo,
you. He's low key pushing you while he's tapping you in it. He's trying to get you out of the microphone. You know what I mean? Like,
nah, I remember there was this one time. There was like this, I don't know, like this producer geezer that came here, and he's like one of, I guess, like the pioneers of like the British hip hop scene, like early days, and
you know his name.
So this fucking hell, Mikey Don or something like that. He used to be with crispy something. They're the first like UK hip hop like act to be played on radio, basically, like live on radio.
Black guys, white guys, Asian guys. Like, what are you, like black dudes, white dudes, Asian dudes?
Yeah, black dudes, Jamaican dudes, Rasta dudes. Like full. Yeah. But then this man obviously showed up, and cause like it's just this bunch of kids that like they just love writing bars, they just fucking love off this shit, and it's like, wow, you one of the OGs and the thing, fam. So much respect that I was like, nah, I can't even bring you my mid-tier bar book today, fam. The black one for you, fam. The one that got the ones that I was like, oh yeah, these could be songs, fam. That one. That's the one I'm bringing, fam. Them kids was, fam, you should have seen it that time, fam. Man's just trying to go for the whole 7-minute instrumental, fam. Like, yo, chill out, fam. Chill out.
But you would have enough shit in the book to go, though, innit? Like,
fam. You don't even gotta look in the book, fam. It's in the muscle
memory. Yeah, once you get like the first 2 bars in your head, you can muscle memory all the way through.
It's always the first 2 that's like, how does it go? And then after that, it's like,
once you've got the words, the bop, and the cadence of them first 2, it's like, oh yeah, I remember this. Like,
I got it.
Go. You know what I mean? It's just one of them. Do you get me? But
that's where it starts, isn't it?
Yeah, for real.
But you do like, oh, do a freestyle. It just takes them.
Oh my God.
For real. And then you realise that you actually enjoy it.
Nah, them days there were just like, it was hectic times, fam.
Yeah, legit.
Yeah, at that time, that's when I was like, oh, do you know what? This is the thing, fam. Anything to do with that shit, fam. Anything, fam. Anything, fam. Anything.
How would you compare doing bars back then to how it is now? What would you say is the biggest difference?
The difference is back in the day, for man to be like, oh yeah, like he rap, it's like you can't just, do you know what I mean, do no simple ABC 1 2 3. We're gonna kick someone in the teeth, and then I'm gonna It's like that's not running, fam. You got like bars, fam. Like if you don't got bars, like put the mic down, go home, fam, or just sit and watch, fam.
Do you reckon that's because when you're a kid, you don't actually have anything to worry about like that, but when you're older, you sort of understand the in-depthness of the power of the words because you're basically trying to tell your story, and being an adult is so much harder.
I started to realise the power of words when I realised the rapping fast thing, how much of an illusion that is. Because obviously, when you're doing that, you're learning how to like structure it, and you're learning how like certain sounds make certain things like go quicker or like slow down the pace and shit. It's like, yeah, if that's what lacks now, kids don't really. Which is why when you get rappers like JID or shit that are like crisp, fam, and he knows what he's doing with the pen, fam.
Right, because different. Do you remember, right, this is my argument against fast rap all the time. Fucking, what do you call them? MCing, bro, do you remember that shit?
See, yeah, the bitty and that, you can't come around here with that, my G, and be like, oh yeah, I'm a rapper dog.
But no, they still try those.
Oh, nah, that's, you're not a rapper dog, you an MC.
You know what I think one of the big like differences is as well is that it's just a different reward system. Like back in the day, the thing that made you sick that people respected was that you had like really good bars. Do you get me? Like now, the kind of thing that makes you sick is like drip and sauce and like all that cool stuff. Do you get what I mean? Like back then, the beautiful thing about stuff like grime and stuff like that was like, listen, like Getz had a chipped tooth back in the day. Like it didn't matter because he could spit sick, and like that's what was respected. And in any kind of field like that, what people will do is they'll do the thing that will get the most admiration because essentially they want to be celebrated amongst their peers. So when you were a kid and you in these sets, the whole thing is like, yo, like Will said, like I had to get the black book for this guy because I want to make sure I've got my top level shit because that's what's respected. If he was like Quavo, like this guy that came to see them, he would maybe like, oh, let me make sure I put on my best drip and my this and my, because that's what's celebrated. And I think like that's more so the difference now. It's like the lyrical, miracle, spiritual rap shit, as they call it, isn't as celebrated or as like as bigged up as the other stuff now. And like I think that's more so the thing that. So when you see it now, like you said, JID and stuff, like that's why you like you respect it more if you like that sort of stuff because it's a lot rarer than it was. Like back in the day, you couldn't like be a rapper if you weren't rapping like that. Like all the melodic, like you couldn't do that. Sorry.
So would you say that as you've sort of matured through your rapping career so far and your experience, have you had any obstacles where you've come across where you felt yourself falling into that trap, like with your bars or with the direction that you have gone in any way? Like, do you think that it's quite an intense thing for someone who is going along that journey? Like, you have to be able to say no to that sort of lifestyle to a certain extent in order to keep that realness. Like, do you think that's quite a common thing for people to go up against?
I think that's really difficult, like, because like what Drizz is saying, it's like you could be, like you really could be, I don't know, one of the new kids, but you cut from the old club, It's like the reward systems still are going to make you make a twerking record.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? You're still going to want to make it more like, oh, you think a bit, and do you know what I mean? A bit more conscious or whatever, but still a twerking record.
This is true.
Do you know what I mean? You're still going to like hop on the drill thing because that's what's like.
It's money, man, and you have to keep them. You're signing up to these labels if you've got one like that. You're going to get me. They're going to be putting them pressures on you.
It's so difficult, do you know what I mean? For an artist to kind of like hold their ground.
I guess you make yourself more vulnerable to that, you know. And being a rapper, you put yourself in a position where you're literally in with the wild animals and that, and you're with the dogs there. Like you're in a vulnerable position still.
And you gotta like be like the dog. Otherwise, you're gonna get ate up.
You know what I think a lot of it is as well. I think like a lot of it is intention. I think. Again, I can only speak to like the experiences of myself and guess the people I've like done music with and stuff. But back in the day, again, there was no scene, there was no money to kind of go commercial for. Like, it wasn't a thing like that. And so the intention behind a lot of that scene that became the scene was, who's the sickest rapper, who has the most bars, who whatever. I think obviously with the demographic now and just kind of how like the industry of music is now, I think most artists, I'll speak for myself, but like for myself, in the process of like being a recording artist and starting to actually put music out to the world, like there is a period where I don't want to say you acquiesce, but you understand the climate or the wave, I guess, that's kind of around. And some waves are really good in the sense of like some shit really sounds dope because it sounds dope. And I think for myself, like I've definitely had things where I've tried to incorporate certain things. I think I've been fortunate enough, like for sound like I'm doing an interview right now, and it fucking hell. I've been fortunate enough where, again, from say when I first became like a recording artist, like professionally, let's say, like I've worked with Will from like the earlier days of that, and I've kind of been in an environment where you were put in a position where you were asked to kind of make those records that would spin in the clubs and spin in that. And what I found for myself was that that wasn't what was kind of in my heart as an artist to make. So it's not, I think it all comes down to intention, because some people are willing to say, fuck what my heart wants, I'm gonna make this shit because it goes. And that's what
it's
people
also
want to do.
if they like it too.
Sorry?
The first one.
Oh yeah, sure.
And it's like, it's kind of like if they actually fuck with that music like that too, then a little bit, then that's kind of like, okay, that's advantageous because you know you can enjoy making that music a bit more. But the thing is that a lot of the time, if you're really into like the actual English language when it comes to music and things like that, I find that you tend, like I personally tend to go to more of the underground music that wouldn't be necessarily listen to get the niche music, because that shit's raw, man. And I find that I like to listen to them artists when they start, but maybe.
But the problem is, like, if you're a 17-year-old artist, there's like an underground guy you respect, man. You like, man. Do you know what I mean? He's sick, but then he do like 10K. Do you know what I mean? But then like you see all the other guys and all the other shit that's popping and all the shit that your brethren are into and shit, and you're like, fuck, I gotta like do something like that.
That's what I mean. Like the pressure's there. Do you know what? There was a really good saying that you gotta tell yourself on them sort of times that I heard in church. And it said, "Don't drink poison just because you're thirsty."
Can you press buttons? I can't.
One sec.
I can't do it. 100%.
I can tell myself that. That's with people too. Like your people around you. Like sometimes you've got them friends that are such a buzz. You want to be around them because of that vibe. But then you tend to, Are they good for you on that level? Where are they supporting you towards the dream that you have? Just like, are you doing that for them? And is it that sort of group? You know, and you got to tell yourself, like, is it because you just want to go out and drink? You know, you got to tell yourself, nah, don't do it. You know, don't do it. Don't make them decisions. Don't be drinking that poison just because you're out here being thirsty like that.
Or drink it. You know what I mean? It's just ultimately, it comes down to just awareness. You get what I mean? Like, because again, the way I try to like structure my own shit, just anything I kind of deal with is, it's like we were talking about football before, right? And we were saying, no, I'm going to be a football. But I'm sure every young kid, boy in the UK at some point has that thought. But realistically, everyone can't be footballers. Like that, it just can't be that way. Do you get what I mean? And like, not everybody can do everything. And I think it's important to, I don't want to say find where you fit in, but more so you have to find the purpose that you're supposed to do. Do you get what I mean? So there's some people who dating is they supposed to make some shit for the club because that's what they're supposed to do. And like, you know what I mean? And it can be the most toxic, like fucking sexist, misogynistic, whatever, but that's what they want. And my thing is, if that's what you want it in it, but you have to just know that that's what you want. Do you get what I mean?
Yeah, this is it. This is it. You're
just
right.
like,
No, you're right. You can drink that poison, but you gotta make sure you strong enough to take that shit.
yeah. I think the problem now though
the
is,
dilutions, fam.
I think the problem now though is like with
Don't
a
be
lot
out
of the
here.
poison, they're not telling the people it's poison anymore. Like now they're just telling them
That's
that
it.
this
Yeah.
is just thing in it. And I think because even the
They're
conversation you
the
guys,
ones bottling it up. They're bottling
yeah,
it up to
exactly,
everyone.
exactly.
Born in the system where they're like, oh yeah, here's baby formula. Oh no, this isn't poison at all. Don't worry about that. It's just baby formula.
Yeah,
Make a
yeah.
baby drink. Oh.
And it's through every aspect of life. Sort of, like,
I'm not gonna say this is my opinion, but I read a meme and it said someone should have just finished the job that Guy Fawkes started. Just leaving that there. Not my opinion. Not saying that's my opinion. Just leaving that
When
there.
we start talking like that, they usually start cutting the signal and shit. You know what I mean?
This is what I mean, though. That's what I'm saying. I just read that shit on the internet. You know,
right.
don't believe everything you hear on the internet, kids.
Isn't
You know.
I did see like a similar tweet to that, and it was something like, it's mad how they taught us that he was like a bad guy in school, but the older you get, you kind of get it a bit more. You know what I mean? Like,
Propaganda that we didn't even know.
but if you lot have seen that film, there's a film called V for Vendetta. And if you've seen that, it
Oh,
touches
yeah.
thing in it.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah, it's like a sort of
Yeah.
Jeez. Nah, who's that, the director of that movie? Yeah, nah, he done an excellent job, fam.
Yeah,
girl, what's her name? Is it Keira Knightley?
not in that film, I don't think.
Is it not? It's a girl
Because
that
it's
look
like
like her.
it's a British film, innit? Or it's like British people.
Yeah, Keira Knightley's British, fam.
No, is she?
Yes, sir. Yes. Yeah.
You know who I'm confusing her with? You know who I always confuse Keira Knightley with? Natalie Portman. Sorry, you're right. I always confuse her with Natalie Portman.
It is,
right.
No, it was Natalie Portman.
It was Natalie Portman.
It was.
Oh,
it was
they
Natalie
look alike
Portman.
though, right?
They're both like ridiculously beautiful ladies. Like, I will give them that. Not gonna lie, they are stunning. But they do, I mean, I guess they have similar features. But I'd say that, I don't know, maybe because like when I think of Keira Knightley, I'm not gonna lie, I do think obviously Pirates of the Caribbean, but let's not dismiss Bending Like Beckham. Bending Like Beckham film when she was starting. Like that's my love for Keira Knightley right there. So that's the Keira Knightley hand.
Being like, sick. I didn't even know girls could play football.
The director is James
That's hilarious. That's hilarious.
By the way.
Real fun. James McTeague.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Or McTighe. Sorry if I've insulted anyone with my surname.
I ain't never heard of him before.
I wonder what else he's doing.
Oh no.
Oh man, why does it always do that on play?
Fair enough. But nah, like
what was up with that little audio?
Maybe someone just proving you can play music. I don't know, fam. Like, he just wanted to let some guitar strings go in it, so whatever. But now, just quickly back to that music thing we were talking about before. Like, I was just saying, like, the intention and shit. Because the question that you had asked was, have you ever sort of found yourself, falling toward that sort of side and shit? And the honest answer is yeah. But I think once you kind of realize that, again, you have to just make a decision about what you want to do artistically and musically. Like, for me anyway, like, I had to just kind of make a decision, a couple of years back, like, what kind of artist do you want to be? Because not everybody is for everything. Like, you can't do everything. That's why people like Drake get the stick that they get, because he tries to do everything and he's not great at all of it. It's like, well, if you just do the stuff that you're great at, the people that love that will celebrate that. You get people like J. Cole and shit who just does what he does. And he'll adventure and try shit, but he's him in it. Like, he's kind of unapologetically just him. And that's why people love him. And it's like, for myself, like, it was definitely one of those things. It's like, I'm just going to make the music that I want to make. And the people are supposed to gravitate towards it will. And the people who won't. And it's cool. Because if you're doing it for like the views and the plays and the number, like if you're doing it for that, then you're never gonna be in the same mind frame as me doing this shit anyway. Like your whole thing is gonna be different. Do you get what I mean? So I think it just
Not doing
ultimately,
it for the sake of doing it. Do you know what I mean?
yeah, or
And
profitability or marketability or
when you start
potential things.
adding the other reasons for
You know
doing
what?
it,
That should become monotonous. Do you know what I mean?
that's what happens.
Like, and
That's
for
what
people
happens.
who are artists, would you generally assume to be like very artistic and creative people,
It
right?
should be like
You know, that
eclectic and shit. Do you know what I
creative
mean?
freedom, you know, that you need in order to be yourselves and to thrive as the person that you are. Like, I feel like that gets taken away. Like, when you limit an artist what they can make, it makes no sense to me.
Yeah, you can see them.
You're not
Just
gonna go back to Van Gogh and be like, nah, do you know
they
what?
just don't
Change up your styles.
don't be themselves anymore. Do you know what I mean? They don't like connect as good anymore. They
But
don't.
that's the stuff that falls by the wayside, though, innit? Like a lot of that shit is just, you were speaking about noise last week. Like that's just kind of the ephemeral background noise. Do you know what I mean? I think again, a lot of the shit that's kind of remembered usually isn't even that celebrated in its time. Do you get what I mean? Like obviously it'll have the people that will fuck with it, but usually it's the shit that
Then it's
lasts the
like
test of time where like 10 years later you go back and you're like, raw, like this is good, you know what I mean? It's like that sort of stuff, man. But
that type
everybody
shit.
just do everyone do what you want musically, man. I think it's just it's intention. Do you get what I mean? I think people have to know what their intention is and just stop looking about
You
the
gotta
intention.
know why you're doing it. You can't just do it to chase numbers or
Don't doubt
get money.
yourself.
Because
Don't doubt yourself.
Or I mean, again, you can, like you really can do it, but you just have to know that's what you're doing in it. Because again, bro, we're being honest, most of the rappers now, it's like, listen, man, treat like being a rapper the way people treat Love Island. Like it's a clout move in it. Like if you do this and get clouted enough, then you can go and do some other shit. Do you get what I mean? And it's like I'm not even necessarily
man, TV
against that
talks
per
about these
se.
days.
Like
Do you
that's
think
not, huh?
do you think that's impacted because the people who are actually running the music industry are not musicians themselves?
Oh yeah, that's 100%. But then that's never changed. They always
That's
focused
the
on
thing.
the money side of things. Do you know what I mean?
I
Then
wonder
ask,
everyone's just gonna rise up and
they thought we'd have done it by now in all these
That's
70 years of getting
people
about
got
it's
bare
getting ripped
access
off.
to bare information now, you know.
Now,
Now.
the shit is changing now.
Yeah.
I mean, you got people like Russ out there.
You know what's mad about like labels and shit like that though? Sorry, go ahead, bro.
I'm
Go
just
ahead.
saying, you got people like Russ out there who's like purely independent or like only just recently, as in like recently in the last maybe like 2 to 3 years, signed like a partnership, like a
Partnership
distribution
deal.
deal with
Yeah,
fucking Warner or something like that, or Universal, one of them two.
yeah.
It's like that's just a guy that like just made music and was like, do you know, I'm just gonna put a song out every week for all year. Every week a song, every week a song. And from there he started growing, started doing shows, the show started picking up. And by the time like these labels are looking for him, he's already like established himself like as an artist to his like core fans.
I want to have the type of work ethic like Deneo where I just like come in, make a couple bangers and then just go away for a little bit
and then come back again.
I'll come at the right time, I release the right track, and then I just go away
But
for a
the
bit.
danger is people get tired of that, do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
It depends though, man.
I'm saying
It
it's
depends
stay
though, man.
polite enough. A couple of feet.
You see, like Deneo, like someone like that who makes like again, it's more like a house, like a funk kind of swing. Like if you're good at doing that, bro, they don't really get tired of it. Like if you can do that shit,
It's a new
you know what I mean?
generation, isn't it? It's a new generation. They listen to it and it's a new song for them.
As well.
Oh, speaking of like artists and shit, I definitely have a run it back. I need to come back with. So we've been going back and forth about this latest like Drake dance album. I've been saying it's not bad. You've been saying it's shit. I definitely want to run it back. That's not a good album at all. It's not a good album. Like
I told you, dog.
I tried to go back to it and listen. And the first one, bro, I don't even want to sound like I'm trying to diss this nigga, but like he sound like a cat in a washing machine. Like it's bad. Like it's really bad. Like it's really bad. So yeah, I just wanted to acknowledge that you said that, and yeah, it's really bad. Like,
Oh boy, yeah, I did say that, fam. I absolutely did say that. I said
yeah,
it even last week. Yeah, okay. A perfect example. Yeah, there's a song on Burna Boy's album. Fucking hell, I can't remember what it's called, fam. But it's like a perfect infusion of that same, like his normal like Afrobeat sound, but with that like that ABBA piano like log bass
bounce.
like
Yeah,
thing bounce to it that's happening there, fam. It's like
right.
a perfect fusion of both genres done perfect. It's beautiful, fam.
Yeah.
It's because they have the guys that do that shit come in and be
That I
like,
was gonna
no,
say, when the right people get together and do it, like it'll sound like that, though, innit? Like it goes back to our whole intention conversation. Like when you get people who really do that because that's what they do, it's hard to fuck that up. Do you get what I mean? Whereas if someone's trying to jump on that because they heard another artist is doing it, so let me, you know what I mean? Like when the intention isn't
working.
authentic, you know what I mean? Then you get the screechy cat house music. Like that shit was bad, bro. Like it was really bad, fam. Like I was listening to it thinking, like, what the hell was I saying to Will, fam? Like, what was I listening to before that I didn't hear, bro? Like, yeah,
I don't know what you had heard, fam.
yeah, I
You
don't
had
know either.
heard something else, I think.
Yeah, that shit was not good at all. So I just wanted to come back and acknowledge that. Like,
Yeah, man, bro, that
that
shit
was
was
hot dog
trash.
water, bro. That shit
Trash,
was
dog.
hot dog water, fam. It was
I played.
crazy dash, bro. Like,
I knew it off the rip, fam. The first time I played it, I was like, alright, let me see if, like, you know what I'm saying, there's certain, like, there in it. Play, like, the little first intro, like, 30 seconds just to get a feel and, like, hop, and then, like, yeah, I was like, nah, there's none of this that I want to, like, I don't,
yeah, yeah. It's
And
just
then there's a
it
couple
also,
that people like, oh yeah, it grows on you, but like, nah, dog. Them seeds don't grow over here, fam.
I did a season out in Ibiza, and after that, house music was just too much. Like, too much. I respect how some of it has been put together. Like, it does sound good on the ear, and it's sometimes really nice on in that background. And nostalgic effects when utilizing some of my childhood classics. Do you know what I mean? But it's definitely not that genre that I go to.
yeah,
Except for, like, if I've got the family round and I want something that's really like, okay, that's not going to cause any issues. I know the kids aren't going to hear anything like bad or anything. Yeah, really like really easy to go with everyone. Nan don't know what it is, but she'll still vibes.
yeah, and that's like
She'll
where
be
house
tapping her
music.
foot under the
That's
table.
that's what I like it for. But yeah, if I'm getting ready or if I want to gas myself up in any way or feel any sort of emotion, it's not in that list.
Alright.
Yeah.
That's
House music is like
already there.
music.
You know what I mean?
House music is like shit that's on when you're doing something else. Do you get what I mean? When something else is happening, like you out somewhere.
It's when you do something else in the house.
Yeah, that's very true. I think we've just hit the nail on the head there. But the thing
It's
is,
not
if
like
I go to a club and I hear house music, I'm like, no, I'm not going in. Turn around. This is not going to get me excited for the night out. No, thank you. I know, and I know that's really bad. I don't mean to discriminate against any house lovers out there. Like
Any
that.
house lovers, do you know what
But
I mean?
this is just my personal opinion. I cannot get my groove onto house music.
Yo,
like,
do you not remember when shuffling was a thing? When everybody was shuffling.
Oh my god. Yeah, don't remind me, fam.
I swear.
I thought I was so sick of that shit, fam. I wasn't.
PTSD.
You know what? I can thankfully say I honestly never did that shit. From the first time I saw it, I was like, that is the dumbest thing I've ever seen in my life. Like, I remember I took a stand as a young person. Like, this dance I'm not going to learn. I'll learn the Dougie. I'll learn all this other shit. I'm not learning that one.
The jerk. Yeah, nah, nobody was testing my jerk, fam. Pause. That's mad.
Pause. Wait.
The fact that the dancers called that, fam, that's just mad, fam. But yeah. Ain't nobody was testing mines, fam. I was doing the pin drop and all sorts because I was hurting them, fam. You know what I'm saying? Sliding into the wheelchair and all that, fam. Yeah, fam.
Nah, the one dance I used to The one dance I used to like pause, fam. That shit is crazy. The one dance I used to like fuck up where I know if we out and you just need to get it cracking like you Chris Brown or something. If I hit that Dougie, bro, this place is gonna go insane, fam. Like I used to hit that Dougie with ferocity, brother. Like, yeah. Listen, if we was out and then I want to chat to girls and shit, but people man don't know how to go and chat, like, yo, let me hit this Dougie, fam. It don't even matter what the song is, fam. Man are doing the Dougie to niggas in Paris and shit. Like, fuck it, bro. Like, fuck it, bro. You know what I mean? Like, anything I can catch a tempo on, I'm running it, bro. I'm running it.
One of them man that's trying to jerk to every something.
Everything,
It
bro.
doesn't fit there, dog.
Everything. Oh shit, man.
I remember watching them videos for hours and hours, fam. Being like, oh,
Yeah, fam.
he did that with his left leg and he did that with his left arm at the same time. Right? That's how you get there, fam. Let me
yeah, man.
Nah, that doesn't feel. Yeah, for hours.
Do you know what I feel like our version we had, you know, that song Cassie, Me and You. Every single girl I know who was around them sort of times, they, you know, the Me and You now.
Oh, I've been waiting. They go about, yeah, that was also a jam.
Right?
Hell yeah.
Them sort of shit, but they never came on in the club. It was more like Soulja Boy. The amount of Soulja Boy just in the club.
You know what really made me like be like boy about that song, yeah? She's a beautiful woman, she really is, do you know what I mean? But at that time, yeah, I was such a sneakerhead that was like, what are those trainers she
and it, no, the crepes, I know what you mean. I was, and it, the ones she changes into or out of or whatever,
Jordan ones, fam.
Oi.
I've seen them, I've researched them and seen them, I was like, oh shit. Yeah, that's why I love that song. It reminds me of Jordan once, fam.
You know what preps I used to get like super gas for that I saw from like music videos and shit. I can't remember what they're called. You know them Nikes? They kind of like they go high up. They're like grey with like an electric blue kind of accessory. Like Kanye wore them. I think Wale had a pair. Oh, they look like Back to the Future kind of shoes. I can't remember what the fuck they're
The
called.
Air Max.
Yeah. I remember I saw.
Shit.
Again, I think it was Kanye. I saw him and I was like, yo, what the fuck are those, bro? Like, those are the best things I've ever seen in my life. Like,
Do you know who the first person in the UK to own those trainers was, fam? Tiny Temple.
you.
Do you know what?
An auction.
Yeah, respect.
I remember following up that shit. Like, wow, he actually got them. Because obviously there's like a little, what's it called? The little gossip rumors and shit. That he bought the Air Max. Because I seen that shit. I knew they was about to drop that shit. They're talking about it for months. I'm like, oh my god.
You know what? Big up Tiny Tempo. Honestly, hit old school Tiny Tempo. Yeah. What's that song that he did? That one where when it was the time.
Wifey Rhythm.
Yeah, Wifey Rhythm, man. That was the one. There was so many remixes for that shit.
For that track, please.
Wifey Rhythm.
Thank you. Yeah, he was doing it, fam.
It's so mad,
doing something else.
It's so mad that you bring up Tiny Temper. Like, literally, I was listening to another pod today in it, and they were talking about this, and they were saying, do you not remember when Tiny Temper first, like, went commercial, like, he first went clear? And it's like, perception-wise, he was like, oh, shit, he's gone clear, like, he's gone.
Yeah.
But at the time, the money that he was making would be the equivalent to, like, what a B-list, C-list artist in the UK makes now. He might have been getting like 10 racks a show. But it's like Tiny Temper took all the shtick for breaking through that commercial shit. Like, I remember when he first and he went pop like he did in it. Like, he put on the funny glasses and the funny blazers. Like, and him and Labyrinth did their thing in it. And you got to big up Labyrinth too. He's another genius.
Well, let me see how new it is. Honestly, I went to the whole, but it's not. It's actually really interesting. The way it's kind of like he's gone for more of a lo-fi type of vibe, which I'm really into right now. You know, he likes
the vintage gear and stuff. Makes it sound
What album?
He's
Lo-fi.
another one who, like, you
Euphoria.
can tell
No, so
does it
Snaga,
for the
it's not
love in
new,
it.
new, but it's
Like,
2019, the Euphoria album.
No, wait, no, I ain't heard that.
yeah, he did the
Oi.
Euphoria soundtrack. He did the Euphoria soundtrack.
Yeah,
hear
honestly,
that
that
one
shit
too.
hits a different
I'm
part of the
gonna have to
brain,
check
fam.
that out for
That
real.
shit hits a
But
different part
again,
of the brain.
Labyrinth
Yeah,
is one
man.
of those though. Like, you can tell he does it out of the love. Like, you can hear and feel the love
Yeah.
in his music. Like, even the pass out, like all of that shit.
Yeah.
Like, it's still a vibe. You know what I mean? Again, if you
You ever
out
see him?
somewhere,
You ever
pass out
see him
comes
playing
on,
an
bro.
instrument live,
Like,
fam?
Yeah.
His face, fam.
Yeah.
You can be like, oh yeah, nah, you
Yeah.
definitely feeling that. Fam.
You can
Yeah.
feel that he was there throughout the whole process of it.
Yeah.
You get me? Like the making of that tune, you can just.
well, he was a producer by trade though, wasn't he? Like, he wasn't even an
A
artist
writer,
originally.
a writer. He was a writer actually
Was he a
first.
writer? Right,
Yeah,
right.
because he was signed to Sony AMG as a writer when he was like 15. Fam.
Right. Oh, so there you go in it. Yeah,
And
there you go.
yeah, bro, he wrote he wrote bare hits as well. Like before he was an artist and before they did the whole Tiny Temper thing and shit. Like he wrote like a lot of records for a lot of people. Fam. Like,
Yeah, nah.
that's
Labyrinth's
like
proper, man.
15, 16, fam. What the
Yeah,
fuck?
nah, he's proper, man.
He
Again,
writing top 40.
he was never like my favorite by any means, but you have to respect it. Do you know what I mean? Like, you have to
That's
respect
it. Yeah.
his thing. Do you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah,
but
man
nah,
did a good
Tiny
feature.
Temper. Go on, sorry.
No, I just said he did a good feature still. I mean, he kept himself. It's kind of like he just dabbled to make sure people knew that he was still there, like Labyrinth. You know, because I'm still here, I'm still out here. But you know, I'm just still like doing my shit too.
Yeah, you guys are still
Labyrinth
talking
is
about
caked though. Like,
I'll be back. Oh
I
yeah,
was
nah,
gonna say,
if you're right. Like I said,
Labyrinth
he
is
was
like
writing like
caked
top
up, man.
40s fam. He
Yeah,
was up when all that was
but
already happening fam. He was
I'm
up
thinking
fam.
yeah.
now me more of like the fame. Like he keeps himself
Oh,
out
like
of that
fame.
shit.
Oh
Yeah.
nah, he don't like that. I don't think. I don't
Which is
think he
another
like
But
sign that he just respects the music still.
I think a lot of writers are like that though. A lot of writers that kind of become artists, like that's like Party Next Door is a perfect example.
yeah.
Like, a lot of those guys who are writers first, like, you kind of tend to see them shy away from that whole celebrity thing as much, like, because you have to think about it, like, put yourself in an artist's brain. When a track comes out, you've got to promote it, you've got to market it, you've got to do the pictures and the interviews and all of the little events you got to go to. When you're a writer, you just write the shit and turn it into, you know what I mean? Like, it's
Get
one
your
of those,
check.
I
and if
think
it doesn't
people.
go, like, if people don't like the song,
Yeah,
they
she
say,
did
"Oh, the
alright.
artist was shit." They don't say the writer was shit. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
so
It's actually mad for a lot of the writers. It's normally because like a certain song gets turned down by who they've written it for, and they've thought,
and then
okay,
they
let me
just
just
go, yeah,
Pharrell write
yeah,
a few things for Prince that he took on and
Yeah,
he absolutely murdered, completely annihilated. And Rita Ora with the song for fucking what's her name, Rihanna, and then Rihanna said no, and then look at her just blowing up. Like,
I'll do it.
yeah. No,
man, it takes that one decision, man.
Just that one, because at least I guess Party. But Party was kind of an artist before.
yeah.
I'm a very biased opinion.
Drake,
I love
Drake
him.
found him.
He was.
I can't.
No, he
Drake
was.
found
He
him.
was an artist.
He was an
Like,
artist. He was an
yeah,
artist, but
and he
I'm
was.
saying he wasn't on the big
He,
scale. Like,
but he was already doing his thing. For him to be on Drake's radar, this is like Drake, like
but
up
you have
the
to
top,
remember, it's Toronto.
like
It's Toronto, though,
2010,
innit? Yeah, what I mean.
2012 Drake fan.
No, but
And
He
these were the
like
times where
he's a
these were the
Toronto
times
artist.
where Drake was
yeah,
like
that's what I mean.
proper
Just need to.
scouting Toronto and
Yeah,
shit.
that's what I'm saying. For him to even be popping up on the radar like that, you gotta be doing something.
He was only really popular up in
Yeah,
Toronto as well.
because like Drake sort of picked him up. That was after the whole weekend thing kind of went left, did it? Like, he picked this guy up, they're doing like a little quiet thing, and then somehow Rihanna bumped into him, and Rihanna was like, "Yo, this is the guy I need to write all my hits." And he gave Rihanna like a couple, like Work, the one with Bryson Tiller, like there's a couple he gave to Rihanna and shit, and then yeah, they just put him back in the warehouse. I don't know,
Put him back
like,
in the sweatshop, like, nah, you got
yeah,
the
like,
gift. I'm smoking.
Yeah, no, I can't really interject with anything about Party. I'm so biased. I love him. I absolutely love him. In his honestly, his music
Party like
Fabian.
Yeah,
Fabian.
Party's amazing, man.
Nah.
You know Carti in it, Will.
Yeah.
Carti. I was
Yeah.
obviously he's on Twitter and shit in it, and I was like not going back and forth, but we were like talking and shit. And the hypothetically presented was a versus with The Weeknd and Party Next Door. And what I was trying to say to him, I was trying to say I prefer Party Next Door's music personally, but The Weeknd will get Party the fuck out of here in a versus. Like he has too much shit,
Yeah, to be
like
fair.
too many
Yeah.
way too much shit. Like if you're
But
asking me who I prefer,
Party got a bunch of but Party got shits too, fam.
He's got shits, yeah, but the thing is that The Weeknd is the way that they bring it to you. Like, Party brings it in that way where if you know Party, you feeling that from Party because you know what he's like.
Yeah.
But with Abel, when he brings that to it, you can be a full-on virgin to his music. He brings it to you and you're like, oh my days.
That's true.
Yeah, legit.
You get me? I think
man.
it's his voice being so unique, like Michael Jackson. You know, that sort of same vibe, like that same sort of pitch. Man, that in
Guys, where does my guy Roy Woods get left in these conversations, man?
Yeah.
Fucking hurts
Roy
me, fam,
Woods
'cause he's
had
fucking
one good
hard.
project, and I'll argue it with anybody. The first project where Drake did that little feature on the bottom, like one of the last tracks, that was like a blue album cover. That was like, I liked that shit. That was dope. Everything
I know the
after that
song you're talking
was
about.
caca, personally. Like,
Dog, you ain't
yeah,
like
nah.
Monday to Monday and shit?
Yeah.
Damn, homie. That shit ain't do it for you? Man, I'll tell you.
Roy Woods to me was always, he was like,
that shit don't, nah. Damn,
Roy
that
Woods to
shit,
me was
right.
just like a better version of McConan, meaning like you can do this really well, but you can't really do anything else. Do you get what I mean? Like,
Alright, listen to, what's that song called? Hold on, let me find this song real quick. I hope it doesn't cut me off while I'm looking for this shit, dog. Insecure, a song called Insecure, fam.
I'm gonna pull that shit up
That
right
shit
now.
is awesome, fam. To me.
By who?
Roy Woods.
Oh, okay. Sorry, that's another song.
No, yeah.
Actually, it just
Awesome,
reminds me
fam.
of a really good song. Thank you.
Where we at? Roy Woods. Yeah, that first project, Exis, like the blue thing, like that was a very good project.
Access was, it was excellent.
What do you say the track was called?
Insecure. Insecure.
Is it new?
Insecure.
Is it
Kind of ish.
May.
Yeah.
I was gonna play it.
New. Yeah, new. It's new.
See, Will, you know who you'd been better saying than Roy Woods, who I would have like been fully on side with you with? Majid Jordan. Majid Jordan was so lit, fam. I really liked them. Like I like them a lot, man. You guys weren't feeling? Oh, you are.
Nah, I'm not the hugest fan. I appreciate, but I'm not the hugest.
That like lo-fi sound that we were talking about before, like that proper lo-fi sound, like they do that so nice, man.
But he was new and he just flashed and then he kind of just.
I hope he comes back. You know.
He should. There's a few. Where's freaking? My man, fucking hell, what's his name?
Backer.
Come on, give us a song. Give us something. Give me something. I want to help you, fam.
Black. Where he at?
Shit.
He's kind of he's
I think he's done a couple of features.
He doing feature things and things. Yeah,
I think he's doing the industry thing. I think he kind of went into that place where he got big. And I don't want to say he's sold out or anything like that. It makes quality music, but he's kind of doing the feature here and the feature there, and then you take a year out, and you know what I mean. He's kind of
type of shit.
So his last
first project, Free Black. That first project was crazy.
Oh, is that the?
It's a feature on the remix.
Oh, when did that other song come out where he on the private jet and he got the crazy luggage and them blazers with the studs on? My fault.
I don't even know. I don't even know, to be fair.
Dun, 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 dun,
But
dun.
again, even looking at his
Yeah.
discography, though, like, he has good projects.
Oh
Like, the
yeah,
last I
excellent,
proper listened to
excellent.
was East Atlanta Love Story from
Yeah,
2018. Like,
that was
just
bad.
looking at his shit, like, there's some good stuff. Like, he never really
That was
fell
bad.
off. He just kind of got quiet in it. Like,
Yeah, he just kind of chilled out.
yeah, he
There's
just got
another
quiet.
person that's kind of in that same sort of like bracket ish.
Uh,
Bryson, wait,
Bryson, we had a baby. I know that
he had a baby.
yeah, he had a kid. I'll tell you the truth.
Congrats.
I don't think
Yeah.
Bryson was built for it, if I'm being honest. That's just an opinion. Like,
You know, I love
I
that
think
about
You don't
him.
think
that,
Glenn Griffey was built for this
listen,
shit, dog?
Well, he's
that
like
Trap
an
No.
Soul
alien,
album,
though.
Huh?
that
He's
Trap
like an
Soul
alien
album,
type, you know.
like, is an
Yeah,
iconic
So,
album.
like,
Like, he essentially birthed a genre by himself in an album. Like, that
innit?
Trap Soul album is
Greece. Greece.
unbelievable. But from that point, he didn't do anything that was noteworthy, really. Apart from the Rihanna song, apart from the track with
His
Rihanna and DJ Khaled.
his track
Like,
his track Don has 826,045,891
that's on
views.
Trap Soul, right?
So just on Spotify.
That is, yeah, looking at the album artwork.
yeah.
That's on
There
Trap
is.
Soul, yeah. Like, that Trap Soul album is like
Oh,
iconic.
yeah. Yeah.
Like, people will look back in terms of like music kind of geology, I guess. They'll look back and like, if people know their music, like, that was a very shifting sound, because that's when obviously the Weekends and all these guys were kind of doing this moody R&B thing, and he
Yeah.
kind of
Yeah.
took that to a whole different level. Do you get what I mean? It's just, for
Yeah.
me, it's kind of like, again, we'll go back to football quickly. It's like a player having an amazing first season, top scorer, wins all the awards, and then every season after that, he scores maybe 2 goals the whole season. It's like, he just, for me, I don't really feel like he did anything after Trap Soul. And that album, it was almost too good to be a first album. It was almost like a
Yeah.
gift and a curse. Do you get what I mean? Because to try and follow that up, and you have to
Yeah, you got
remember, like, his
compared to
story.
That's
them.
the thing, though, fam.
Like,
You
he
know
wasn't
what I
like an
mean?
artist on a label or nothing. He worked at a deli, bro. Do you get what I mean? He was just a kid in the SoundCloud era making music, and he just happened to fuck around and make one of the most iconic albums fucking ever. Well, in
What's
recent
your
time, I should say. But like, he just, for me, he
what's
just
your
didn't do anything.
opinion? What's your opinion on his anniversary album?
That was good.
Yeah, keep
I
it,
like it.
keep it, keep it.
It was
It's not
good.
bad.
It was good,
It's
but
not
it
bad.
was good, but it was missing a certain je ne sais quoi. You know,
That's what I'm saying.
like
And
Yeah, it wasn't the
what was
voice.
wrong? What was it missing
But
though? I've been trying to think. Like, what it's been there. It's you can tell it's you can tell it's
I
still
think
up.
that
But
Bryson
there's
Tiller.
something missing to me.
yeah, the
Did you like ever used
Hungarians,
to play Mario
he
Kart?
killed it now.
On Mario Kart, there was a feature here
Oh,
where like you could do like a time trial thing, where basically like you race against your own kind of ghosts that you did before in it. I kind of
hey,
feel like that's what Bryson Tiller has been
That's
doing
a
since
great
that Trap
get
Soul
analogy.
bit
album.
by the ghost.
Yeah.
I feel like he's been chasing his own greatness since that album, and he's not been able to. Like, because like you said, that Trap Soul thing, like that Don't track, bro. Like when you hear that first note,
Don't,
like it
don't
hits
play
you.
with it,
It
don't
hits you. Do you get what I mean? Like, he's
Oh,
not
yo, bro,
really. He's just not done anything since that for me. Like,
just a quick interjection, yeah. There's a guy called Job Jetson. He did a remix of that Don't song called Cheeks, yeah. The hands down one of the greatest remixes of all time, bro.
What's it called?
Swear
I'll put it
down.
on my playlist. So.
Cheeks, Job Jetson.
I respect your opinion enough to just know that
Like,
that's going to be
to
good.
me, one of the greatest remixes
I'm
of
so
all
intrigued.
time, fam.
he did his
And
thing.
that
Yeah,
guy really good as well, that Job Jetson guy. He got another track called Brain on Drugs.
right.
And Ghost Skin. Those like his top 3 like bangers, fam. Yeah, excellent.
Did any
But
of you
just
not
cause
listen to
that
that?
don't, just cause that don't, fam. That's how I
Didn't you
found
listen
it.
to that Chris Brown's album?
Where he had dropped an album.
Yeah, Chris Brown. He dropped like maybe a week, 2 weeks ago, maybe.
Oh, he did. I was waiting for
Yeah.
Frank Ocean. Fam. I saw the
Oh,
people on
you're
Twitter
gonna be
talking
waiting for a
about
long
Frank.
time.
He about it. Yeah, they said the people on Twitter. Yeah, no, the people on Twitter were saying that he about to drop him.
I don't think.
Are
I
they
could be
wrong?
wrong in it. I could be. I don't know. I don't know Frank Ocean. I
Mm.
can't tell you. Like, I don't have a clue. You know what I mean? But like,
Yeah,
I can't see
nah.
Frank dropping anytime soon. Like, because he usually does like a whole thing when he drops in it.
He got, nah,
But you know,
I
yeah,
think I
even if
think
I
he
don't
might
listen to
surprise us, fam. He might give us a little Christmas gift or something. You know what I mean? Seeing it's been such a shit year or a couple of years for everyone. You know what I mean? Fucking hell. Come on, Frank. We
I'll
need
be honest
this.
with you, man. Yeah, like, well, you guys, sorry. Like, I'll be honest with you guys, and this might be a hot take, but I'm maybe an album or two albums away from putting Frank Ocean in the Bryson Tiller pile. To be honest with you, I think Frank is great. Frank makes amazing music, but let's tell the
Right,
truth. Let's tell the truth.
right.
The legend of Frank Ocean carries more than the music of Frank Ocean today.
Hell no, dog. Hell no. The
I
music is
see.
the
You
legend,
know
fam.
what? I see exactly where you're coming from, but I don't think we're at that time right now.
Not
I feel
now.
like young legends at that time, like getting close to that time. But yeah, no,
Nah,
Frank.
dog. Nah,
I feel like
Frank is a real player, fam, in the game, fam. He not like he competing with the Rihannas and these man. Do you know what I mean? He not
Just
disturbed about these
give
other
me
man.
three songs, just three songs like Frank Ocean songs right now that are just like these. I'm open to being wrong in it. Just tell me, bro. Just give
What
me
do you
three
mean?
songs that I need to. Like you said, that my
he's the
man
only one that made
is
me love
still
Falling
there
in
in it.
Like
Love.
in the whole discography?
All right. What I'm saying is, if you look
No,
at
I'm
Frank's
asking you.
discography,
Yeah, I'm gonna ask
no,
you a
no, yes,
question.
I'm going to clarify in it. I'm saying in Frank's discography, if you
Uh
go back
huh.
to me,
Uh
his
huh.
greatest shit was his earliest shit.
Mm.
Everything after that was good. It was good. But to me personally, looking at the albums, I feel as though each has decreased in quality each time
Since when?
Well,
Since when?
since Channel Orange, bro.
well, not in 2020. I love that acoustic version in 2020. Dear
What's it
April. I
called?
know it's like it's real chill, but damn, you know the vocals hit. You get me?
Hold on, let
Like
me take a look. Let-
it's
And let
such.
me
It's a
clarify.
beautiful.
I'm not putting Frank in that pile now. I'm not saying that. I'm saying I'm maybe
Okay.
two more albums away from it.
Yeah, no, this is true.
Man.
Yeah, you did say. Yeah, no, you. To be fair, you did state that. Yeah, yeah,
I
yeah.
don't know, dog.
I mean, maybe a couple
Some
more,
of
but I
these
don't know.
records
It
and shit,
depends
All
on
right.
you know
what
what
the
I'm saying?
albums are like.
Channel
Some of
Orange
these
came out
records,
in
fam.
2012, yeah? 2012.
Indeed, they did.
Name me the Frank album after that that's better than the album. I'm
I'm
open to
not.
being wrong. I'm open to being wrong. Just tell me the album that's better than Channel Orange. And that's my point. With artists, yeah,
It,
what I do, I only compare artists to themselves in it. I only compare them to what
yeah,
they've
yeah,
done
yeah,
and
yeah.
what
I mean,
they've
Blondie
provided.
wasn't too bad,
You know what
but
I
it
mean?
weren't that. It weren't. Yeah, no, you're right. It didn't hit
And I
like.
like Blonde. It's a good album,
Yeah.
but it's not
Yeah.
Channel Orange. Like it's they're not. It's not that. Do you get what I mean? Like, and again, to me, I feel like with every album that's come out since Channel Orange, each album has been worse than the last. That doesn't mean they're shit. It's just to me, judging his music, I feel like the quality gets lower and lower each time. Personally, but the legend of what Frank Ocean is and what he represents, like, you can't ignore that. Which is, listen, the finesse that he did to Def Jam, yeah, he can drop shit album for the rest of his life. Like, I fuck with Frank. Like, he's him in it because he finessed the fuck out of Def Jam. I'm just saying, judging him against his
For
own
real.
discography, it's just, it seems to decline to me. You know what I mean? Like, it just seems to kind of go down.
I hear that. I hear that.
You know, in a few years' time, this is another hot
Uh,
take. In a few years' time, when I guess maybe some court things have happened and the temperature changes a bit, people who care about music are going to look back at Tory Lanez's catalogue maybe over the last 2 years, and people who care about music are going to really fucking take their hat off. Have you not been listening to some of them? I know people might feel about him how they feel about him, whatever. But just musically, have you not heard any of Tory's like recent shit?
That A's album, that shit was crazy.
He has been going absolutely mental. Tory Lanez is doing the Chris Brown right now. Do you remember when Chris got cancelled and shit, and like everyone said fuck Chris Brown, and he just started dropping bangers after bangers.
You're saying you ain't taking me down, fam. No.
Like music. Come on, guys.
Yeah.
And the thing is, to do that, you have to be extremely talented. When everyone says "fuck you," like you have to really rely on your talent. You know what I mean? Like, when Tory Lanez has been putting out some fucking smokers, man. Like, if you guys don't hate him, if you guys have like your own personal shit against him, if you want to do yourself a favor and just listen to good music, go and listen to anything since 2020 from Tory Lanez. If you want to hear some slow shit, he'll give you that. If you want to hear some rapping shit, he'll give you that. If you want some ratchet shit, like if you want some 80s ballads, he'll give you that. Like, he's just going
feel good, touch the spirit music, alone that prompt.
The thing is, as a woman, I'm not gonna lie, it hit me hard when it happened, and I thought to myself, but the thing is that when that song comes on shuffle, and you just think to yourself, what a fucking tune, and you just think, I can't put it again. Listen, I like his music, but I'm not gonna say that I like him. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't care, I don't like him as a person, but I fuck with his music, man. I can't help it, because music's music. Do you get me? If I like the music, I like the music. Don't tell me if it's for this person or you can't listen to it because this person did this, or these stories and allegations of this person. Like, if their music bangs, fam, I'm gonna listen to it, fam.
It's like Michael Jackson.
Yeah. No, I love Michael Jackson, man.
It's like
that's what I mean. It's like
R. Kelly, bro.
You know what I'm saying? But but heard him beat it, man.
Isn't it? If someone even try and turn down Jackson 5 or Michael Jackson when I'm in the room, I will throw hands. I will throw hands.
Nah, I'm with that, though.
That's the whole radio out the window if that's how we're moving.
Isn't it? Don't you dare come and turn that off.
Yeah, nah. The whole radio.
There's a lot of artists.
Because if your parents listened to Motown growing up, you know the Jackson 5 were on literally every day.
Yeah, now Mike was him from early, man. Like, Mike was him since he was
Isn't it? The 60s, even late 50s.
He's like a little toddler,
Isn't it?
singing for the people.
Like he was a kid competing with adults, like charting music and shit. Like Mike was, whatever.
He went through it, he went through it.
That's nuts to think about him. He was famous like the whole of his life.
When he started off, I think he was even as young as like 9 or 10, something like that.
He was younger than that. He was like
but no, when he really got really big.
Is it?
The thing is, imagine that's your child. Do you get me? Like,
the dad was like
I was gonna say, like, this was before like social services and love your kids and all of that. Like, Joe Jackson used to punch that nigga in the face every day. Sing the song, like,
you better get it right.
Dance, man. All of this, people just dismissing all of this.
Man, it is fucked up.
It is,
but it did make a one hell of an artist, though.
Isn't it? He changed. He changed because isn't it his idea when he introduced the movie Thriller? That's when he sort of introduced the idea of music videos into music culture that we watch today. Do you know what I mean? Like, people dismiss all of this.
He made the MTV.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Will, you were saying that before, innit? Like how he made MTV play shis because obviously they didn't want to play any black artists at the time, innit?
He rose them up in status so much, that he was just that guy for him. And then when he acquired the publishing company, that's when he wanted to put out, I can't remember what song it was, but it was like quite a, for the people record. And they wouldn't like play the video in it. So he called the people and said, yo, fam, if you don't play this video, I'm pulling every single song that I have the right to. You're not going to play it. And I own most of your artists.
Who tried to buy, what was it, 50% of something? What did he own? I can't remember.
He owned a publishing company that then did like a partnership deal with Sony.
Yeah,
And
and
then
they
it
tried
became
to, yeah.
Sony,
They're like,
whatever
yo,
the
you gotta buy this, you
conglomerate
gotta let
is.
us buy this shit. And he
was
said,
like,
nah,
And
what
then
do you mean?
he
said
was like,
that.
nah, listen, guys, I'm not selling. I'm about to go on tour. It's going to be crazy.
Yeah,
and they were like, oh, tour, yeah, I bet.
He had faith.
Yeah, let's
and
see.
he knew his
Let's
new,
see.
and that's what I mean. Pure talent like that, pure undeniable talent like that is it just overrules everything. It's like the top trump card. You get me? Like, and this, do you know? And there was a quote that Michael Jackson said that always stays with me. He always said that the reason why his music makes good. He goes, all you got to do is just you really got to believe in what you're saying, and that's where you go. It goes back and links back to what you said there about the intentions. You get me? It's all
That's
about
what
the
it is.
intentions out of your music and what you're singing.
Yeah, for real. I think it's like with anything though, like you can apply it to so many different areas of life in it. Like if your heart and the reason you're doing it is a genuine thing, usually good shit will come out of that. Now you can have a good heart and just not be good. Like I can have the best heart in the world. I can't dance like Mike. You know what I mean? It's never gonna happen. You get what I mean? It's never gonna happen, bro. It's just like
boy.
you have to find
You
what
should
your
try it,
talent
fam.
is. Huh?
You should try it, fam. Or
And
music
you know
if
what's
you want.
mad? We were talking about like high school and shit. Even in high school, bro, that's another thing I used to do, fam. I was so
Dance.
talented. I used to take the piss, blood. I used to break dance and everything. I was sick. I was sick, bro. I've taken the piss with my talent for so long, fam. Like I was like, not even to sound like that, but you know those sort of people where if you introduce them to something and show them how it works, they'll just do it and they'll be sick.
Yeah.
Like I was like that as a kid.
Yeah.
Like if you just showed me how to do something and like what I can do, what I can't do, like just let me figure it out and I'll run. Do you get what I
You
mean?
lucky you had people showing you, fam. I was the only black kid in school, so it was mandatory that I'd be good at all that shit, fam. I had to be dark representing, you know what I'm saying?
That's a good representative, bro. That's a good representative. That's jokes.
Well done. Well done to you.
It was techie, fam. But yeah, I just found myself also. Do you know, like when the jerking times and all that shit was happening, fam? People would just stand there, like watch, fam, and just like be clapping and shit. I'm like, oh shit, all you guys watching that, but it was just oh shit.
Oh, mad.
No, never mind. Anyways, no, let me.
I was just so oblivious to everyone in school. Like I was only in my adult life did I become good at sports. I was not good at sports. I was like short, fat, braces, you name it. Puberty did me well. Honestly, but I'm not gonna lie, I went to one of them schools thank you. But I went to one of them schools where there was like only one black family there. Like and I didn't even know this until when I left school. I realised, shit, there was only one black family in my whole school, because you don't even think of it like when you're young, do you? Like, but I'm not even gonna lie, sports day, yeah, they were amazing, and so it did sort of like back up that stigma in its own way. I'm not gonna lie,
I'm telling you,
they were unbelievably good, and now that's what I mean. I'm starting to think, were they just thinking they're representing now, and I feel it. Like, oh shit, you had to. I'm sorry, you had to push yourself. Like you should. You get me?
Yeah, you had to be excellence all around.
Did they have them intentions all along?
But it's funny because it's like some of the shit was just like natural, like basketball. Basketball is natural because my dad, do you know what I mean? He was like, yeah, I was a fucking bad boy fan, played for like the fucking under 23s national team and shit, like
mad,
bad man fan.
Yeah, pick up your dad.
So he is that level, yeah. But then here comes me, and I just got like, I can just do it, fam. Not like great, but like fucking hell, better than all these, man, fam.
Yeah. And that's all it took, really.
I'm dribbling, fam.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
It becomes a predisposition at that point. Yeah.
It's like, I didn't even have to like work for that shit. He played football. He's like, all the sports athletics and all that shit. Yeah, he was in on that, fam. Yeah, that's what I got that from my old man.
Man, I told my mum I was going on a run once, and she asked me why.
Why?
That was her response. That's it. Just that. Honestly, I would have loved to be. Maybe that was
Not
our
today.
issue. But they ain't gifted athletically. I ain't gonna lie. It's not genetic thing.
Hey,
no
man.
predisposition here.
It's cool, because now you get to pass that to your kids.
Yeah,
Your kids will
yeah.
be predisposed to being good at sports.
Do you know what it is? Do you know what it is? I thank you, Will. The amount of times that I've raced you in shotgun.
Oh yeah.
You've trained me, fam. You've trained me.
Oh yeah.
I'm
that
quicker
is-
now, fam. I'm quick now,
Oh,
yeah.
what?
I train to make sure that the next time, and I honestly, I'm up for the next time we want a shotgun, yeah, I'm ready. I'm telling you, I'm ready this time, and I'll say that every time, but this time I'm ready.
Yeah, nah.
Listen,
Yeah.
you lot got to
I was
film it.
telling
We'll put it on the
Drizz
YouTube
before
page, man.
about some kid that was at the basketball park. Do you know what I mean? He saw me just there, and he's like, "Yeah, you want to one?" I was like, "Yeah, man, shit, I bet." Yeah, he thought I was done out fam.
Nah,
And
you're ready.
I was, fam. But I just got in his head real quick. I said, "Man, you know, every time I get this ball and I stand like right here, I'm a score, right?" And I'll be like, and it'll be like,
Yeah,
that's it. I'm telling you, don't let me come here, fam. And I'll go to the other side because I got another spot on the other
sick,
side, and I'll be like, yeah, this bit as well, yeah, this is also, yeah.
I ain't messing about, man.
Nah.
So, Will, do you think if you didn't get in his head, do you think like he could have beat you?
Oh yeah, well, he's gonna beat me, fam. Just stamina, like just pure stamina, yeah. Nah,
Yeah.
like pure stamina. I was done, fam. My chest was burning and shit.
Yeah.
Oh, it was a
had to,
stamina
like,
thing. It was a stamina thing.
Yeah, I had to like chill out for a sec before I checked it back one time. Do you know what I mean?
Ones.
Yeah, but
I
then,
thought you were saying like he was nicer at you than balling it. That's what I was trying to get to.
no, dog, because his thing was he's good at the fundamentals. Do you know what I mean? So he like good like back turn boom. But then I figured him out. He's like, yeah, I just figured him out, and I was like, I see where you're trying to go with this shit, fam. We're not going that side again. I'll force you to go this side, fam. Yeah,
I need
boxing
to
in
see
the whole
this.
time just talking to man, fam. Just being like, yeah.
I know. Have you ever seen it? Have you ever seen slow play ball?
Nah.
Not basketball. No, not
Me
basketball.
neither. We need justification. Fam, we need credentials
You
in this.
need credentials.
I need credentials.
Yeah, we need proof.
Ask
We need proof, bro.
Steven knows.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's
I made him introduce a new game. He was like, I should play 21, fam. It's a different shit.
I need to see the great Sinzara Curry, you know what I mean? Like, I need to see this shit. I need to see this shit, man.
Yeah, nah, today was a good one, fam.
I'll turn up. I just like to participate.
But
the thing is, like, in school, we were never allowed to play basketball. Like, we were only allowed to play netball. And do you know how boring it is when you're just standing there? You're not allowed to move from the spot.
You know what? That's true, you know. They did do that to the girls, you know. That's true, yeah. The girls couldn't ever play basketball.
That wouldn't fly now. That would not fly now.
Can you see why I was surprised watching Bendit like Beckham and being like, wow, isn't it? Played football
and that's literally how it be conditioned. We are just naturally conditioned to think like that, you know. But I think but at least we've become aware of that, and as a generation we've said, you know what, this shit's not right. Do you know what I mean? And then that's when, so I feel like that wouldn't fly now. Do you know what I mean? Can you imagine if like some kid in school just goes, you know, oh no, I can't, you know, we're not allowed to play basketball because they said it's only for the boys. Do you know how many parents are going to be kicking off?
Yeah, now.
But the thing is, though, for me at school anyway, it wasn't even a thing like where the girls would even ask to play basketball. It was just like the status quo in it. It was just the girls playing netball and the boys play basketball. Like no one even complained about it. You know what I mean?
Cricket, the girls play rounders.
Rounders is sick. I love rounders.
Yeah, sometimes I want to play.
We did rounders sometimes. We did rounders.
So
you played rounders as well?
Yeah, we did. We didn't really do cricket, to be fair. We did football, rugby, field hockey. They tried to do tennis, but the man then were licking each other with rackets, and they stopped it. And And rounders, and rounders actually was the only thing we would play with the girls. To be fair, because that was usually the end of the year when the teacher didn't have no more teaching.
Now we're gonna play rounders.
The thing is, the guys were savages. Like the guys, I mean, don't get me wrong. Like I was a bit of a savage as well because I was one of them girls that were just like, nah, I want to play basketball. You know, like I want to be able to do all the things that the boys, you know, want to do. Like I can't lie, I'm not gonna lie. I was one of them girls as a kid. I was super strong. I don't like, honestly, it was stupid. Now I look back at myself like, damn, I was annoying as fuck. But honestly, like when the boys came in to do any of the girls' sport, it was like, oh, here we go. They're going to absolutely annihilate that ball. They're going to try and smack it as hard as they can. It's going to hit one of us. The football, when the boys used to play football, I swear that they used to take so much fun kicking that ball in our direction just to hit us.
Oh,
like, boys were just savages.
That's the ones that were scared to go and be like you. Was cracking.
No, man, I swear they just did it for fun.
What you doing, man?
Like, but in sports, but the boys were good. Obviously, I'm not gonna lie. They're like, you know, they're strong. When they used to be able to hit that ball for ages. Like when some of them, you just think, right, yeah, I'm just heading out. I'm just heading like an acre. I'm gonna stand
over there. Way over there, and then they'll play short.
You know what it is though? Like, I know in my school especially, like when we used to play rounders with the girls, like man would be super extra trying to lick it out the park because we were playing with the girls in it. Like if we were just playing rounders, just for man, we wouldn't even be going to house. Man would go super extra, bro. Like we try to knock it into the stratosphere. Do you get what I mean? Like,
but the thing is, the girls are the same. Girls are the same. Like obviously, when the boys used to come through, you'd just be like, oh, how the hell am I going to try and look nice and also look cool and also do really well? Like, oh my goodness. And then what if I'm going to be really rubbish and they're just going to then make fun of me? Like, you know, all of these thoughts, I think just at that age, you just go, that's all it is, isn't it? You go through this, like, this socialization process during those times where these are like very prominent things in your, in your like decisions. And honestly, though, every single time it would be the same situation. And I think it's that, like, there's a study that was done apparently, like my school did like a little guinea pig session where apparently girls study better when they're together when there's none of the guys in schools, but the guys study better when there's girls in the room, right? So we did this, and then my school actually switched us up in our classes, and they put all the girls together. We flew through that year. Oh my days, we got through everything so quick. It was mad. We were having days, you know, in them days where, you know, if you went through the syllabus, you just have a movie day. Or do you know what I mean? Like that TV used to get rolled into the room. And you're like, it's going to be a good day today. But yeah, and apparently the boys all, like, half of them failed the class. Yeah.
You know what like, for I'll let Will go in a second. I know with our shit, it's like we had different classes for different shit. So like science, you'd be in a certain class, maths, you'd be in a certain class, and it's like it would depend on who's in the class. So if you in like the smart class with all the smart honeys, then you're gonna be smart in it because that's the currency that like dictates status. Do you get what I mean? Oh shit, all the honeys is smart. I'm smart too, nigga. You know what I mean? And then there's other classes where they just fuck about and just run jokes and shit. And you're like, all right, I'm the joker in this class. Like, it's all, like you said, it's all like socializing and again finding, this is the
you're learning it, innit? Yeah.
How do I thrive in this environment type of thing? And it's like, yeah, I can definitely imagine like man them being around girls who are actually like doing smart shit and being like, all right, you man, come in it, like. Because like, you can't chat to a smart girl and you dumb bro. Like, that don't make sense, you know what I mean?
Because it's the thing of like, it's the thing of like, you don't want to like look dumb. Do you know what I mean? You don't want to look like that one. There's obviously some of them that obviously would just like horse about still, but
you could only be dumb.
That's that girl that I really like. I can't believe I'm acting a fool.
It's a bit mad that like man will make up a whole personality just to get them and be like just to impress a girl. But part of me, do you know what? Yeah, I'm actually That's an impressive thing to do. That takes a lot of energy to create a whole character. It takes me like a whole hour to do an avatar, you know? Like to make my avatar. Do you know what I mean? Like I'm out here for time and you guys just creating that personality like that. Well done.
We gotta live like that, fam.
You got
we see straight through it. We see
Yeah.
straight through it, BT Dubs. But we see straight through it. But I've round of applause to you guys for that effort.
If we don't try it, you're gonna be like,
we appreciate the try. We appreciate the try.
No, you have to.
Sometimes.
We gotta live like that. You know
I'm looking. You know what? When you were explaining that, it makes me think that I was actually better at socialization as a kid and understanding that the more so than an adult. Because now I overthink the politics of the conversation. All of these things like cloud my judgment of like a lot more than what I was like as a kid. I could just socialize with anyone, but you're given like all of these obstacles now, aren't you? As an adult.
You know, there's one thing that I realized about me that changed a lot, like when I left high school, right? And it's like, I used to be like an embracing kind of guy, do you know what I mean? If I see you, I hug you, because they're saying you my people, like, hey. Like handshakes and shit, you know what I'm saying? Like, ha, like all that here, like I was like that, man. I remember like, I can't remember who it was, but someone that I kind of like respected and say, oh yeah, you know what, they're the elders and shit, you know what I'm saying? Maybe I should like chill out, fam. But it made me not be that kid anymore, do you know what I mean? I'm not like that kid, like.
You know what? A lot of it is as well, bro. Like, I think a lot of it, and I heard someone sort of speak on something similar to this, but they basically said, like, when you're a kid and you socialize as a kid in it. So say people who have, like, friends from their childhood, but they're adults, but they're still friends and shit. Usually you'll see them have a much more, like, playful kind of relationship. Like, they'll do little fake wrestles and stuff because that's how they socialize when they made that bond. And what happens when you're older and you meet people, you meet them as an adult. So obviously as an adult, if you meet someone at work, you're not going to fucking start wrestling them and shit. You don't do that in it. So it's like when you make that bond with that person, you make it on that principle. Do you get what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's like, even if like, say, if you have siblings and shit, it's like you think about some of your siblings, you still have that kind of sibling relationship with them. Do you get what I mean? Like you still have that thing with them, even though you lot are older now and da-da-da-da-da. But you guys go out into the world and meet a new person. You're meeting them as the adult version of yourself. And that's how the bond
every time I see my little brother, I headlock them. I gotta let him know.
Because that's what you lot know.
I insult. My family just constantly insult each other. We're the most sarcastic, aggressive family, I swear. Just always constant digs. But I've never ever seen. Yeah, you're so right. That's actually so true. You know. That's so true. So I wonder if the type, meeting people at certain stages of your life, you then, maybe if it's at a negative stage as well, you may reflect on that person in a negative way without even understanding you have that association. Do you get me? Yeah. Like it's so strong. Mm-hmm. It's so strong to think like these like that's how our relationships are. But
it's mad.
It is mad. But to be fair, being an adult, man. Like I'm better. Life is, I keep saying this. Life is so much better when you're around. I feel like when you're around younger siblings, your nieces or nephews, anything like that. Like you just get to be a kid again. Like I don't feel bad if I'm sitting there watching a cartoon or if I've got a war gun, war bombs, anything like that. You're ready. I've got ammo. Your auntie Rachel is experienced. Listen, do not mess with me. I'm not gonna take no prisoners. Vindication.
Smoke.
Yeah, you wanna be playing your drum set at 3. Yeah, you wanna be playing your drum set all the time. Let's go.
It's one of those ones. It's like again, it's feeling safety in an environment.
I want my money back.
Yeah, that's true.
I want my money back, fam.
But then now, because there's so many politics now to protect people from people that you can't do that. And COVID as well. COVID too. That affected how people were. Like how we are with people now.
The politics too. It's always been there for the adults. Yeah, that's true. It just never was there for us. They kept telling us, "Oh, you'll be free. You'll be great. You can do whatever you want. Oh yeah, you'll have lots of money. You'll be great.
Yeah,
look at us, right? Yeah, you'll be great. You'll be a responsible adult, making your own decisions." Except they didn't tell you, "Oh yeah, you can make your own decisions, As
You
long
just
as
go,
your
yeah.
employer says, yeah, cool,
Yeah,
or
isn't
you out
it?
of
Yeah.
work. And oh yeah, you're gonna have lots of money, but the bill company is gonna come take that lots of money,
Isn't
and then you're
it?
gonna have a little money,
Oh, trust.
and then you still got to eat.
Trust. I'm not gonna lie, yeah.
Oh my Lord,
It's a last minute resort. But if I really need some like that, because we're in a recession. If I need like, oh yo, do you know, I really really just need that little bit of money. So I'll just be like, Mom, I just need that. Like I need to borrow 20 quid just so I can get some fuel to go to here, whatever. And she'll be like, oh, well, your sister's borrowed this, all of this. You know, as families are. And I'm thinking, look, listen, yeah, you decided to have a child 26 years ago, and now I have to pay bills. Whose fault is this? Whose fault is this? I did not ask for this either. You asked for this.
I didn't.
That's jokes.
I didn't.
Honestly.
I just arrived here and I was like, oh shit.
Exactly.
This is alright.
You decided. You said I want to have a kid, and now I have to sit here and pay all these bills. So this is your responsibility.
But you know what's mad to think here? You know what's mad to think? Like, all our parents, adults, all that, all of them are just kids that got older. Like, all of them.
Isn't
Like,
it?
our parents were just kids
Legit.
that got older. Do you get what I mean? Like, it's because obviously when you have your mom, your dad, whatever, like, you look at them as that in it. Like, that's them.
Yeah,
Do you
they're
get
like
what
your
I mean?
religion. They're your religion.
You know what I mean?
When you're a kid, when you're like a baby, a toddler, you look at your mum and your dad as like a religion. What they say is life.
Yeah.
You get me?
They bring you food.
Yeah.
They keep you warm. They take you places. They show you things.
But you know
they
what?
teach you things.
I feel like it's because I feel like the difference is because of I find an inability for parents to admit like they're wrong a lot, like to say, you know, do you know what, I can be wrong. Like I feel like because of that we look at them like that. Like they're all this perfect.
Yeah.
But as we get older, you're right. They're just kids that grew up, and then you realize like, yo, you're not perfect, but that's calm because I'm not perfect too, so we can be imperfect together.
You know what puts that shit into context here? I was saying this to Mags the other day. Like,
Jamie.
No. Sorry, Jamie. Sorry. I was saying this to Jamie the other day. I was like, bro, do you realise? I said, let me ask you something. Have you ever been here before? Have you ever been to Earth, like, before here, now, being Stephen? Oh, sorry, Jamie, sorry, fucking hell. Sorry, I'm just remembering what I said word for word.
Yeah.
It's a good thing we're good peoples, you know.
You ever been here before? Exactly. Nah. I said, do you think anyone else ever been here before? Nah. Everybody's having their first go around at this shit, fam. These motherfuckers out here judging people and shit. Dog. Why are you concerning yourself with that shit? Do your own thing. Take your time to do your thing. Because you're here one time, fam. And you're worried about what someone else is doing. No. Pointless, fam.
Isn't it? Oh, my goodness.
This is your first ever time living life, guys. Always remember that. And everyone else that you meet, it's also their first ever time living life.
Trust.
You know, the thing that's like rough with that though is because of that exact fact. And again, we have to look at the base animal that humans are in it. Like we're social creatures, like by nature. We're just talking about school and socialize and all that sort of stuff. Like by nature, that's what we are. And unfortunately, there are people in institutions and, you know, big scary boogeymen somewhere that have essentially like, this whole thing is conditioning. Do you get what I mean? So that same thing you're talking about, like people watching people and da-da-da-da-da. People are conditioned to do that. Do you get what I mean? Like people are conditioned to... We were having a conversation last week. I was saying it's mad. In school's supposed to be a place where you go to learn shit. That's like the premise of what school is, right? Education. But in a test, you can't give another kid an answer who doesn't know the answer. If the purpose is for us to learn, I should be able to share my knowledge with everyone here so we all learn some shit. But it's not really about that. Do you get what I mean? Like we're conditioned to be these beings who are like deflated and down and all that sort of shit. And we're conditioned to look at everyone else's life and they have this and they don't deserve that. And it's just, again, because as you said, people would everyone's doing this for the first time in it. Like, and because of that, most people, like most animals, will act in survival mode will act in, all right, what's going to be the best thing for me to just be able to go on? And usually it's just to be like everyone else. It's just to fit in and just be like everyone else is. Do you know what I mean? And usually the people who say are unusual to the status quo, the people who may be a bit extra quirky or speak their mind a bit too freely, or listen, there's a thing called Tourette's where a guy just like blurts out random shit, and it's like outside of the context of that, like nobody, if somebody just went around saying, "Oh fuck, cunt, bitch," saying all that sort of shit, like, look at, like, who the fuck is this guy? Like, arrest this nigga. Like, what the fuck is he doing, fam? Like, he's crazy. Like, but where again, anything put in context, we'll accept it. Do you know what I mean? We'll accept anything within a context of what it is. And it's the same thing with just people judging each other and looking at each other like we live in the context of mine and cover your answers and you can't cheat off my book and me and me and because we live like that, we always look at other people and it's always the grass is greener sort of thing. As you said, you see people that have their house or their car or da-da-da. But listen, my mum used to come out with all these sayings back in the day when I was a kid and I never used to get them. My Jamaican mum, shout out to her, but she used to say, listen, don't bad mind people they things. Shout out Mama Francis. Don't bad mind people they things because you don't know what they did to get their things. Do you get what I mean? You don't know what situation in life brought them to where they are. And if you ever want anything in life, go out and work for it, man. Go out and do what you got to do to get what you got to be. But unfortunately, that's not kind of the thing that's put into a lot of people. Again, we in a generation now, like the OnlyFans girls is having babies and shit. And to that baby, that's mommy. You know what I mean? That's
and this woman is, and they're in their right to do that still. Like it's still
absolutely. Do you get what I mean? And it's like if you're in the right mind and you can raise a decent human being, boom, and with that, everybody live their life. But unfortunately, a lot of the people that are drawn to a lot of elements of life are usually drawn there out of like a misguided thing. Meaning, of course, or like keeping up with the Joneses sort of shit. Like for some reason, hip hop embraced this idea of like buying girls a Birkin bag and the city girl thing, and because that's the thing that's embraced, that's now the way that people try to socialize. You know what I mean? Like everyone's an avatar, bro. Like right now we're on this app and I can see my little guy with his mouth moving and Will's little guy with his mouth moving and shit. And thankfully, we know each other in real life, which is why we do this. But a lot of people, this is socialization now. Again, we're talking about school and shit. Isn't it mad to think that kids in school now, bro, do all their homework online? Ain't no paper and
Listen, when I did, so I was doing my degree during the pandemic, like the last year and a half to 2 years was the pandemic for me. And now, and anyone you'd think, that's just normal, like online work. But I kid you not, the degree that I did was only events management. So technically it was illegal for us to do anything regarding events. We couldn't promote events. We couldn't do anything, even if it was on a hypothetical basis. Like all of the case studies that we needed, all of the, all of the marketing that we needed, everything, like we couldn't do. There were so many limitations on even the promotions of these things. And so so then what we did is we had a VR class. We were together on VR. Now honestly, they sent us full on Oculus headsets to our homes. Wow. Me being me, I was just like, they'd be sent to us. Now I know I'd be paying full fees for this now because obviously I'm paying full fees to not even utilize your resources. Now I get it. You'd be out here sending me these Oculus headsets. But I had to give it back. I was wounded. I know. I was gonna do that. I lost it thing, but then I would have just had to pay for one anyway. So then, do you get me? I'm just thinking, like either one, I would have been screwed. But and I'm thinking to myself, like, how are we gonna learn anything about this? But they kept telling us, like, this could be the future. You just don't know, and it's scary to think how, like, I was like, nah, surely not. But honestly, looking at more how technology is taking over and making us less social. But going back to your point of, honestly, that point where you made, like, how everything is about just having context, you reminded me of a study done by a psychologist, Robert Cialdini, if I've said that right, when the science of influence, and there was a study done in a library, a photocopy machine, where people like someone asked to skip the queue. Now, obviously, we live in Britain, so this is like a big thing. Like, so when I'm reading through, I'm like, this person is just skipping the queue. If I was in the queue, I'd be like, excuse me.
Wow.
You know, this is not what we do here. Like, this is the queue.
The queue starts back there. So
but they did a study, and it was literally like a stupidly high percent of people, like 90-odd%, don't quote me on the exact number, percent of people accepted someone butting in the queue if they had a reason, if they gave that context, if they had a reason. Sorry, I'm late for work. 90% of people were more likely to let that person like through into the queue like next if they didn't have that. That could still be a lie, but because you've given that context, we literally rely off that shit. Yeah, we really do. Like, people are more likely to just let you do your fucking thing in this world, whatever. You know, if you've just got context, if you just got a reason to do it. Like,
but it's like, it's that thing of like, I'm triggering your reason, so now
that's how
I'm not, because if that person just butts in, it's like you are essentially challenging my ego, sir. You cannot step in front of this queue before me. I was here before you. But then if the person got a reason, if they like, you know, triggered that reasoning, it's like, oh, okay, it's fine. Now it's my decision to let them through. It's fine. Go ahead.
Did you know what? So that basically just shows that it's much better or more effective to challenge someone's morals than to challenge their ego, which then also goes into the fact that how scary it is, how sort of vulnerable like the ego is, and that's why like that's how the patriarchy is, isn't it? Like women always minimize and stuff so that we don't like go above that ego level and stuff. Like that psychologist doing the id, the ego, the super id, all that lot, super ego, all of that lot. It's actually crazy to think like most of our issues are ego. You know,
but that's the thing. Again, it's conditioning. We're conditioned to live in the
You know what the ego is? That's the thing that is conditioned to operate within the noise. Because to do that shit, you have to compete. You have to get that job before that person does, or be better than that person at the job to get the promotion, or whatever you gotta do that. That's what you gotta do. And for you to operate and survive in that like mode, you need the ego to protect you and check all the shit that's
needed. It's needed still.
You know what I mean? But then it's also
the weakest part of someone. It's I think it's such a weak.
It's so in control that it's kind of mad that like it can be easily triggered. Do you know what I mean?
Big up 7 Deadly Sins for really portraying the lines in a pride.
7 Deadly Sins.
The anime. How they got Escanor on that big pride thing, and then when he's got no pride, you're weak, and like, you know, big up to them. They got that on a deeper level than I even expected upon reflection. Man, that's actually
what's that? Sorry.
This anime called 7 Deadly Sins.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that shit teaches you a lot still. That's why they don't allow it in like this, in this country that often.
Yeah, we gotta go on the internet for that.
Just like I feel like the internet just paved way for so much illegal shit. You know, when you used to give your computer AIDS just to get LimeWire and download one song.
AIDS, you know.
But we had LimeWire like when I can't remember what course my dad was doing, but it was some kind of like techie shit. But he had it on his laptop like when it was like still in like beta, and so that was like pre all the viruses and all the bullshit shit. So I used to use it all the time. We used to use it all the like albums, fucking movies and shit. And then it started. The whole Soldier Boy, he started that shit, fam.
Yeah.
He'd be like, oh yeah, let me like find 50 Cent in the club. And you'll download it and be like, yeah, this shit gonna be this shit. And then you play it and it's, like, fuck, alright, let me try and find another one. 50 Cent in the club, like small letters. It must be.
Yes.
You, like a fam. Alright, it must be the one that says explicit. Gotta be.
I swear
gotta be.
this was also at the time when you still had to dial the internet connection up. At one point, it was like that crossover.
It still
wasn't it?
needed to connect.
And like connect to outer space.
Yeah.
Every time you ain't connected to the internet. You ain't connected. You're connected to outer space every time.
See, these youths don't know about
to
it,
that
man.
connection.
These youths don't know about having to be sat on the
that's
step,
alien noises,
plugged
fam.
into the router, fam. Like, because my
Yeah.
mum's yard, bro, I had to sit on because the phone line was by the steps.
Yeah, and then
innit?
God forbid someone wanted to make a call.
And it's-
Oh my lord.
Oh man, yeah, they don't know the.
Yeah, if
make
you're-
a phone call.
You could get
I'm
away
back.
with it if
I'm
your
in the middle
siblings,
of the
but
game.
yeah.
Please.
Yeah,
It's really
yeah.
important. I'm about to beat my high score, and she'll just unplug it from
Unplug, yeah,
downstairs.
that's it. You don't, yeah, sometimes they don't even give you a warning, they just go straight in, and then next thing you know, you're like, what's going on? And that's it, like, they're just, you hear them on the phone, chattering away.
Yeah, you go to be like,
'Cause, like,
now you're getting a lecture about how you spend too long on the internet.
Isn't it?
And you're never even looking at no educational shit, no books and shit. It's always games and videos and shit. Can you just plug it back in? You're not even on the phone anymore. Do you know what I mean?
But that's also,
Don't read
just
books.
the lack of the technology being so advanced also came to your advantage. Like obviously having a sibling and the lack of technology, like being advanced was great. When you didn't want them to have the remote, everyone put your hand over that signal. You ain't getting through. What are you gonna do now? You know, what are you gonna do now? You know, and then obviously, like, there was no arguing because, well, you had to go through adverts just to go for a wee. Like, to go for a quick, and it was a rush as well because the first one back made sure they got that.
That's proper sick, yeah. So, like, the advert would come on, yeah, and my sister would be eagerly waiting for this advert to come on because obviously I'm going to the toilet and like my legs. The advert come on, I'm like, I bet. I get up, pick up the remote and put it in my
I'm not even ashamed. I took the remote all the time. Oh, where's the remote? I don't know where it is. I know exactly where it is. I hid it down the third cushion where no one goes.
Nah, it's right here.
No, because sometimes that my sister did. I'm the youngest, man. Like they could just tip me upside down and do a check, fam. Like I had to be smart, fam. You had to be smarter. So I'd hide it where they wouldn't go.
You know what was the proper like a blessing and well, I don't know, a blessing and a curse at the same time. Remember when Sky then started doing the whole like you can split it into the rooms,
multi-rooms,
It wasn't the multi-room thing was just like you can just watch one thing on both screens.
Yeah, isn't it? And then you'd fight.
Yeah, if you change it downstairs, it changes upstairs, and that was a gift and a curse.
Honestly.
A gift and a curse.
What's mad to think is that really kind of our generation, broadly speaking, was really like the last one to go from like to be analog in the sense of like when you were a kid you like play outside and shit. Like you know what I mean? Remember they used to say like, oh, you spend too much time inside, you're inside too much, like go outside. It's like the opposite thing now. It's like stay inside because outside is so dangerous. You get what I mean? It's like the complete opposite thing now.
We're actually the last. Well, apparently we're like one of the last generations which actually have our baby photos had to be put in like or like printed out and put into like you know, because then as soon as phones got cameras, that's it, isn't it? Like. That's where all the pictures. Yeah, it wasn't necessary. I remember, you had a video to clean the video, right?
Shit.
Like, do you remember that? Where you had to clean. Yeah, you had to clean. You put a video in to clean the video recorder, and you had to like rewind your videos back before you return them to Blockbuster and stuff.
Real, otherwise they charge you a fee for not rewinding the thing.
Isn't it? But these things were the last time we were all so social because you had to watch that one thing because technology has become so so accessible. It's so accessible now. Like it's so in sociology, like the poverty, what is classed as what is poverty is like kind of has to move along and evolve with society. So obviously when flushing toilets first became a thing, that was like for rich people.
Yeah.
But then that sort of became more normalized, and then everyone had a flushing, and that became like you had to have a flushing toilet to distinguish as what would sociologists class as the poverty line. And it's mad to think that that's going up so much that it's probably questionable now that is, you know, a TV going to be, you know, because if you go into a house and then people don't have a TV because obviously, you know, they haven't been able to be in the financial situation to have one, you know, or to replace one or anything, you know, it's hard times, man. Like that's life. And these people are having to go through it. But for all of us where people have like one TV, or then even families have multiple TVs in multiple rooms, that's like becoming such a norm. Like that's going to be classed as that poverty level. But can you imagine someone having a flat screen TV? Like,
listen, I remember
it's changing so much.
I remember when my mum, she got. Do you remember when Samsung did like them curved TVs? This is like 2009. Yeah, we still live the house. That this big ass fucking massive curved TV, fam. I remember thinking to myself, boy, how much that must have been, fam. Searching the prices, this shit was like 3 bags, fam. I said, what the fuck? For a TV, fam?
Yeah.
I said, no. She was like, nah, it's cool. So any chest thing we get it, you know what I'm saying? I was like, alright. But that shit was unreal, fam. For a while, that was like the best TV I have seen, fam. I've been to lots of people's fancy houses, like the little skinny, smart TV, this, that, but that shit, that curvy shit, that shit blew my mind.
No, my dad didn't even rate that TV, you know.
Yeah,
he gave it to one of my uncles.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, he was just like, nah. He was just like, because if you sit at just one wrong angle, he's like, you ain't seen it. Because he never used the 3D, like, the 3D effect on it ever. Like, I've never, ever, and he even said that. But I guess that's probably, like, he wasn't a kid. He's a he's a fully grown guy.
But now, not even like the 3D part of it. It's like, even glares minimized, do you know what I mean? Because it's like, it's a curve in it, so the light is kind of like, does whatever, but
you know what's mad to think, What's mad to think is like DVD players used to cost you like an arm and a leg, like the proper
it used to be like
bad boy,
a couple $100.
and now they completely
the little DVD, like the little DVD
the portable DVD players.
Yeah. When they came out, they were like $3, like
that cost you some money, fam. That was like, if you had one of them, you was a guy.
Innit? And then towards the end of their cycle, you can get them for like 15 quid, fam.
Honestly.
It's even like the Walkmans back in the day, and it with the CDs and stuff. Like that was the thing, bro. That was a big bag. He was like coughing up, fam. There was like £200. There, like,
do you remember
might find out a charity shop now for like 50p. You know what I mean?
Martha, I remember still. Do you know what?
Do you remember them little bean MP3 players?
I know exactly.
Yeah.
Right.
Wait, I just need to see it for the nut.
That's man. Do you know what? Yeah, how funny is this? My dad actually, back in the 80s, he had his idea. There was a technology company. It was like 70s, 80s. There was a technology company that was starting up, and he said to my mom, like, you know, I really feel like this is a good investment. We got to buy some stocks in this. Like, this company is gonna be good, you know. And my mom turned around to this guy and goes, you're stupid. We ain't wasting our money on stocks yet. No, we ain't wasting our money on stocks. Do you know what this company was? It was going to be a lot of shares. Do you know what this company was? Microsoft.
I'd get over it eventually, but like,
honestly, but you know what's mad though?
I even thought about it this
I'd ask you every single day, how do you feel? We could have been billionaires.
Isn't it? That would be in my mind all the time. Like, big up to him to be able to just like,
I love you.
Not have that in the foreground. I would not.
You know what's mad about that though, yeah? What's mad about that is that at the time, again, we speak about context in it. At the time, your mum saying that was the smart thing to say. That's the scary thing in it. Like, that would have been the smart thing to say. well, in terms of the context of how they would live and stuff.
Yeah,
it's
no,
stocks.
you're right. Yeah,
We've
you're
got
right.
bills. We talk about stocks. Like, what the hell is a
Yeah,
stock?
isn't it?
You know
This
what I
is
mean?
what I
Like,
mean.
and it's like,
That's,
again, it's just so funny
You're
how
right. You
context
are right.
changes over time. I heard this great analogy, and I think I've said it on the pod at one point before, but I might not have done. But they said, like, if imagine Twitter, right, and obviously followers and all that sort of shit. They said if all the, you could go back in history and people had like Twitter, someone like Hitler would have had millions of followers. He would have been blue tick verified. All his shit would have been like he was a guy at a point. Whereas again, someone like Jesus, they say he only had 12 followers in it. And it's just mad how over the period of time, how context changes and recontextualizes people. Do you get what I mean? Like, again, not even to get into none of this shit, but someone like, again, Martin Luther King, like when he was about, like not everybody celebrated him. Do you get what I mean? Like, but when as time goes on and shit like that, and we like look back at time, we're like, oh shit, like the shit that you did was like, yeah, we salute that. Do you get what I mean? And then we can look back at other people who once upon a time were saluted, and you look back, it's like, oh, actually, they was doing some fuck shit. You know what I mean? And it's just, it's mad
Do you know
how
what, though? I
it's
can
like
think of two
I heard
people.
this one thing, and it was just someone saying, if we truly knew how like programmed we all were, we wouldn't even trust our own thoughts. And it's like mad to even try and conceptualize that, because you have to remember, from the point that you're born, before even inception, there's already a conditioning process that you're going through. You know what I mean? You're born into the world. Doctor smack your bottom, make sure you cry. Alright, what's the kid's name? Let's check the vitals. Let's sign the birth certificate. Like, you already in this thing. The blue room and the pink room, if it's a boy or a girl, like there's just so many
That's it. Straight
things that
away.
are already being pumped into you. Do you get what I mean? And when like infants and shit, they're the smartest like humans there are. Like they learn at an
Because they're
incredible rate.
just born without any sort of
Yeah,
bias
no
at all.
hang-ups, no
They just know.
anything.
They know when someone's bad and they know when someone's good. A baby knows, just like a dog knows, you know.
But the sad thing about
so much.
That's true.
yeah,
You know
legit.
what I mean?
And if you just put
Because
two kids
everything done.
together,
See?
Yeah, and kids know, fam. Kids don't. There's no politics. Kids will tell you as it is, straight.
Guys, I keep telling you, yeah, we shouldn't speak like this. We should speak like here.
Yeah.
It should be like a telepathic link. Because think about it, right? I gave the example of dogs hunting yesterday. Yeah. When they're hunting, they're silent, not a peep. But they look at each other and they run in unison. They like perfectly synchronized their little pincer move, catch that one, fam. It's not a peep exchanged between them, fam.
no, legit.
They ain't sounding, fam. And most animals really do sounds when they're like overly excited about something. Do you know what I mean? But when they're just chilling, you think they're just silent to each other?
Yeah.
They conversate.
But I think every animal has that ability. But if you think about it, you can kind of do that with your siblings. You can look at your sibling, and I bet you, like, if you get 3 guesses, you'd probably be able to guess what they're thinking, just because the link is strong. If it's the same sex sibling, they are 70% of your DNA.
Yeah.
You know?
The link is
strong. Like, it's actually a bit mad. But yeah, even because you're around them all the time. You know what I mean? And because you're around people that much.
And particularly when you're young as well, in it, like you're around them when you're young, you got
kids are social,
you build
man.
that different
Energy.
Endless
energy to be social. They just love it. Or obviously they just like to do their own thing. But yeah, man, being an adult, you're just tired all the time. And maybe that's where they want to keep you. Who knows? Yo, Julie, I was gonna say goodbye to everyone now, because I'm gonna have to go. I've got early shifts still.
Well, thank you for being our special guest. You know what I mean?
Thanks, man. Thanks for having me. This has been real fun. Thank you. No, thanks for having me, man. It's all blessed. Blessed for anyone listening too.
Yeah, for real. You want to tell them your name? You can be mysterious or not. It's up to you. Like, you can give yourself, you can give
Jamie was
yourself an alias.
mysterious.
Like, you know what I mean?
Do you know what? Nah, my name's Rachel. I'll give her my name still. You never know.
Well,
Yeah.
big up to you, Rachel. Thank you for all your conversation. It's been great. Thank you very much.
Thank you, man. Thanks, man. It's been my pleasure. I hope to be a part of this soon. This has been great. You're welcome to having me, man.
Oh yeah, speaking of context, now you see why we always do the air horns.
Yeah, of course, of course. You don't even have
Do
to.
you man do that? Do you do that as
Completely.
well, Will? Like, just go around the yard doing air horns and
Oh
shit? 'Cause I
yeah,
do that shit all the time. I do that all the time,
But
bro.
but it always makes me laugh. It'll never laugh. The only time it doesn't make me laugh is when it's like 2 o'clock in the club and I'm at peak dance time.
Yeah,
and
nah.
the DJ be changing that tune up with them air horns every seconds.
Chill out. Chill out. Let's chill out in the club.
It's not time for that right now. Like, it's not time for that. Like, wind it down. You know what I mean?
Oh, he does not.
Oh man, what time are we at? Actually, let me see.
Like 11
Three.
something. 11.
Strong. Yeah, gone for 3. No, that was good, man. That was good. Obviously, we were supposed to have, you know what I mean, Jamie come through last week. He fell asleep. Shout out to him. Do you know what I mean? But nah, man. That was a nice little impromptu thing there. Big up Rachel still. Big up Rachel still. Yeah,
Shout out to the special guest.
yeah. Trust me. Oh shit, man. I don't even know if I had any topics, you know, but I'll tell you the truth. Like,
Hold on.
fam,
Let me just
one thing I
check.
did
Let me
want to
just
say,
check
yeah,
the board.
which is wild, bro. Did you hear about the former president of Japan, bro?
Now, what happened?
Bro, they blew his head out in broad daylight, fam.
Oh,
JFK style, bro.
no.
Blew his head
Why?
out in the middle of the day, fam. Like, he was like, I think the last president. So like, there's a new guy now, but he was the president
Oh,
before.
shit.
I don't know why,
Oh,
fam. He
shit,
was
bro.
giving a speech, bro. You know, like in the movies where they shoot the guy when he's
Yeah,
giving a speech. They shot the guy when he was giving a speech. Do you get me? Blew his
that's
face off.
very. That's not
Wild,
very creative.
man, man, man. Yo,
I'm saying it. If you go with man on TV, but at least like the do it with a bit of style and panache, you know what I mean? We see that in the movies bad times from.
you know what it
But
is though. Yeah. Sometimes man ain't trying to be creative, bro. Sometimes they just trying to get a job done in it. Like, leave the creative to the creatives. You get me? Like,
nah,
we
I
here to
hear
do
that
the job,
from
fam.
nah. I feel like if you go and do a man movie style like that and they see all them like a bit of, do you know what I mean, creativity or something like from a fucking, I don't know, from like a moving van on the ground or something. I don't know, but like or something.
Just put
Just
a bit of
something.
flair in it somewhere.
Yeah,
A bit of
a
flair.
bit of flair, fam. If you fam, mid
Oh,
speech, fam. Nah, if that should ever happen to me, fam. Yeah, they gotta do it with a bit of flair, otherwise it doesn't count, and I'm gonna be right back next week, fam.
man, does it, bro? If your face is hanging on the side on the fucking concrete, bro, you can't say it don't count, fam. It still counts,
Nah,
bro.
but nah, it doesn't count because I'm gonna be back next week, fam. They gonna sort me out, fam.
Oh,
If there ain't no flair in it, fam. Nah,
they're gonna Darth Vader you, fam. Just put you back together
yeah,
like a
fam.
jigsaw.
They're gonna Robocop me, fam.
Robocop
And then
you,
I'll
blood.
be, yeah, and then I'll be in the speeches like, ha, ha, ha. He thought
Man,
you
it's like
killed me.
Stephen Hawking in the thing in it, like.
Ha, ha, ha. You thought you killed me. Ha, ha, ha. No flair.
Yo,
Yeah,
dissing man with a
nah.
robo voice is sick, you know, fam. That's hilarious. If you wanted to kill me, you should have aimed for the head. You pussy ass niggas. You pussy ass niggas. Like, the computer reading your
It's
thing
just
all fucked
like,
up and shit, bro. Like,
nah, sick. Nah. That shit's crazy though, for real. I know I'm like making
Yeah,
light of it.
I
You
know
know
we
what I mean?
shouldn't even joke, bro. Like it's wild, innit? But
I'm trying to be
yeah, fam.
disrespectful. You know what I mean? I
Like
just like, yeah, I'm just a bit shocked about in this day and age. Oh, but then again, now they don't know my man the other time also on TV as well. So fucking hell, is this like a new trend now? They're just like offering man on TV.
jeez, it's the JFK Olympics, bro. Like it's just wigging season, innit?
Yeah,
Everything
then
forget fun from, like, you know what I mean? It's just a
yeah,
wigging season right now. My brother,
he
listen,
get three, he get
How
three.
many pods ago did I come in here and say that they killed the president of Haiti, fam? Went in his yard and shot him, bro, and shot his wife, man, nigga. Like, it's wigging season, fam. You know what I mean, bro?
This recent guy, he get like 3 points for the actual, you did it, because, whatever, alright, job done. But for style points, nothing, fam. So overall, yeah, he get like a 1.5 from
Bro, they
out of
wigged
10
him on.
overall.
He was on TV, bro. Like, they wigged him
I
when
know,
cameras got him, bro. He was giving a
I
speech, my
know,
G.
I
Like, you
know,
have to get some points for just the brazenness of that, fam.
yeah,
To
he get
wiggle
the
man on.
3 for the job. Yeah, he get the 3 for the doing the job, you know what I mean? And then
No style
overall,
points.
nah, no style points, fam. And then overall, yeah, because it's like 10 style points, 10 for the job. Do you know what I mean? I will get him a 5 for the job. Do you know what I mean? 5 for the job, because it was done. You know what I mean? Not
Wigging a
very
man on
clean.
TV in 2022. You gotta give him at least 5.
It's not even clean. Do you know what I mean? That's just not. So 5, yeah, 5. Do you know what I mean? 5. Style points 0, fam. So overall, still 3.5 out of 10, fam. Not good enough. Nah.
Oh, we should not be making jokes about this, but fuck
He
it.
disqualified, fam. Nah, no, fam. Yeah, I'm a chill out. I know
But
it
nah.
was me.
Oh, yo, one thing I did want to say, fam. Have you heard this whole thing about Brittany Griner?
Who?
Who is sick? Who is sick?
Who it
Alright,
is?
so
Nah,
there's
for real,
a
who it is?
WNBA basketballer, yeah. So the women's NBA.
Oh, wait,
Brittany
she the
Griner.
fine one, right?
I don't know if I'm being honest. Like, hold on, let me see.
She the one that plays against all them gazers on Twitter and shit, innit?
I
She like
think
my soul and
so.
shit.
I think so. Hold on. Um, she cute. She cute. Like,
Yeah, nah, yeah. I don't know
yeah,
what it's about them. I don't know what it's
very.
about them.
I don't want to
Just
disrespect her in it. Like, masculine energy. You can see it's masculine energy, but she cute in the face if you look right.
no, dog. I don't know, dog. It's something about them tall girls from, I don't know. I don't know. Kind of, it
Nah,
intrigues
it's
me.
not. It's not because she
I get
tall. I'm
curious.
looking at the tats. I'm looking at how the hair's done. Like, I'm looking at
Uh,
these things, and it's like
Wait,
I
is
can.
this the same person I'm thinking of? Because that girl looks like, yeah, she looked like a girl, fam. Like a
Oh no,
girl.
no, that's what, bro. No, no, no. But she's a WNBA basketballer, though, isn't it? So she's like one of the biggest stars in the WNBA. But she was playing in Russia, and obviously all this shit's been going on. And
Oh, no,
basically,
that's definitely not the one. She's
oh
definitely
yeah,
not the
it's
one.
it's
Nah,
some.
sorry, not her.
But she's in
But she
jail in
had,
Russia right now, fam.
for what?
And basically, she had. I don't want to misquote it. I don't know directly, but it's something to the effect of like a weed pen or something like that.
Oh, dog. You don't.
And
Dang.
basically they're trying to get her on like trafficking charges, but the
Oh,
whole
come
thing
on.
is essentially, and again, I have not spoken to any of these people, I'm just reporting like kind of what's been said, but essentially it's like there's an international arms dealer that America have arrested who's from Russia. So they arrested him. Obviously he was like shotting arms off to certain people, and Russia are basically saying, yo, give us my man and we give you the gal in it. And America are basically on some like, nah, bro, like this nigga's a full criminal, fam. Like we can't, we not doing that. And
You're not just
bro,
about to be.
fam, they're trying to give her 10 years, bro. They're
Ah,
trying to give her. They're trying to give her 10 years, fam, and she pleaded guilty, bro. Like, they trying to throw the book at her, fam. Yeah, fam, they're trying to throw the book at her, but
He
again,
pleaded
it's a thing of
guilty.
like, and again, you have to think. I know, again, don't quote me, but from my understanding, the thing that she got like caught with was essentially like a weed pen. Do you get what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
That's
and it's like, right, if they're trying to give her 10, like, that's crazy, isn't it?
oh nah. It seemed like they ain't trying to, fam. They better give her 10.
Oh shit! Hold on. All right, hold on, different.
Hmm.
Let me just find something because I just got a little notification on my phone, which is quite interesting. 1 second. Where are you, motherfucker?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking about this lighter, fam.
Alright, I'll put a little music
Hey.
bed on. Like I'm Mo Farah. 33 minutes ago, Sir Mo Farah reveals that he was illegally trafficked into the UK when he was a child. So,
What? What? Wait, what? Nah. Just read that again one time, my bro, please. Just one time, fam.
Mo Farah
Uh-huh.
reveals that
Uh-huh.
he was illegally trafficked into the UK when he was 9 years old under the name
Oh,
of another
shit.
child.
Under
Back to
the
the air
name of
holes.
another child. Oh, my Lord. So his name is not even Mo Farah. That's what you're telling me.
Say that again.
So his name is not even Mo Farah. That's what you're saying.
Let's. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna go on the article. And I'm gonna see exactly what it says.
Because that's... Yeah,
Right.
nah.
So this is from Sky Sports. So if anybody want to sue Sky Sports. I'm just reading what they wrote. So the Olympic star was warned speaking out could put his British citizenship at real risk, but it's understood the Home Office is taking no action against him. Sir Mo Farah has revealed he was trafficked into the UK legally under the name of another child, saying he wants to tell his real story at whatever cost. The four-time Olympic champion told the BBC he was born Hussein Abdi Kaheen, brought to the
No,
UK with
that's
a
not...
woman and her child under another boy's name called Mohammed Farah. Sir Mo Farah
No,
said,
shit.
"The truth is, I am not who you think I am," as he spoke of the traumatic events of his childhood after leaving war-torn Somaliland in West Africa. He was warned by a barrister that although he was trafficked into the country as a small child and told authorities the truth, there is a real risk that his British nationality could be taken away. However, it's understood the Home Office will be taking no action against Sir Mo. Um, the reason I hit the round of applause is all right, let me try to approach this in a more friendly way. But see, I just want to be telling the truth, man. But no, fuck it. All right, so Mo Farah is obviously from Somalia, innit? Anyone who knows any kind of geopolitics knows that Britain has done some fucked up things to Somalia. Let's just say. Let's just say. Now, this kid's come over. Obviously, he's done his running, he's done his thing. Mo Farah, he smiles, he does the like. Everyone loves him. He's profitable. He make money. Da 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 da. Cool. The reason I give it up, yeah, is because look at what it took to get one of Britain's greatest athletes ever, fam. Like a system that's set up where, listen, we fucked up your country, so we're gonna let y'all come here because we need y'all to rebuild our country. You get me? Like we need y'all to do some more free labor shit. But you have to come under our rules and shit. Cool. Big up to the family and the woman who figured out, yo, we can bypass and finesse these rules and get our youth into this country for a better opportunity. Because look at what it fucking did, bro. Look at what it did. You know, we're just talking
Yeah,
about like
fam.
recontextualizing shit. It's like, look at one point in time, if they catch this woman and catch this kid, you guys have broke the rules, you've done the wrong thing, you're going back. But if they didn't break the
Yeah,
rules, Britain would have been robbed of one of its greatest athletes ever. Ever, ever. Not like of
straight
recent times, of ever, bro.
of ever.
And they love Mo Farah. And they still told him, bro,
Yeah,
your shit still might be at risk, bro. Fuck all the money you
yeah,
made for us, bro. What did Jay-Z say on 444? You still a nigga, bro. Aye,
yeah,
listen, I
nah.
don't care how much we're probably gonna let you off. We're probably gonna let you off because you know what I mean. You smile and you one of the friendly ones. You know what I mean.
Because
But
it's fine.
we have to just let people know that you can't play with the ticket. It. But now, big up to Mo Farah, big up to his family, fam. Y'all did what y'all need to do to get that young man to where he needed to get to, fam. Big up the whole situation. Big up the woman that lied. Big up the other kid who was really called Mo Farah. Like, I love the whole thing. I'm down for illegal immigration when it comes out to shit like that. I'm down for that, bro. Like, hell yeah, fam. You know what I mean?
That's fine. I mean, so wow, so damn. I just so
So his
so
name,
it's alive
let
then.
me just say it again. So his words, I'm quoting him from this article. I'm not saying this, but he said his real name is Hussein Abdi Kahin.
Kaheen.
Yeah,
Kaheen.
Kahin. But you know what? You know
Interesting.
what's funny? Like
Mm.
doing music and shit like that. That doesn't even really like move me, just because we kind of do a thing where most people don't use their real name. Do you get what I mean?
Yeah.
Like it's like oh
Nah,
mad
but
thing
it's
like.
just yeah, nah, here athlete fam, they don't usually
But he an athlete, like
they-
his shit is a brand, like Mo Farah, like that's a
that's
brand,
what I
bro. You
mean.
know?
So
Yeah.
you mean to tell me that I got these Mo Farah running shoes and Mo Farah is just some other guy somewhere in the world? Hell no.
Hey,
You throw these
but
in
you
the
know
trash
what?
right now.
Again, man, one thing I'll always respect, yeah, regardless of how anybody may ever feel about it any time. Somebody who's willing to just want to stand in their truth, regardless of the consequences. You have to applaud it. Do you get what I mean? If his thing is just like, yo, I'll tell you the truth, I'm like, this is something that's just been fucking me for a long time. Like, because imagine again, you're I mean, Will and that, but like, imagine you've just got some other name that they call you,
Yeah.
David Montague. I don't know, like just some other name, and you just going through life with this name that you know isn't your name. Like most people can assimilate and it's fine and whatever and stuff, but it's just yeah, if you wanted to hold that man, big up to him. Do you get what I mean?
Yeah,
Big up to
for
him. He
real.
came, he did what he needed to do, and to the point where this one Somali guy can be like, "Yeah, I'm here illegally, dog," and they're like, "Ah,
It's
I
cool, it's
mean,
hard.
I mean, how many gold medals again? Oh, I mean, come on, it's Mo in it. It's our good old Mo. You know what I mean?
Oh, I mean,
Like,
silly. Just come
but
over
yeah.
here, we'll pull that right out for you, my guy.
But
Yeah.
see, Mo was smart though because he called it up to the people. From Mo made sure his thing was very friendly, very like, nah, smile, big Mo, smile, and like
Mm-hmm.
he did the right thing. Because if he was like, I don't know if you well, I don't know if you watch tennis, but there's a there's a new guy. His name begins with a K. I can't remember his name. But they're kind of like positioning him to almost be like quote unquote the bad boy of tennis, and he's just very like anti. Like the other, like I think there's a rule in Wimbledon where you got to wear like all white, which in itself is symbolic. But we'll leave that alone for now. But like you have to wear all white, and he was basically like in these bright red Jordans, bright red Jordan cap, like he just flooded
Oh
in
my
Jordans
god.
in it. But like he's kicking arse though, like he's badding it up. And in one of the interviews, they're like, "Oh, what? So like, did you not know about the rule?" He's like, "No, no, like I knew about the rule and stuff." And the guy's like,
Oh
"Oh,
my.
what? So do you think the rules don't apply to you and stuff?" He's like, "No, the rules apply to me, like they do. Like, oh, so you just think that you're above the rules then?" He's like, "Nah, like
No,
I just
no.
like wearing my Jordans to tell you the truth. Like, I play well in them. It looks fly. Like, I just like wearing my Jordans. You know what I mean? Like, tomorrow I might wear some. Tomorrow I might wear some all white Jordans. Like he's just, you know what I mean? But they
You
positioning
never know.
him to be like he's that guy that we're not gonna like, which
Yeah.
can work if you're built for that. But again, you know what I mean? Look at this Mo Farah thing. Imagine if Mo Farah positioned himself as like the guy you don't like. I'm sorry, you here
Yeah.
illegally. Get this
Oh
motherfucker
man.
out of
Get
here,
him out
bro.
of here, dog.
Bye. See you later. We don't give a fuck like what you did, bro. Bye. See you later. But
For
you know
real,
what I mean?
fam.
Or he shook the hands, man. He went to the dinner, he sipped the Kool-Aid, and I'm not
And
dissing him
hold
for
up.
that. I'm not dissing
Hey
him.
man,
I'm
get it
just
how
saying
you live,
he
dog.
get it how you live, get it out the dirt, innit?
Mhm.
And hey man, if a young kid from war-torn Somalia, bro, on just the odd chance that this would work, if he took the opportunity and did this with it, you can't be mad at that, fam. You cannot be mad at
For
that, bro.
real, fam.
Do you get what I mean? Because look at what he did
Mm.
with the chance that he was given. Do you get what I mean? So, yeah, another round of applause for Mo, fam. Fuck that, fuck that, fuck that. Hold on, hold on.
Another one. Another
Yeah, man.
one. Another one.
Back with another one. Oh man. Um, do you have anything else, bro? Because I legit didn't have like
Um,
written down
let me
today.
just have a. Oh, the same person. Oh, the Rachel just left. But yeah, I got an interesting, I got an interesting thing. So, like I keep saying, yeah, I just be having epiphanies and shit. I was telling you, right? And then you're
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
oh, can you share one? And I'm like, they just kind of happened, you know what I mean? This time, I
Right.
made sure I recorded that shit, fam.
Okay.
Alright, so, uh, we was having this conversation. We're talking about women's fashion, women's fashion. And Rachel was like, oh, you know, my mum told me like you shouldn't wear tights, you should wear like the hold ups. And I was like, why? What's like the actual use of that? Do you know what I mean? And it's like, oh, you know, if you wear like tights or like anything that closes up that area, obviously like get sweaty and that, and it's like
Right,
there's
right, right,
things that
right.
you gotta do to obviously like, you know,
Alleviate that.
whatever. Yeah. Whereas like the hold up things leaves that like area open and lets it like be breathing, yeah. So I'm like, oh, I did not know that. And I sat there for a few minutes and I was like, oh, that's why the Bible says ladies shouldn't wear trousers. I did not know that. I had no idea about
Just no stinky fish in church. You get me? Like let it
that.
breathe, man. Let it breathe, dog.
Man
It has to
said,
breathe. It's only bread and fish that Jesus passing out, but no stinky sour fish, fam. Like nah, fam. Let it breathe. Let the air waft through. Do you get what I mean? That's hilarious.
for
Nah, I
real,
get it
fam.
though. It makes
Yeah,
sense though. It like
it's like,
it
yeah,
just yeah.
it makes much sense, man. Yeah,
Nah,
it's just
for real.
one of those, like, you know what I mean? Just like a random,
Maybe that's what
just how,
the Scottish dudes do as well in it. Like maybe dating is like you just gotta let it
yeah,
breathe a bit. You know what I mean?
and maybe even, because maybe this wearing trousers thing is like, you know what I mean? Because all that
Because
area
blood,
is supposed
I
to
imagine
self-regulate,
if
isn't it?
yeah, imagine you tried a kilt on just for whatever reason, for whatever the
Mm,
fuck reason, and it was the most comfortable thing you'd ever worn in your life.
that's all mad, fam.
Do you get what I mean? It's just like rah, bro.
Mm,
Like man might have to just bust this kilt, bro. Like 'cause this shit is a like. Do you get what I mean? It's like
that's all
we're
mad, though, fam.
conditioned to wear trousers or shorts or we're
Uh,
conditioned to do that, so we just think that's what we're supposed to do. Do you get what I mean? These men up there, bro, like, and we, oh, especially before back in the day, you look at that kilt shit, you're like, nah, them man is funny, bro. Like that's some different shit, but
that's,
them
that's some
Scottish man,
weird.
bro, like it's not a game, fam. You can't say that
Oh,
shit to them.
yeah,
They snap
nah,
on that
nah,
kilt,
fam.
bro.
Uh,
Like they try run joke with them to their face, bro. Try tell them that
Man,
some girly shit they doing, fam. Like, they stand on
man,
that and
them
they'll
niggas,
brook you up as well, fam. Like,
man, broke you up, you'll be lucky, fam. They'll cut your face from the ear, from this ear to the ear and all the way around the back, fam. Just
bro,
for good
like,
measure,
yeah,
fam.
they don't play behind that
Them
kilt shit,
niggas
fam.
ain't playing with that shit, dog.
They don't play
Fam,
behind that, bro. You know what I
with
mean?
anything, fam. Football, they ain't playing, fam. You know what I'm saying?
And again, yeah, legit. And it's one of
Yeah,
those things, bro. I always say there are certain signs you always look out for in it. Like, any dude who has the chewed up cauliflower ears, leave him alone.
yeah, nah.
Don't
Let him
cause
be, fam.
any problems to him. Just let him be.
And
You know what I mean?
yeah,
Avoid him at all costs, bro. I don't care how tough you think you is.
nah,
Like,
you're not, fam.
any
You're
dude,
not,
because
fam.
you know what that means, bro. That means that that guy is willing to put his entire face on the ground to do what he needs to do, to
Yeah,
flip your entire body over and do some like, leave them man alone, fam. Leave them man
yeah,
alone, bro.
let
Like,
it be, yeah. Let's
you
leave
know?
that. That's you do not want that, fam. You
Yeah, that's
don't,
not a
fam.
problem that you want, bro. You know what I mean? If you fucking if you try to start trouble with somebody and you see them put that left up by their ear and that right in front of them, they just start hopping. Leave them alone,
Nah,
fam.
nah, dog.
Because if it's not
You should
boxing,
immediately be
it's
like, my
Thai.
bad,
It's
dog.
if it's not boxing, it's
I'm
Thai
just
boxing
having a
or
bad day, you know.
kickboxing or Thai. Like, it's some different thing that you want
And
no problems with. Just leave them alone, bro. You
hey,
know what I mean,
my bad, dog. I was just having a bad day. You know, my boss
brother?
is an asshole, dog. I'm like, you know, man, I'm sorry I was
Man,
taking it
fuck
out
my
on you,
boss,
man. It's
man.
not even, man. Fuck that guy, man. Come on, man. Let me get you a drink, right? What you drinking? Well, yeah, all right, man. Hey, man. Yeah, chill out. But no, not
That's
hopping
when you
this
start
shit,
getting
fam.
to. That's when you start getting to. You're like, yo, man, we all just the same, you know, like the
And
universe. Yeah, like that's when you start getting into all of that, bro. Yeah, you're like,
all that, fam.
you was talking a whole bag of wasp before, bro. You see him do that little sprightly jump on their toes, fam. Now, no, leave him be.
Man,
Let him be. Yeah,
be like,
trust me.
I left the toaster in the oven. I'm gonna be right back. We gonna settle this, my guy.
Oh shit,
I
man.
left the iron in the microwave. Hold on, I'm gonna be right back. Don't go
For
anywhere.
real.
I
I'll be right back. I'll
kick
be
your
right
ass when
back.
I get back.
But nah, certain people just left to
What
be,
kind of
fam.
excuse, fam?
Yeah,
Any
legit.
excuse you can make, fam. Oh man, I thought it was a Wednesday today. My fault, dog.
Yo, that's sick. I thought it was Wednesday today. A man say, nah, it is Wednesday. You're just like, no. I just thought it was Wednesday. Never mind, bro.
Like Wednesday the 16th. Wednesday the 16th.
And they're like, bro, it is the 16th. I meant of December, bro.
Nah,
The 16th of December, bro. Like,
nah, because
2025.
nah,
And you're like,
nah, it's like, oh shit, it's the 16th today. Oh, all right, nah. See, what happened was it's supposed to be the 25th today, right? As a Wednesday, right? So, like, yeah, no, my fault, guys. Wrong Wednesday.
yo, my bad, dog. My bad, dog.
Wrong Wednesday. Yeah, damn.
Man start throwing up the spuds and that, like, yo, like, catch my, yo, next week, yeah?
Save you, man, yeah. Save you.
Oh, fucking hell. Fucking hell. Oh,
Oh my
shit, man.
days.
Yeah, certain people
Hey,
just left
then
in it.
you just out here spreading the whole room. It's like, yeah, now I see it, you, man. Yeah,
Man start
nah,
spudding
nah, nah.
inanimate objects, bud. Man spud the lamp, spud the chair. Just want
Shit.
to make sure there's no problems in it.
No
Spud the mirror,
problem,
spud the
fam.
TV. Like, everybody and everything in the room gets spud because I don't want no beef in here, blood. Like,
And yeah, fam. Nah, as soon as, like you said, as soon as that left hand go up and that right hand goes, nah. Do you know what I mean? Because you
yeah,
can tell,
trust
like,
me.
man that can, like, think, do you know what I mean? There's,
Yeah.
yeah, they do certain things in it.
It's when you look at them and you see and smell zero fear in any part of them.
Yeah,
When they look completely calm, relaxed, and calm and collected, while your adrenaline is going up and up and up. they're completely cut. Leave them alone, bro. Like,
Yeah,
you don't want
nah,
to fuck
fam, you
with
better
somebody
whoop
who's
your
not getting
ass,
adrenaline
dog.
rush from doing this, fam. Like, that means that they do this too much and they're desensitized to it, fam. Like, right now, your heart rate's going through the roof because you get ready to squabble. And this motherfucker just cool and calm, taking off
He
his
getting
jacket,
ready to
folding it on the
squabble,
chair and
fam.
shit. You know
Yeah,
what I mean? Like,
he
cool as
getting ready
fuck,
to
bro. Like,
squabble, fam.
yeah, bro, because that means there's no adrenaline for him with this, fam. Like, he's
Fam,
desensitized to doing this. He do this too
in fact,
much, blood. Like, he don't
y'all
even
ain't
see
even
you as a
squabbling
person,
to
fam. He
him,
just,
fam.
bro,
He's
he don't
getting
even see
ready
you as
to
a
whoop
human
somebody
being,
ass,
fam.
fam.
He just sees
He
you as a
just,
series of targets, fam. Do you get what I mean? It's just a
nah,
series of
you
targets,
just a
fam. Do you get
nasty
what I mean?
kick, fam.
It's like,
You're
cool,
not
I'm gonna
even a
snap that,
person, fam.
I'm gonna break that, I'm gonna bend that into, you know what I mean? It's just,
Nah,
man's doing
you
maths
just,
on your body, pause. You know what I mean?
you just a pair of ass cheeks to kick to him, fam. A minor to him, fam. You know what I mean?
You have said cheeks a hilarious amount of times on this podcast, by the way. I just want to point it out.
3 times, 4 times, 4 times.
All right, Mr. Precise. Shit. Sorry, bro. Shit, bro. Air horns
Nah,
for
you
you,
said
fam.
a lot.
Sorry, bro. This thing was
Nah,
right
yeah,
there on some Rain Man
I
shit.
have mentioned cheeks several times today. To be fair, I
Ah,
have.
it's fine. It's fine. Oh,
Uh,
but nah. But
keeps
nah.
popping up in context, fam. Somehow,
Man's
fam.
subconscious is speaking through the podcast, innit?
Fam.
Jesus Christ. Go do
Fam.
something, bro. Go do something about it, fam. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, fam. Nah.
And they're like, so Will, what do you think about the current political like climate? You see the mad
Yeah,
thing
nah,
about
it's all
cheeks, yeah?
cheeks, fam.
Like the thing about cheeks, yeah.
Nah, it's all cheeks, fam. See, what you don't
Everything is just
understand
cheeks,
is,
bro. All this shit is just cheeks, bro. Like,
in Boris is chasing them. Do you know what I mean? And he had the cheek to try and stay in the thing, but no, you know what I'm saying? Found graceful and leaving, fam.
bar son. Bar son. Bar son.
It's all cheeks, fam. See what I mean?
So
Even Matt
cheeks.
Hancock, he was grabbing up cheeks, fam. Cheeky guy, fam. It's all cheeks, fam.
Boy, Will's getting his battle rap bag right now with it. He's getting his battle rap shit, flipping words and shit. Alright, bro. I said, yo.
I said, hey, yo. Even Matt Hancock grabbing up cheeks. Cheeky guy. Get it? Slow it down. I said,
You want me to bring it back? You want me to bring it back? I said, Matt Hancock grabbing cheeks. Cheeky
cheeky
guy.
guy.
Get it? Battle rap is hilarious, man.
Nah, yeah, nah, that man, yeah. Because all
What them
that
man do
time
is
that he,
such an art, bro. Because, like, you can, like, make fun of battle rap and it's hilarious. If you just, like, copy the shit they do, it's hilarious, innit? But the way they do it, fam, they turn it into such a fucking art, bro. Like,
mm,
yeah, man. Battle rap is
it's
live.
like, it's funny to me, but like to actually do it, it's fucking nuts, man. It is
Oh, yeah, bro.
insanely difficult, fam. It's almost like, those people are too good at this rapping thing. It's comical. Let's meme them.
Yeah.
They're so good.
Yeah, legit. Legit.
Somebody was saying that about Eminem, that he got like so good that it's gross talent.
I disagree with that. I
Well,
think that.
he said he's like
Go on, go on, go
he
on.
got like you see artists like evolving and like do you know what I mean? I don't know, developing something that makes them like yeah, nah, like Jay, do you know what I mean? Develop. He's all
Right.
sophisticated and he raps about like, doing sophisticated things and having art for his children and blah blah, all that type of shit. But yeah, you know what I mean? But M just kept getting better, like technically to the point where it's like, yeah, that's I got to do a lot of listening for that. Yeah, it's
You know what I
crazy,
think M's
but it's
problem
so
is?
good.
I think M's problem is, like, and again, it's just, this is all opinion in it, but I think that Eminem, for the prominent part of his career, like, he represented a certain angst and had a certain angst, a certain fire about him. And what paired really well with that was his fucking otherworldly ability to rap words together. So you pair that with this angsty white guy who's from like a trailer park who is fucking with the hip hop, like he kind of, there was a lot of representation in that. What I feel kind of happened to Eminem is like he lost his fire. And I think in lieu of losing his fire, he tried to become more technically astute. Because again, if you listen to a lot of that shit that he's rapping and stuff, it's like you can appreciate the technical ability to do it, but he's not saying anything. Like he's not saying anything.
That's
It's like
what I
the
mean.
Busta Rhymes verse with Chris Brown.
That's
That
what I
and
mean.
then again, I gotta go and I gotta
It's
get
so
it.
technically
Like
good that it's
it's like it's
gross.
technically amazing, but he's not saying shit. And I think that's what happened to Eminem. Like I think there came a point where that fire that made him want to curse out his mum and bro, we remember all that shit, fam. Like when he used to spit
Oh
that
yeah.
shit, fam, like there was a fire about him, and I just feel like he lost that fire.
Nah,
But
he
he was
did.
still him. He was still like a multi-million-dollar enterprise at that point. And again, Eminem's another one who I think is all right, not similar, but I can use a similar point as the Frank Ocean thing I was saying, where like the legend of who he is surpasses his
Precision.
actual music at this point. It's like now Eminem can drop anything and there's a flock of people that will go to it because it's
That will
Eminem.
go and check it out because it's
But if you are someone that fucks with music, and this is from a nigga, like, I know man talk all this like race shit, whatever, but Eminem, that was the first album, like hip hop album I ever bought in my life, fam. The Slim Shady LP, bro. And my mom made me fucking take it back because it had curse words in it and shit.
bruh.
You know what I mean? That was the first album I remember that shit. I remember listening to that shit and being like, whoa, who is this? And
Yeah, I
what is
have
this,
bought
bro? I have
I
never
have
heard
bought
anything like this, bro. Like, do you get what I mean?
and
And I just
my
think like
first one
he
was 50
just
Cent from. I had
Fiddy.
to keep that. I had to keep that in my brethren's ass also from.
See, now I was stupid, fam. That's my problem, bro. I always try to just live in my honesty in it. Me just trying to be like, oh yeah, I got this album, I'm gonna listen to it, da 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 da. And then fucking first, fuck my mom and whoa.
Chill out.
My church Jamaican mums would bro.
Chill
She almost
out.
flung it out the window, fam. She almost flung that shit out the window. I tell her I paid for it. Like, nah, I paid for it, bro. I paid for it. Like that. You taking this back tomorrow? I don't give a fuck, man. Nigga. Like, you know what I mean?
Just copy it. Them days you could copy CDs in it onto the computer. So burn that shit
Yeah. Exactly.
into the Windows phone. And then be like, oh,
But it's
sorry
like,
guys, my mom said I have to bring it back. Sorry.
which to be fair, when you think about it, they technically shouldn't have actually sold it to me. But fuck it, innit? Like, you know what I
Fuck it is
mean?
what it is, dog. It is what it is.
But nah, I just think he just, I don't think he really cares about rapping anymore. And the only time he really cares is when people say that he's washed. But even in that, he sounds like he's trying to prove a point, but not in his soul. Almost like for the image of what he is. Do you know what I mean? It just, the
Yeah.
soul isn't there for me anymore. Like when I
You
hear
gotta
him rap, like
protect
you said,
that.
technically, fam, like you can't discredit it. Like the technical ability of rapping and shit. Like he do that, but he does it so much where it becomes distasteful. It's like putting too much sugar in your cornflakes. It's like, yeah, you might want a bit of sugar in there, but if you dump the whole thing of sugar, it's way too sweet, bro. Like I can't eat
Yeah,
this.
for real.
That's what his music is now. Do you get what I mean? It's just I can't vibe to this shit. I can't I have to want to listen to an Eminem album to want to hear that shit. And if he want to do that, to what we were saying before, if he's just like, this is what I do, and all power to him. Do you get what I mean?
That's more powerful.
But the thing about being a massive entity like that, and especially your trade being rap, like hip hop culture and all that sort of stuff, is gonna judge you against that. Do you get what I mean? And yeah, man, it's just a mad thing. But nah, that's what I think happened to M though. I just think he lost his fire, bro.
Nah, he just ran out of things to be mad about, and now his angriness doesn't
Yeah.
really seem to be coming from a genuine place. Because everything's
Yes.
beautiful now. Do you know
Yes.
what I mean?
Yes. That's a great way to
You
put
were
it. Yeah.
you
Yeah.
were you were fucking a goddamn CEO now. You know what I'm saying? You fucking yeah. No, you're a big dog now, fam. You on the
Because Will,
gatekeepers, fam.
you know what it is, bro? It's like when you get Billy's up, fam. Like, what is there to be mad about when you came from a trailer park?
Nothing,
Like, what is
nothing.
there to be
So
angry
nah,
about anymore? Do you get what I mean?
mm, nothing.
And he kind of like popularized his shit around again. It was that angsty, rebellious shit. That's what Slim Shady
Mm,
stood for. He was like the guy who was like MTV banned me and fuck this and middle fingers here and
yeah,
expletives and
and all that
in the
and all
news for
that.
but like that was his thing. He was like he was anti not anti, he was counterculture. Because obviously in that era it was like pop stars and Britney Spears and all that sort of shit. And he was like a white dude doing this outlandish shit, and hip hop fucked with him, and he's really, you know what I mean? Like, it's just
Yeah,
at that time where he was that, like, only he could have been that. Like, there couldn't have been a black dude who was Eminem. Do you get what I mean? That's what made him so like
mm,
polarizing and shit. And it's like, as you say, you get like a couple of Billies up and stuff, and it's just you can't be that mad at your mum anymore. Really, like, really.
nah,
You can't be that mad at your baby mums anymore because your Billy's up.
not
Like,
really.
it's cool.
Do you know
Your
what I mean?
daughter's grown up. She's fine. You know what I mean? Everybody's cool. There's nothing
Yeah,
like, as you said, you're CEO of this and you're doing this and you got all sorts of like, and you a legend already. Like,
for
it's one
real,
of those ones.
solidified.
Like, he's. I don't want to say there's nothing because you can never say never, but there's not a lot I think Eminem could do to remove himself from legend status. Do you know what I mean? Like,
Mm,
he would have to literally come out on some super KKK racist shit for people to be like, fuck Eminem. It'd have to be something as extreme as that. But,
yeah,
like, just him putting out mediocre music, like, he's a legend, do you know what I mean? He's already came and done what he needed to do. Do you know what I mean? But nah, shout out to him. You
nah,
know
shout
who,
out to the
who
kid,
I
fam.
really have, like, really pause, have like a sour taste in my mouth about, who I used to like really think was going to become like a dope act.
uh,
Joyner Lucas.
really? What? Sour taste.
It, to me, personal. I'm not putting this on anybody else. Just my own personal. It's very cringy, man. It's very beggy. It's very look at me-y. Like, it's.
But
He has
that's
a
the times
song.
in which we live, dog.
Do you remember when like Ye was like in the media a lot?
Yeah,
He basically did a
yeah, not
song
playing.
called Kanye West, and the song was about him being Kanye West. And if Kanye, like, if he calls me, then me and Kanye can figure this out, type of thing.
Mm,
Which is fine. Like,
mm.
okay,
A
if
bit
that's what you want to
Spanish, but
make.
I bet.
But it's just like there's a lot of stuff like that. There's just a lot of really
Mm.
beggy stuff.
You gotta
Like,
chill out with that shit.
I get accused of like fucking bringing up race and shit all the time. Yeah, Joyner
Mm.
Lucas has this video called like "I'm Not a Racist," and the
Oh
thing
yeah.
is like a fairly long video and stuff. And conceptually, it's really like I get it in it, but it's just I don't know, man. I'm one of those people again. When I look at people's track records and just the things that they do,
Mm.
it just he comes like Joyner just comes across a little bit beggy, or has recently come across a bit beggy to man. Like, it's just very,
Interesting.
oh guys, look at me as well, like, type of thing. Like, opportunistic, but like
Mm.
in a nasty way. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah,
because again, the
that's
Kanye
interesting.
shit was when Kanye was like heavy in the media, where like his
Mm.
name was an algorithm at that point where it was just pushing, you know what I
But
mean?
he had this
And it's like,
song, the track called Yeah, not
and the
crazy.
only
This
reason I
one.
knew about the song was because it came up in the algorithm. Yeah, and it's just like, I get it. I do get it, and I understand, but we talk about, I think, about
Nah, man.
intention. Like, intention is important, and
Maybe he just want to
I
meet
think,
his idol. You know what I mean?
yeah, but
And
then
they just speaking
want
it
to
into
meet
the
him
sun.
like in real life. Then, do you get what I mean? Like, don't do it when
Mm.
it's opportunistic for you to get clicks because his name is a hot topic. If that's how you feel, you should drop that in the middle of like nothing. Do you get what I mean?
Mm.
Like, not even to get into the shit too much like that. But even the Lord Smoke 2 thing that I'm working on,
Mm.
bro. Like, that whole shit is inspired from Pop Smoke, fam. Do you get what I mean?
Yeah.
And his name isn't like a hot thing right now. Do you get what I mean? If I now waited for his name to become a hot topic and then dropped it, the intention behind that is a little bit nasty. You know what I mean? It's like, if you
Mm.
feel that way, just put that shit out because you feel it. Because if the
Yeah.
right energy is behind it, the right energy will carry it. Do you get what I mean? It's just, again, I'm not saying fuck join a loop. I'm not saying any of that. I'm just saying it comes across a little bit beggy. And he was a talented, or is a talented guy enough where
He doesn't
you'd
gotta do
hope
all
that
that.
he don't feel like he needs to do that.
Mm.
You know what I mean? Like, yeah, yeah, yeah.
Nah, I don't know, dog. I mean, the songs is pretty cool themselves. You know what I mean? Guess maybe I don't know.
Because he's a talented guy. Because he's
Mm.
talented. Do you get what I mean? Like,
That's the thing.
he's not shit. It's just like a lot
Mm.
of the front-facing things are just very beggy. And I know we're in this new digital
Yeah.
era, and you got to try and stand that. Like, I do hear that in it. Like,
Mm.
I get it, man. But certain things
Find something
just,
else.
the people that often get celebrated, yeah, they often get celebrated
Mm.
because of the individual road that they take. Again,
Mm.
I like to use J. Cole as an example in these things. And yes, J. Cole is immensely talented and all that sort of stuff. But the reason people really like J. Cole is because he represents a group of people who can feel marginalized in the sense of, you're not quite the cool crowd, but you're not
Mm.
quite the nerdy crowd. Like, if this was a high
Yeah.
school sitcom, you almost like the people in the background
The in
type of thing.
betweeners.
You the in-betweeners. Do you get what I mean? And Cole represents like a culture of, yo, you can just be you, and that's
Mm.
good enough. Ain't no such thing as a life that's better than yours. Do you get what I mean? And
True.
that kind of backpacky sort of thing that he does, like, that's why he's loved and celebrated the way that he is. You take someone
Mm.
like Wale, who for a long time spent a lot of energy arguing with people online as to why he should be considered one of the best out of that class as well.
Instead of just
And
rapping.
for
Just rap, dog.
a lot of people, they see that and they off it because it's like, this is beggy, dog.
Mm.
Like, if we don't put you with Drake and Kendrick and Cole, like, that's our decision as the people. That's what we do. Your
Mm.
job is to be better. And Wale
Mm.
is cold, fam. Wale is being cold,
Fam.
fam. Like, Wale
Fam.
is cold. But
Gets no
again, in this
looks,
thing
fam.
that we do, unfortunately, it's not just music. Do you get what I mean? It's like,
Mm.
it has to be a marriage of a lot of different things. And yeah, man, it's just, you see some of the things that like people try to do, and it's just,
Like,
when you're an artist,
well,
like, you know what I mean. It's like, I talk to
mm.
BNV sometimes, Brandon, in it,
Yeah.
and he always says like he can't watch like movies and shit properly because
The
of what he
same
does.
anymore. Mm-hmm.
Just because you are in the visual like world, and you do that, you
Yeah.
naturally can see the things that are being done that the general public might not be able to quite interpret. And so, like, as an
I can
artist,
imagine. Sorry.
as like a no, it's cool. Like, I was just gonna say, as a recording artist, it's like,
Mm.
or as a musician, whatever you want to call it, like, when you see people doing certain things that you know in it, like, the general public might not be able to kind of tell, but you can see it because you do
Mm.
this and you get what is going on. It's just, yeah, certain things is just a bit yucky. But sorry, you were gonna say
Ah, fucking hell, I forgot.
it was about Brandon. I think about Brandon.
I was gonna say I can imagine like it being the same with the way that I listen to music. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
And like I
exactly.
can imagine how frustrating that would be to somebody. Let's say if just a regular old person was like watching the thing and they just couldn't like not unsee the magic. It would kind of fuck them up because like they're not in that world, but they know how it works. So it loses the
Yeah,
mesmerizing still, but then you don't have the fascination to be like, oh, but how did they do that? Oh, that's cool. I know how they could have done that. They could have done this
and that's like
without that
something for
part.
a long time. Like you and I used to talk about a lot because I used to
Mm,
say to you all the time, like I don't listen to niggas. Like I don't listen to nobody's shit, but me and my people's. Like I
mm,
don't listen to because it's difficult, or it was difficult for me to listen to music because I know how shit comes together. Like I can hear
yeah,
where you've like cut in. I can hear where this is like this cadence is different to that one. I can hear the
mm,
do over. Like you can hear it. Do you get what I mean?
yeah,
And it's like for a long time, I was just very anti listening to music for that reason. But again, from
mm,
like speaking to you and shit, and just the whole thing of like, it's good to hear the new things that are being done. It's
yeah,
kind of like, even in that sense, no, I'm better right now, but I
mm.
still like listen to music with an analytical ear. Do you get what
Oh
I
yeah.
mean?
Now that
Usually,
you're
if,
in the world, you can't turn it off.
yeah,
That's the
yeah,
fucked up part.
exactly. Like usually for me to enjoy music, I have to like put on like just a mix of shit. So you see, even like the house music thing we are
Mm,
talking about before,
yeah,
it's like I'll just find like a good mix of that and put that on in the
mm,
background and just do whatever I'm
yeah,
doing. It's like this vibe to it. Do you get what I mean? But even then, sometimes I find myself paying attention to like, all right, let me hear what the hi hat's doing. Let me hear what the snare's doing.
yeah,
Like, do you get what I mean? You just naturally
all the
find yourself
individual
picking out
elements.
different elements and
Mm.
shit. So yeah, I think it's just one of
Trying to
those things,
figure
man.
out the rhythm. My thing is like
Yeah,
figuring out the rhythm and trying to figure out how they made that texture or how they made it sound
yeah,
like that. Do you know what I mean?
exactly, exactly.
Yeah, it's fascinating, fam.
Yeah, man. And I think like a lot of
Mm,
times people in these different creative fields like find different outlets. So again, like most people, like they'll listen to music casually as like a part of their life, whereas a lot of
mm,
artists, like they won't really listen to music casually like that because it's a part of their job. You know what I mean? So they might fucking
mm.
game or do gym or something else. You know what I mean? Like as their
It's
kind of
fair.
other thing that they do. Like
Yeah,
yeah, man. It's just interesting how the brain works, I guess.
yeah, for real. You know, I secretly, uh, I secretly think that we, well, not even secretly because I fucking say all the time, fam. Bro, like this machine that we inhabit, fam, can do a lot of shit, fam. Do you know what I mean? From time you can go from like a skinny guy to being like a fucking Mr. Olympia or whatever, fam. You gotta know, like, yeah, there's some shit behind that shit, fam. This shit is, yeah, fam. It's
But
some fucking real, fam.
you know what's
And the
mad?
more that they keep, it's like
Oh,
the
no,
more they
you go.
keep
Sorry, no,
our
you go.
minds the more they keep our minds like encircled in all this stuff. Oh yeah, what's on TV? Love Island. Oh, by the way, I'm fucking sick of seeing that shit every time, lad. Fam. Fucking hell, fam. Honestly, fam. Like,
Bro,
has have we
to that
have we
point, yeah,
like gotten so have we gotten so like disenchanted with actual real life, the actual life that will watch other people living life, and not even life, bro, like fake life. Those
brother.
scenarios are not real. Do you know what I mean? But you know
I've
what's fucked up? It's
I have
fucked up. Is that
never. Go on.
like young people? Do you know what I mean? They'll take that and be like, "Oh yeah, I guess this is what relationship should look like." Do you know what I mean? It's like, nah, that's unrealistic, man. Those are like prepared scenarios. Do you know what I mean? Sometimes those are paid actors. They might not be all the time, maybe, but sometimes, shit,
Bro, I
paid
have
actors.
never a day in my life seen a single episode of that shit. But I hate that I know who Ekin Su is. Like, I
I
hate
don't
that I
even
know
know
that.
who they are, fam. I just
Bro,
keep seeing all
I
these
hate that I
random
know
names,
that
and I'm
name,
like,
fam. And anyone who watches that shit knows who that is. Like, I hate that I know that. Bro. I've never seen the shit, and I try to go out of my way to, like, not ding it. But like Will said, bro, it's everywhere. You know what I mean? And it's like,
yeah,
yeah, you're so right, bro. You're
and
so right in terms of just
it's
how
like, nah,
limited the thinking is, man. Because
mm-hmm,
you know what's mad? You know, you just said the whole thing about like you can go from a skinny guy to a hench guy. You know what's mad? Like on that point, deep sea divers, bro. You know the people that
mm-hmm,
like free dive and shit,
yeah, no tanks and shit.
who will just
They're
like
crazy.
be underwater for like a good 30 minutes, bro. No
Yeah,
oxygen
they
tank, no
mad, fam.
nothing.
They
Just a deep,
absolutely mad, fam.
bro. Do you know how
Bro,
incredible that is?
yeah, fam, I can barely even get through a minute, fam. These days, I used to be able to do three, fam.
But you know what I've
But like,
realized, fam, that when
yeah,
we even think about that, like, because
mm,
my girl's got like this app on her phone, and it's just kind of like different
mm,
little things you can do, da, 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 da. And one of them
mm,
was like a hold your breath thing, and it's like you just hold your breath, and the longer you can hold it, it kind of just indicates how healthy your lungs are, da, 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 da.
mm,
And what I realized,
uh,
bro, is I can hold my breath for a really long time. But what I
mm,
realized is it's a mental thing, though. I can't explain it,
yeah,
fam. But it's like
no, it definitely
you
is, fam.
once you almost allow your mind to forget about the concept of breathing, you'll be very surprised how long you can go without
How
breathing and
long you
be
can,
absolutely
yeah,
fine. Like it's weird, bro. Like that might not be a good explanation, but I remember I did it in it,
no, I
and it
get
was
it.
just like, literally just took a breath, closed my eyes, and I don't want to say I went into a meditative state. Like that sounds too hippie-ish, but like I just kind
No,
of
yeah, I get what
was
you mean.
still.
I was
Did
gonna
you get what I mean?
describe
Like, do you
it
get
the
what I mean?
same, fam. Yeah, I
And
would
bro, like
describe it exactly
before I
the
know
same.
it, my girl was tapping me on the shoulder. It's like, fam, like the time thing is done, you know. But I was like, oh shit, that was like 2 minutes, fam. Like, bro, it's weird, fam. But it's just to what you're saying in it. It's like there are so many things that this being can do, but we pump it full of
hmm
poison and toxin, and don't access that shit, man. It's crazy, bro. Like,
For real, fam. And what's even worse is like fucking it's the screens, fam. Can't get away from no screen. Everything got screen now, fam.
what
Nigga, the microwaves got screens. You know what I'm
a
saying?
black
Fridges got
screen
screens
specifically, you
nowadays,
know what I
fam.
mean?
Yeah, man. They all got that shit, fam. And it's like, that's how y'all doing it. That's how
You
you
know what,
guys
bro?
are limiting the.
You said something earlier that like triggered a thought, but it triggered a thought of something else. You said like before that was like, oh shit, that makes sense. You know what I mean? You've spoken a lot about how language is magic in it, like it's judge, it's witchcraft,
Mm-hmm.
like whatever you want to call it.
Mm,
And obviously, we're talking about the capabilities of the human brain and the fact that
mm,
we're using like very minuscule amounts of that. And it's like the thing you said before when oh shit, when Rachel was there talking about like kids and stuff, like
mm.
or sorry, you use the example of wolves. Sorry, like wolves don't speak, but they're able
Yeah.
to communicate on like what if language? What if the like one of the curses of language is to disconnect you from the rest of that shit? Because the true form of communication, as you said, should be like a telepathic thing, but you get
Mm-hmm.
conditioned into communicating through the verbal, which almost like locks off that telepathic part of your shit.
All
Do
the
you get what
other
I mean?
side of things. Because, yeah, why you think they always be like, oh, we only use 5% of our brains? which they should always end by saying at a time, at a time.
Ah,
Because we
ah.
use the whole brain, all like your whole brain got like everything got jobs, fam. Can't just have like one little piece of it working. Do you know what I mean? And then the rest of it is just like dead. So like everything's got jobs to do, fam.
The lights gotta
Do you
stay
know what
on
I
in it.
mean? Yeah, fam. Bills gotta get paid and shit, yeah.
Trust me, trust me. No temps, bro. No
So nah,
temps, fam. Like we need people who are
nah.
gonna be here, fam. You know what I mean? This shit gotta keep running, fam.
Trust
And
me,
even
fam.
that, like you said, fam. Like even just the simple fact that essentially from the day you were born, maybe minus a few moments for some people, like your
Mm.
heart has beat every single day, continuously,
Yeah,
whether you thought about it or not.
or
Do you know
not,
what I
fam.
mean? Again,
Mm.
excluding people that have heart attack, like excluding all of that, just
Mm.
uh, default sort of person. Like your heart's been beating since the day you were born, and it hasn't stopped.
Mm.
Do you know what I mean? Like that in itself,
Still, fam.
and you're controlling it, but you're not controlling it.
At the same time, we
It's
see
mad,
how
isn't
you
it? Like,
are. See, do you remember that episode, fam? I remember I was lit, fam. And I was like, ah, Drizz, fam. I figured it out, bro. See, what it is we do exist, but we don't at the same time. So
right,
it
right, right.
is real, but it is an illusion. Because think about it, right? It's your avatar, but this is not you, fam. The you, you've never seen you. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
You only, you only think you. You know what I mean?
because you think you.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like, so you do simultaneously exist and don't exist at the same time. Because your spirit is not something that is manifesting here in the physical flesh and blood world. Like you don't walk around with like a spirit tagged to you. Do you know what I mean? It's not.
Well, not
But
one
then
that
it
you can
is.
conceive or conceptualize
In it,
anyway.
yeah, but then it is though. That's what I mean. It is here and it's not here. So it does exist and
Yeah,
it doesn't exist. So you do exist, but you don't exist all at the same time. So imagine the impossibilities of the possibilities, fam, if
bro.
that makes sense.
You know what it's like, yeah? It's like living in a two-dimensional world, like a 2D cartoon,
Mm,
and trying to explain 3D to them. Like 3D is a
yeah,
thing that exists, like that third that like it exists, but in a 2D world, you can't even conceptualize what that even means because you're just tied to the
because you
confines
can
of this
only ever
2D.
see.
You know what I mean? And it's like
That's
you
it.
think about that, and like you think about like 4D fight, like all these sort of shit. It's like, bro, like
Mm,
all this shit is shit that exists, but we can't conceptualize it because we hear in
that's it.
this. Do you get what I mean? The
Mm,
same way a 2D thing couldn't conceptualize this world that we in, where we can look at our hands and fuck it, like all this sort of shit. Like
that.
they, it's the same thing in it, and
Mm,
it's just mad to think that. Again, I use cartoons as a great example because cartoons are. You know what, bro? You literally said it. You literally just said it. Cartoons are both real and not real at the same time.
hmm.
Meaning, they're a thing that exists. Like cartoons are a thing that exists in the
Yeah,
world, but they're not
but then they're
real
not
things
real. Mm,
technically. And because we
they don't.
understand that, we understand the dimensions that they're limited to, and we live beyond that dimension. They're
Mm,
two-dimensional things, and we're in the third dimension, so we can see the limit of their reality. And
yeah,
it's bro, it's like you said, in the same way you go
exactly.
to 4D now, like there are beings in 4D doing their own OnlyMans podcast, and we have no conceptualization of what the fuck that even means because we can't even
Yeah, they on
comprehend
some.
that.
They
Do you
talking
get
on
what I
some
mean?
higher shit, fam.
Do you know what I mean? And you go up from that and
For
up from
real,
that, and
fam.
it's just like, dog, like this whole thing is
Yeah,
so spacey in it. It's so mad,
that's what I'm
and
saying, fam. I
yeah,
think, I
yes,
think, I think, like sometimes, yeah, it can make people go a bit mad, fam. But then it's like,
Definitely.
nah, you tried to fight it. That's why, fam, because you want it to be this. But then obviously, it's presenting itself as this. So why fight it? Just accept it. It is. Do you know what I mean? Just be cool.
I think there are so many distractions put up that make you want to fight. You know what I mean? Like, you can look at the state of the
Yeah,
world and make a solid argument as to why we should fight against the state of the world right now. But as you said, at the
true.
same time, everything is what it is and is as it should be, technically,
Mm,
because it wouldn't be
yeah,
otherwise. And in the
that's the
same
fucked
way,
up part.
like, the human body has millions of blood cells that are doing war every day, bro. They spinning blocks, they killing ops, like they doing
All that,
real
fam.
on-site war. Anywhere we see, listen, anywhere you see that bacteria, kill your ass, fam. Fuck your wife, fuck your kids, kill anywhere you see him, bro. You
All
see
of
any
them, fam.
bacteria in this shit, murder that shit, fam. Like, it's real war in it. But then you zoom out to us, and we cool
There's
in it. We
just a
just
guy
here, we
scratching his
talking.
nose, fam.
Nah,
There's
ain't
just
no
a guy
scratchy. Where you
scratching his
from,
nose,
bro?
fam.
Fam, see, this is another sketch we need to do, fam. This is another sketch we need to do, fam. The ends inside the human body, like the red blood cells pull up. Like, "Aye, where you from, fam? Oh, yo, nah, like I'm just passing
Nah,
through in it. Like somebody
nah,
sneezed. Like I'm gonna get passed out. Nah. Fuck all of that,
you
my nigga.
looking
Like,
a
where
little
you from,
suspect,
bro?
my G. Nah, you wearing
Nah.
the wrong colors around here, fam. You know what I'm saying?
Ah,
Only
you can't
red
see
and
all
white
this is
around
red,
here,
bro. All
cuz.
this is red blood
Yeah?
cell, like all these blocks, nigga. And these is my blocks, dog. So the fuck you saying, dog? Like, you know what I mean? Like,
When 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 COVID came, it bust through the
oh god.
doors and everyone are like, oh, yo, you don't see it's all red here? And COVID's like, fam, cuz, listen here, I'm Crip
You know what?
and fuck
You know what
everything up.
COVID was,
That's why
yeah?
they call me COVID, son. I'm out here in these streets.
Nah, COVID
Better
wasn't
know
even a
about
gang
me,
member, bro.
fam.
What COVID was, you know, at the start of Straight Outta Compton when they send the army into that like crack yard. That's what COVID was. COVID was sent by the feds, bro. That was no gang shit, fam. That was the feds, bro. You know what I mean? That was with the tank and all that. Like, listen, we don't give a fuck
COVID
what kind of
in,
gang shit you do in here. We taking all this shit, dog. All this shit gotta
in,
die, nigga. Like,
in the suit and glasses with the little earpiece. Like,
trust me, bro.
breach confirmed. I'm waiting.
Yeah,
I'm
all of that,
waiting
fam.
further orders.
Fucking little COVID headquarters in Buckingham Palace, from like COVID headquarters. Like, all right, so just to confirm, we have now infected. Like, you know what I mean? They shit like Splinter Cell and that. You know what I mean? But like they going. Oh shit!
Now, where you from, cuz?
Hey, fuck all
I'm
of
not.
that,
Where you
nigga. Like,
from, blood? Where you from, blood? Oh, you ain't blood? Why you think you gonna walk up in here, blood?
and then there's some white blood cell like girl that's like, no, leave him alone, leave him. Nah, fuck all of that. Nah, fuck all of that. He ain't from around here, man. He ain't from around here, dog. Like, hey, where you rep, cuz? Where you rep, cuz?
Yeah.
Throw it up, nigga. You better throw it up, nigga. You better throw it up.
What's your
And the
name?
bacteria.
Oh, they call me CC, otherwise known as Coming Cold. Oh, get his ass out of here. Get him out of here.
And
Two C's, fam.
trust me.
That's
And
why the
bro,
Bloods be fighting them, fam.
and you know what? Like, the actual cops. You know who the cops would be, fam? Like
Uh,
paracetamol, ibuprofen, fam. That would be the police.
yeah.
That would be policing it.
And then like and like morphine and them will be like the army and the
Yeah. So like
antibiotics and shit will be
the
like the
red blood
special
cells are
ops
like
guys
battling
and
up this
shit.
bacteria and shit. And in two-twos, you see the ibuprofen sirens coming down the block, and they're like, "Oh shit, nigga, ibuprofen! It's the ib, nigga! It's the ib!" Whoa! Hello.
It's the
We heard
bureau.
about disturbance in this area. Oh yeah, there was some guy, and then they fucking like ibuprofen brutality, the bacteria, and dash it in the back of the ibuprofen van and shit, and get it the fuck out of there, fam. Like, you know?
Inside the capsule. That's why they come in a capsule. It helps out. That's the arrested. That's them.
Oh,
Oh my lord, never mind. I mean, well, yeah, nah. Nah, that would be sick still. Yeah.
that's
You
hilarious,
know
fam.
what? Yeah, now that's obviously that's intellectual property, you know what I'm saying, belonging
It is
to
indeed.
the OnlyMans podcast. And anyhow we see anything like this related, do you know what I mean? Yeah, there's gonna be some issues, man. We gonna
There will
have
be
to like, you know
legal
what I'm saying?
recourse, fam. There will be
Yeah,
legal
nah.
recourse.
It's gonna have
Trust
to
me.
be a
But
check
now,
or something, you
bro,
heard?
fam, we listen. You see, the same way we used to talk about doing a pod, like from time, yeah. We've talked
Uh,
about like doing, you know what I mean,
the
some
sketches
animated,
and shit.
bro. We fam, because that's hilarious, fam. The blood
Fam.
cells on the blood cell corner, fam. And it's a whole
Fam.
blood cell, fam. Literally double
Blood
entendre,
cells
bro.
on the block, fam. Blood cells on the
Fam,
block, fam.
that's jokes, fam. That's jokes, fam. That's jokes, fam.
Hey, human. You see that? Yeah, yeah. Coming down from the mouth there. What's that? Ah, we better go check the house still. Hey, oh, fam. Yeah, depressing, fam.
Man, them's just white blood cells on the black, nigga. What they doing down here, cuz? They know they can't come down
Nah,
here,
the white
cuz.
blood cells is not the ops, fam. Nah, it's red and white, fam. That's the colors in it. That's the gun colors, fam.
But red
So
and white blood
the
cells
red
in
ones
the
beef.
body do
Yeah,
what,
the
though?
red ones beef them. Oh, they beef in the in the tin.
As we said, if we're using the human body as the metaphor, like,
Nah,
they would have to be ops in it. Because in the human
nah.
body,
What
it's
about the
red blood cells
diseases
and
then? What
white
are
blood
the
cells. And
diseases then?
the disease. Ooh, all right, all right, all
Like
right. The
the cold and
diseases.
you know what I'm saying
What
and all
would
them
they
man.
be? What would they be?
Like what would
All
chicken
right,
pox be then?
in like shows and shit, yeah. Like say,
Oh,
fucking, they'll have like the one guy that's running, like Top Boy, for example. They'll have like the Shane and them
mm,
running the block, and then there's their ops, and then there's
mm.
always like the next ops from like a next place that come into the thing somehow, and now you got to deal with these other guys that you don't know, but it's beef in it.
And
That's
they
what,
trying to
like,
invade as well.
yeah, they coming in, they trying to take over your block, like, so they not like your ops that you know. Like the red blood cells and the white blood cells, they all know, like, it's like Crips and Bloods in it. They all know they
Mm.
sets, they know where they shit is. If we see y'all, you know what it is, but we all know where we supposed to be in it.
Sightings from sightings.
Yeah, but like, yeah, the bacteria and like the like shit like that. That's like when the cartel niggas come down and they like, we taking over this block, and now you got to war the cartel man. You know what I mean? It's like, because again, you
Oh
know the
yeah, now
cartel man, they come
everybody
with
got to
heavy
band
artillery,
together
bro.
to fight the cartel and it's like
Yeah, that's
this ain't just
exactly.
about this ain't about no petty beef, dog. This about the whole body, dog. Not
It's the
just the
whole
block,
black nigga.
the whole body, dog. We gotta do
And
this.
yeah, the
Squash
red
the
blood cells and
beef.
the white blood cells, they gotta put their beef to the side for a little bit to beef this
Do
next
a
thing and
truce.
get this guy out of here. But at the same time, they still kind of don't trust each other, so they still kind of side eyeing each other a little bit. But you know what I mean? Like, we fucking about, bro. This is IP that belongs to
Yeah,
the
nah,
OnlyMans
the most.
podcast, and the proprietors therefore, and they're just,
Trust me, fam.
as we
Trust
said
me, fam.
before, any
Yeah,
imitations, any inspirational things taken from this, anything that
yeah.
deems to have taken from this intellectual property will have legal recourse that will follow.
Yeah,
You bitch ass niggas.
or else we want our money. It's as simple as that. Or else we want our money. That's all.
Exactly.
Mm.
Now, cut a check. Yeah, cut a check, bro.
Yeah,
Like, this
check,
is just an
bro.
idea we
We
come
can
up on the
talk. You know
podcast,
what I'm
fam.
saying?
We can do
Yeah,
ideas all
we
the time, fam.
reasonable. You know what I'm saying? We reasonable guys. You know what I'm saying? We can be spoken to.
Oh,
You're
shit. You're
Yeah,
Oh, red
I like that
blood
shit.
cells.
I've been watching a guy called Wall Street Trapper. I don't know if you heard of.
Say that one more time.
He's from a guy called Wall Street Trapper. I don't know if you ever heard of him.
It
Nah,
sounds
but
familiar, but I don't like watch.
yeah, nah, but yeah, he's from New Orleans, and I've been kind of watching him from. And he says that all the time. He's like, "You heard me?" He sound like Birdman and them when you do it. I'm like, yeah, that's so cool. Fam. Ah,
I would love
yeah,
to. I want to go there one day. New Orleans. Like I've
yeah,
heard a lot of very good stuff about New Orleans. I've heard it's
mm,
one of those places where
mm,
it's the only place like that kind of. I don't want to say in the
yeah,
world, but in the world, it's one of those very unique
yeah.
cities.
My
You know what I
cousin
mean?
said that she really liked it,
Yeah,
and she's quite like upstandard. You know what I mean? But she said that she quite liked it.
yeah. Like I've never heard someone who's been there or spoke about going there. I've never heard anyone say they didn't
And then be like,
like
nah,
it.
mm,
It's like it's because obviously you hear about the different stuff that they do, and you know what I mean. You can
yeah,
imagine all the parties and all that sort of shit. But as you said,
and all that.
people who may not be into that, I've heard them like say they've gone there and be like, nah, like I really enjoyed
Mm.
it. You know what I mean? Like
Because
so
the
like nah,
culture there's like it's unique. You know what I
rich in
mean?
it,
Mm.
and even
And
that
also,
from like
yeah, just a quick little sprinkle of a bit of like a ooh, yeah, just to shake a bit of doubt on there. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, they do a lot of judge there, fam. So you never know. Do you know what I
Oli,
mean? Maybe that's why nobody got
Oli.
a bad word to say about the place, fam. You know what I'm saying? You just get judged by all the food that you be eating, and then you're like, oh, it was amazing. No matter what
But do you
happened.
want to know how like even a lot of that shit sort of came about though, and like I'll
Mm,
make it brief in it, but that
mm,
area that is New Orleans, it was
mm,
like obviously when there was like colonization going on more, there were a lot of
yeah,
settlers there. So like the Belgians were there, the French were there. Like there have been a lot of different beings and cultures and different things that have crossed paths there, as well as obviously like the
mm,
Africans and stuff, like or indigenous, like all that sort of shit in it. So they say like New Orleans is this place that if you've ever been to like the Caribbean and you've been to like Barbados, for example,
no,
like there's a very heavy Indian culture in Barbados because of
mm.
just like the migration of Indians, like kind of across the
Even in the
Pacific.
food, like the spices and shit, innit?
But it's like the Indian culture has integrated with the Caribbean culture. So it's like it's
Mm,
not Indian and it's not Caribbean. It's this blend of the two. And when you look at it,
yeah,
you can see the Indian shit, but you can see the Caribbean shit as well. But you're like,
yeah,
rah. And even like how they talk and shit, there'll be women, and you see the women there, they look like, if you just see them, you think it's a full Indian, and they talking with a whole Caribbean, like it's like a blend of culture, and like
yeah.
that's what they say New Orleans is like because of like all the different
Oh,
kind of settlers, well, colonized and stuff that were there, like, and obviously
yeah,
people stay, and when new people come, like there's interbreeding and like the cultures mix
and
up, and
stuff.
like the New
Yeah,
Orleans culture is supposed to be a mixture of a bunch of different like pagan religions and sort of like uh what do they call them, like the Judaistic religions, and like it's a mixture of
yeah,
shit, you know what I mean? And it's like that would be quite cool to see. Like that would be quite cool to see. To be
yeah.
fair, because I like
Nah,
stuff like that where you can see the like the influences of the different things where it becomes like its own thing. Because again,
yeah,
I'll use Barbados as an example. Like if you ask those people, like again, a woman that look Indian and a woman that look black, if you ask them, they'll tell you that they're Bayesian. They ain't Indian, they ain't black, they Bayesian. Like they are
mm,
what they are. You know what I mean?
yeah,
And it's like it's just cool how human beings do that. Even a place like Hawaii, you see how like the typical Hawaiian looks now. You know that's
yeah.
because like the Japanese like came over the mountain and then settled in Hawaii and shit.
Well, they got
And
forced
then
there,
they,
innit? It's not like they just went there.
well, yeah. Let's not leave that part out in it. Like let's
Yeah,
let's not leave
yeah,
that part. But like, yeah, the Japanese got forced there and obviously started, and that's like you look now and it's like, oh shit, I can see how that came from that. Do you get what I mean? But like, now they're their own people. Like if you ask them, like I'm not Japanese, I'm Hawaiian. Do you get what I mean? It's crazy, bro. It's crazy, fam. It's crazy, man.
Yeah. It's dope, fam.
Yeah, nah,
You
legit,
know what I mean?
legit. It's
And also,
that's why I want to like travel and shit, man, and just see these different places and different things, and you know what I mean. It's one of those.
you see new things. Another
Yeah.
theory, fam, and this will be my last theory, you know, like for this week. This will be my last one.
All right, we'll wrap after this. This will be a nice close.
Yeah. So, right. Anyone who's listening, prepare to have your mind absolutely blown, fam. Right. We're time travelers already. Let me explain. Right. You as a being experience time as a linear thing that's just like going forward, right? By all measures, there shouldn't be a reason why you can't go backwards. But what if you're a time traveler already set on a specific destination in time, right? And this life that we live in is the journey, I guess. While whatever else is happening, you moving through, this is the space that you come in, right? And you come in as a little baby, helpless, oh gosh, and then you learn how everything works in the world so that you can operate while you're traveling, and you do all this stuff, but then you forget that you're traveling, fam. And now people are like, oh, we wish we could invent time machines. Why do you think people are so obsessed with time traveling, fam? You're doing it right now. I dare you to look at the clock right now, yeah, and then give it some time. Maybe forget about it, and then look at the clock again. Forward. You've been moving forward in time this whole time. You've been traveling, fam. This whole time. Since you were born, since even before you were born, you were moving forward in time, fam. You time traveling. We already did it, guys. That's the good news. We already did it. That's the good news. No need to try and figure it out anymore. Let's just enjoy the journey. Do you know what I mean?
You know what, bro? That's
Mm,
a very interesting notion because again, to sort of crunch it down, and I know you said you're going to close with this in it, but it's good
mm,
discussion. But like, we have to first define words by what they mean in it. So we have
mm,
to understand what time is, firstly.
mm-hmm,
And for a lot of people, use the example of the clock.
mm.
Jesus, the clock.
Yeah.
Pause and get fuck's sake. Jesus Christ. The clock. Bam. Warrior.
The wall watch, yeah.
Bam. The wall watch, yeah. Use that example, right? Fuck's sake. That shit threw,
Right.
like, I need to, like, remember my point, fam. That shit threw me all the way off, bro. Like,
Fucking hell. Yeah, me too.
the time, yeah.
Wait.
Like, you look at the
Yeah,
time.
people experiencing time. How people experience time.
The first thing we have to even try to look at is how we experience time and how we understand time. Because a lot of us,
Mm,
we understand time by the definition of being tied to it, meaning you're born and then eventually you're going to die, and there's a finite amount of time that's going to happen within, in the same way that there's a
yeah.
finite of time within the day, there's a finite of time within the year, so on and so forth. Like, whatever you
Mm,
do, it don't matter, because in this amount of time, there's a conclusive thing that happens. What we have
yeah.
to like try to understand that that's only a measure that we've created so we could try to understand it. It's the same thing like weight and height and shit like that. We create these
Yeah.
metrics so that we can categorize shit and understand it in our minds. If you just looked at somebody, you wouldn't be able to say like how many pounds they weigh or how you could estimate
Yeah.
maybe,
I
but you
mean,
wouldn't
some
be able to
people
say
are really good at
definitively.
guessing.
But essentially, it's a guesstimate in it, like essentially,
Yeah.
because the paradigm of the weight of somebody doesn't exist because we can weigh them. Whether we could weigh someone or not, they still weigh as much as they weigh. It's the same thing with time.
Yeah.
Whether we had clocks or not, time is still what it is, which isn't actually something that exists on a clock, but we put it on that so that we can
So we
try
can
to
measure it.
understand it and measure it and navigate it. So exactly to what you're saying, bro, if you remove like the analog clock element of it, like 12 to 12, if you remove the element and like, all right, what is time? Time is the sequence in which reality exists and moves forward or backward potentially. Like, because you could
Maybe.
argue that the trees and the leaves falling off and then they grow back and then they fall off and then they grow back. Is that time moving forward or is that time moving backwards? It's like a melody on a loop. Once it's looping, it's an infinite loop, innit? It does what it does and exit.
Yeah.
But again, because we look at it like a 24-hour clock thing, we say, all right, it grows in the summer and then it falls off in the winter. But then when the summer comes back, it's the next year. So we change the number. And do you get what I mean? It's like a thing like that. But when you remove all of that from it, it really is just a loop of shit that happens. It'd be sunny,
Word.
and it'd be rainy, and sometimes
Then
it'd be
it'd be
cloudy,
rainy.
and it'd
Cloudy
be rainy
sometimes.
again, and it'd be sunny. And if you'd got off that metric, as you said, like time isn't a linear thing. Because say if we let's place like sunny weather to the
Yeah.
left, let's place rainy weather to the right, and let's put mild weather in the middle. If it goes sunny, mild, rainy, sunny, mild,
Yeah.
rainy, sunny, mild, rainy, you like, okay,
Yeah.
there's a pattern there that exists. If it goes
Yeah.
sunny, rainy, rainy, mild, rainy, sunny, sunny, rainy, mild,
Yeah. Just
sunny,
random.
then by that measure, you don't look at time as a thing that moves in one direction. You look at it as a thing that's going back and forth between itself. Do you get what I mean? And so it's like exactly to what you're saying. It's like with that in mind, we already time travel. Because even something as
Yeah, man.
simple as the idea of deja vu, like where there's an instinct in your body that tells you, you've done this before. This exact moment has happened before. It's like that's something that
That's
every person experiences that we put a word to so
But
we can understand it. But we all understand it because we've all experienced it.
that.
Surely, even just when you think about the concept of that, that surely adds to your point in it. It's like, I know that I've lived this exact moment before, like this exact thing that's happening. I can feel that I've lived it before. Do you get what I mean? And it's like, again, if you look at time in that kind of way, as opposed to 12 a.m., 1 a.m., 2 a.m., 3 a.m., so instead of that aspect, you look at it at how life moves. Do you get what I
Yeah.
mean? The only
Then
thing
it's
I guess
different.
maybe that continues to change is the aging of the body. But then even that, we could argue, if we used a higher percentage of our brain at once, we could potentially even prevent that from happening. Potentially. You know what I
Possibly.
mean?
But
Again,
check
they
it
talk
out.
about the Bible and they say these niggas was 500 years old and shit, bro. Like, that's what they say, innit? Like, even if that's not true, that notion comes from somewhere. Do you get what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's
They
like,
gotta come from somewhere.
nah, I think that's a really interesting point, dog. Like, I think, again, I don't want to just keep
And
harping on, but
yeah.
it made me
And
think when you said it. Like, I think that's an interesting point, man.
even to back it up even more, yeah. Check it out. This how powerful this machine that you got here. In your mind, you can close your eyes, yeah, and remember the first bike that you ever got. I remember my show was blue, fam. It had one of them little foam pad things on the handlebars, you know what I'm saying? The handles were blue and shit. Yeah, fam. I remember riding that shit around, you know what I'm saying? Me and like the other kids from like around because yeah. How else do you have fun with the other guys if they don't got a bike? Share that shit. You know what I mean? You go around to there and come back, and then we'll see who can do it the fastest. You know what I'm saying? Like your mind is going back to that memory, seeing that shit like it was just yesterday, fam. You know what I'm saying? If you really go deeper into it, you can start to feel the sensations. You can start to smell the smells. Do you know what I mean? You can really feel like you're there if you really get into it. You went back to the past. You were just like just now. You were at that time when you were like 6 years old or whatever, 5 years old, and you got your first bike. And it was like you just did it. And you can go forward as well, fam. You can be like, oh, I can't wait until it's my birthday. I'm gonna do this and I'm gonna get myself a cake like this and then we'll do all that shit. You know what I'm saying? You making all these plans, I'm gonna get me a nice gift and shit. Like you forward in the future, fam. You
Okay.
already can
Let
do it.
me ask a question. Let me ask a question.
Mm.
So, would you say that the time travel maybe you're speaking to, do you believe that for it to constitute time travel, it has to have a physical component in the sense of your physical being has to travel through time? Or are you speaking kind of
Well,
like the
I mean,
side, like,
both
and I'm
both
just
of
asking
them,
for
both of
clarity. I'm not
them.
trying to catch you off.
Yeah,
I'm
no,
just
no,
asking.
no. Yeah, both of them are doing both simultaneously. Because remember, we do both and exist and
Yeah.
don't exist at the same time. So
Right,
it
right, right,
is
right.
extremely likely that it's all happening at once. Do you know what I mean?
Okay, okay, nah, I
It's
hear that, man.
yeah. So like while the mind is able to traverse backwards and forwards, like the mind can go backwards and create something in the present, and it can go forward and create something in the present, right? But the body is subject to only, I guess, in the traditional sense of it, like going forward, like it's like it came from being a seed, it grew into a tree, and now it goes into its winner. That's just the how the thing is hardwired, fam. But what
Right,
if your winner is you getting to your destination?
right.
You're getting closer and closer to wherever point in, I don't know, I keep saying time, but I guess that's how we understand it, I guess,
Yeah,
right? Like,
that's the
however,
label
yeah,
that we use in
yeah.
it. Yeah, yeah,
It's like you getting to the point where you jumped into this journey to get to, do you know what I mean? And now you gotta leave the journey, as it were. You gotta get off the bus now and go about your business.
yeah.
But you made
No,
friends on the bus, do you know what I mean? You had a whole family on the bus and shit. You know what I mean? You had enemies and shit on the bus. Look at you, even got rich on the bus, bro. You know what I mean? But then now it's like, oh, my stop's coming up. Hey guys, hey, you guys keep all this stuff. Y'all have this. I'm not gonna need it now. You know what I'm saying? This is like bus activities. I can't. Yeah, my stop is right here, cuz.
right here,
You know what I
right
mean?
here. No, I think it's a really interesting thought, man. Like, I think,
Mm,
because really, with the idea, you could make an argument that like memories are a form of time travel. You know what I mean? Like
yeah.
the ability, if you really remember something, like to
Mm,
essentially almost be able to relive it. You know how we say
yeah.
sometimes you hear a certain song and it'll take you right
And it
back
will take
to,
you right back. Yeah.
like, that in a sense is like a form of time travel, really. Like, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Because you feel the exact
Nostalgia.
feeling that you had, you know what I mean? Like, I
Mm.
think it's deeper than nostalgia, though. I think nostalgia is
I mean,
more of a like.
that's what people would recognize it as. Do you know what I mean?
Do you think? Because I always thought
If you, yeah,
nostalgia
like if
was
you,
more of like a reminiscent feeling, like you're reminiscing about a past
Right.
that's no longer present. Whereas
Yeah, but
what I'm sort of
that's
speaking
what happens, isn't it? You hear that song and you like, boom, it takes you right back, and you right back reminiscing about the time when you first heard the song, right?
No, you then reminisce. Yeah, yeah. I mean, like that
Mm,
first instant when you first hear it, and like it. For me, anyway, I found
mm,
like if I hear certain tracks, like I'll immediately be right back in that place. Like I
mm.
can almost smell and feel and see the place around me in that
Yeah.
split second, and then after that, it's then like rah. I remember that. So like yeah, like I
Mm.
get what you mean. Like I get what you mean. It's kind of like
Yeah.
nostalgia by proxy, but now like in that aspect it's kind of all of that is really like a version of time travel. I think
Hmm.
the way that pop culture maybe sort of thinks about it is the
It's
ability
gotta be a
to
machine. It's gotta be external. That's
digitize,
what the
yeah, the
problem is.
ability to digitize that, the
Mm.
ability to essentially be able to press a button and make this thing go over there if you're looking at time in a linear sense. But like we
Mm.
discussed earlier, like if we eliminate this idea of a clock, then you understand time isn't defined by the linear thing we define it by. Do you get what I mean? It's
No,
like, yeah,
it's
it,
uh,
it's
it's multi-dimensional. Time itself is multi-dimensional. Fam.
yeah, yeah,
That's the
for
thing.
real, for real.
So it's because time is its own thing, fam. Yeah.
And again, people hear the term multi-dimensional and think like, oh, here like crystals and like.
Well, these niggas
But
go again
what
with all
man's
that.
literally speaking to is like what we were saying before. In this, if you ever hear the term dimension, think of it like this: there's 2D and there's 3D.
Mm,
Now imagine if those two, if one person from 2D and one person from 3D met each other, how they would be able
mm,
to conceive each other and conceptual. Like that's what man mean by multidimensional.
yeah.
It's something that exists at the same time as well as in a completely different space as. So for
Mm.
a lot of us, if I can't see it, don't exist, bro.
It
Where
must
what I
not be
believe
real,
Will
fam.
is more saying is like, just because we can't comprehend it with the senses we have here doesn't mean it doesn't exist in a different dimension that we can't
Hmm.
comprehend. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Now we time travelers, guys. That's what it really is. And like I said, the good news is we figured it out, guys. We did it. Congrats to the human race, guys. Honestly, I'm so proud of you guys. We did it. So we didn't even know we did it. That's how cold we are, fam. Well done, guys. Fucking hell. Never cease to amaze me, man. Fuck's sake.
Ah, God love it. God love it. Nah, bro.
Nah.
I have nothing else for you today, man. This was a good episode. This is a good episode, man.
Yeah. Yeah, nah.
Yeah,
Everything, fam. Everything
yeah.
covered, fam. Oh,
And
yeah,
we'll
nah.
find and we'll get out of here, man. Would you like to go? Do you want me to go? How do you want to do it?
You went last time first, and then I'll go this time.
Yeah. So yeah, you go. You go.
Final thoughts. Uh, hmm. What did we start off with today? What did we talk about today? Oh yeah. Fam. R.I.P. the you at the court, fam. You know what I'm saying? I know. You can get it back, fam. You can run the state again, really. Man be's there all the time, fam. You know what I'm saying? This man.
You
uh,
all said get back in blood in
Trust me, fam.
it.
Semi for PM, you know what I'm saying? Like I said, well, originally I thought it would be two birds with one stone, but there's already been like two women prime ministers, so the first black one, you know what I'm saying? Boom, boom, boom. So yeah, boom. So for prime minister, um, okay, no, Eminem, he gotta chill out, fam. Just make some like music about like being happy and being a billionaire. Do you know what I mean? Fuck all the rules about, oh yeah, hip hop purists gotta be this and they gotta never talk about how much money they got. Nah, dog, flex that shit, dog. You deserve it now, fam. Flex it, like lyrically, but like, you know what I'm saying? In a more like cool way. You know what I'm saying? You don't gotta try anymore, prove nothing. We know, fam. What else? Fucking hell. We talked about gang of shit, fam.
Yeah, word.
Yeah, just said schools like prison. I think I'm inclined to agree, and then I'd also say that it's like a prison camp more so. Do you know what I mean? Prison
That's a better
camp
way to
more
put it, I
so.
think. Yeah.
Yeah, and they're training you to be a good slave out there in the slave world. You know what I'm saying?
It's not as intense
So
as
yeah,
prison, but there's a lot of
it's
prison
not
rules
quite.
that have been.
Mm,
Yeah.
mm. There's a lot of clickery, and you know what I'm saying. This group, there's a like this group. I remember. You know what I'm saying? I
And
remember
you
being
got to
told
navigate
between the
properly,
sides,
fam. Like,
innit?
yeah.
Because I was cool with everyone, you know what I'm saying? And like the white guys over there being like, oh, yeah, yeah. The Asian guys over there being like, oh, yeah. And I'm just like, oh, guys, chill out. Oh, guys, chill out. You know how I always am, fam. Ah, guys, chill out. Ah, guys, chill out. It ain't gonna be all that. Ah, guys, chill out. But yeah, schools, yeah, prison camp. um, Had, damn, RIP to the president of Japan. Do you know what I mean? I know we kind of did not be very serious about that, but yeah, that's pretty fucked up, man. Um, yeah, shame on that geezer, fam. Ain't no need for all that, fam.
Wild,
Yeah, wild, fam.
wild,
Uh,
wild.
the girl that they arrested for a weed pen in Russia. Ah, you man, come on, fam. Let the girl play ball, fam. What's wrong with you, man? Fam? She ain't troubling nobody, fam. She just talking her little one twosies. If anything, fam, she had a disadvantage. Do you know what I mean? Come on, let her live, dog. Come on now.
Wild.
Um, damn. What else? I don't know. Yeah, forget the noise. And you're a time traveler. And yeah, God said girls shouldn't wear trousers. Good. Cool.
I'm sorry. Don DeMarco, Don DeMarco.
Hey, I did this. Not me saying it. God said it, fam. It's
God
in this.
said, fam. God said.
It's in the book, bro. It's in the book. If you don't believe me, yeah, just Google it. Quick Google
It's
search, fam,
in the book,
and it will
fam.
tell you. It said, "Oh yeah, nah, y'all should never wear pants." Still, fam. Anyhow, I see y'all wearing pants, yeah, they cursing it. Nah, well, nah, it doesn't go that deep, fam. But yeah, but yeah, it does definitely say something about like I can't remember what it's about, fam. But it's like that's not a good thing spiritually
Yeah,
wise.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
So yeah, hey, yeah, that's me still. That was me still. That was my
Okay,
last point.
okay, okay. I'm trying to think of the things that we spoke about. Aye. First off, big up to Rachel, man. It was yeah,
Yeah, yeah,
congratulations,
big
Rachel.
up Rachel.
Yeah, it was
All the insights from.
yeah, that was a very pleasant like insight.
Mm.
You know what I mean? Very kind of.
Yeah,
I like the female insight. That was cool. That was a good
isn't it?
conversation. Yeah, that was cool, man. So big up to
Much
Rachel
different.
still. Yeah, yeah. It opens it up a little bit conversation wise, and then you
Yeah.
can get like even fresher or different perspectives. So now hopefully we can you know what I mean sort something out where she potentially can come back at some point and we'll just chat up the things. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? But now big up Rachel. Big up
Shout out.
all the writers, you know what I mean? Tiny Temper and
Yeah.
all
Oh
them
yeah.
talking about Party Next Door, all these guys, you know what I mean?
Oh
Big
yeah,
up
man.
all of them.
Feel for you.
Big up Mo Farah as well.
Oh yeah.
You know,
Fucking
I made a
hell, how
round of
can I
applause for
forget,
Mo
fam?
Farah, bro. Yeah, Mo Farah got together,
Endless
bro.
gunfire for more, fam. Endless
That's
guns,
what
fam.
that's what you call taking advantage of an opportunity, fam. Like that's what you call seizing the day. You know what I
Isn't it?
mean? Like, yeah, you really did that. So everybody else, none of us have any excuses. You know what I mean? He
Nah,
was supposed
none
to
at
be
all, fam.
here on real shit. You know what I mean? And
But
he
yeah,
made that
gold medal in, fam.
gold medal. And it's like y'all ain't gonna send
And
me
all
back to
you,
shit, fam.
the only meddling you man are doing is in the neighbor's business, fam.
Come on, talk to them, bro. Talk to them. I said, yo, he
Hey,
out here
yo.
gold medal in. While all y'all doing is meddling in neighbors' business. You want me to run it back? I said, yo,
Hey, yo. uh, for real, fam.
you get it? You get it? Oh shit, man. But nah, shout out to both first still. You know what I mean? You came and you repped your set, you know what I mean? Did your thing.
For real,
Speaking
fam.
of repping sets, fucking Blood Cells on the Block is one of the greatest pieces of like innovation that like I've heard about. I'm looking
Oh
forward to the
yeah,
next
coming
installment.
soon, fam.
You know what I
Defo
mean?
coming
We
soon,
gotta get
fam.
that shit running from. That shit is hilarious, dog. IP belong to us,
For
you
real, fam.
motherfuckers. Don't even be stupid.
Yeah, behave
Um,
yourself.
what else did we talk about? Yeah, Boris, or as
Oh yeah,
they call it in the social media, Joris Bonson. Um, he
Joris.
Joris Bonson. He's obviously out on his arse a little bit now, but I think Will described it perfectly earlier. Like he just came
He'll
and
be
did what
alright,
he was
dog.
supposed to do. You know what I mean? They said, "Yo,
That's it.
come and do this, do that, and then go over there and you get your bread." Like, you know what I mean? All of this shit is it's all smoke and mirrors, dog. Like, nothing works where there are two opposing sides both battling for power and they each get to have power at some point. Like, that doesn't even conceptually make sense. You know what I mean? Like I said, the analogy I used is if you're at school and they only said there's a choice of three things to eat. You also have the choice, if you're willing to do it, you can sneak over the back fences and go to the shops. And in the shops, there's bare shit you can buy. You know what I mean? You just have to be willing to go through what that takes. And it's a similar thing if you can catch the analogy in there. But yeah, man, in the words of Jay-Z, fuck politics, we politic ourselves. And none of these motherfuckers love you, man. Like, none of them love you, bro. None of them care. Like, they just are what they are in it. So, what did I say?
Hmm? No, you said they don't love you. So I was like, hell no, they don't.
Oh, oh, I thought I said something wild in about. Wait, I didn't even say that
Nah,
wild that
nah,
time.
nah, 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 nah. Sorry, my fault. I was bolstering
Nah,
with
it's
the ad
calm,
lib.
it's calm, it's calm. But now big up to everyone who's tuned in. Again, Ultra, I see you there. Big up to you, Broski. Big up to Naturel who tuned in
My
earlier as
brother.
well. You know, what I mean, big up to
It's
Mike,
natural.
who was on before too. Big up to all the people that listen each and every week. We appreciate you, man. We appreciate obviously everyone who's stayed in, stayed tuned, like during again, you know, what I mean, this growing period that we're going through. We're trying to, you know, what I mean, do things a bit proper. So, you know, what I mean, if you want to catch the shit, hit the YouTube link at the top. You know, what I mean, go subscribe to the page. We got episodes from
Mm-hmm.
62 upwards. All the episodes before that are only going to be on stereo, you know what I mean? So if you want to be really in the paint with that shit, you can listen to them on stereo. But
You can just
yeah,
come
go
back,
catch
you
that
know
shit
what
on
I'm
the
saying?
YouTube, man. Follow the Instagram and the Twitters and all that for the updates and
And
shit.
all that and all that.
Again, a big thank you to my co-host, Will, for making the time yet again, you know what I mean? To be doing anything in
Nah,
the
always a
world.
pleasure, my
And
boy. Thank
I
you as well,
appreciate the
fam.
time. I appreciate the conversation and the back and forth and you know what I mean, the enlightenment, you know what I mean? It's always good to to have that, man. And yeah, everyone just stay safe. Everyone stay dangerous. You know what I mean? Like, keep moving towards your goal. Will already said it, but shit, man, like this time thing, like the time travel thing, you got to think about it in a real pragmatic sense, man. Like, you're literally traveling through time
I'm
right
telling y'all,
now.
man. I'm
You know what I
telling you,
mean?
dog.
And you got to try and use that as advantageously as you can to get to where you're trying to be to. You know what I mean? Love people, be kind to people, be kind to yourself, love yourself. You know what I mean? And let's all just try and grow and just be greater versions of ourselves, man. For real, for real, for real. But yo,
Nah, for real.
this has been the OnlyMans podcast, episode 65. Will, again,
Man,
thank you, my brother. Appreciate you.
don't
I
that
love you,
sound
bro.
good, fam?
You
I
know what I
love you
mean?
too, my
Come on,
brother.
bro.
Hey, don't that shit sound good? 65. God damn, we getting old in this motherfucker, fam.
Trust me, fam. Trust me, bro. Trust me, we getting up, fam. We getting up there, bro. We getting up there for real, for real, for real.
Soon it'll be like, oh yeah, 100. Like, Bumbucker already, fam.
Fam,
Jesus Christ,
fam,
fam.
you know what I mean? And who knows where the shit could be in the future, man? It might still be right
Hey,
here. It might be a
man,
whole different, you know what I
shit.
mean?
Might
Like,
be,
you have to
hey,
just,
might be a something else, you know what I mean?
do you get what I mean? Like, again,
Mm-hmm.
once you do things like with love and heart and you're willing to go through even the difficult periods with shit because you're doing it out of a genuine place, the universe usually responds accordingly to that energy in it. So, you know what I mean? Let's continue to try and have this be a good platform where we can just get these discussions off, man, and have jokes and serious shit and all that
For
sort of
real,
thing, man.
fam.
You know what I mean? But I'm going to keep babbling anyway. I'm going to keep babbling. Listen,
Yeah.
people,
One,
Only Man's Podcast, episode
two little things,
65. Sorry, what are you going to say,
I
bro?
forgot. Two little things I forgot. Yeah.
Ah.
I know I said, you know what I'm saying, how you know, we've been respectful and that, but yeah, my man still gets 0 style points. And shout out to the guy that punched me in the back of the head because football, you're a real one, fam. Yeah, that's all.
Oh, shit. Episode
uh,
60, the Only Man's Podcast. My brother, bless up.
my brother.
Peace.
Peace, my brother. Peace, peace.
My guy.